are listening to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. This is episode 1 of the missing Dutch girls case in Panama. This is a tough one. Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon, who went missing in 2014. I mean, this is really a tough one. It's been gone over a lot. I go over a lot of cases, missing persons cases and otherwise. This one, many consider resolved because some remains were found. But I would consider this one of the least resolved cases. Obviously, there's a lot of theories about foul play. There's a lot of unanswered questions, but the reason it's taken me so long to do this one, I mean, I've been looking at this case for a number of years now. There's just something about it. I mean, not that all of these cases aren't quite sad and of course heartbreaking in many ways. There's just something about this one where in the course of the research, I mean, it just, the emotional impact of this case, I really don't know why. I can't specifically explain it. There's plenty of tragic cases, but there's just something about this one particularly. And the more I looked into it, the more it kind of pulls at your heartstrings, so to speak. I mean, I kind of try to go through cold, hard logic on a lot of these cases, but these are human beings, and it's tough. Certain cases are tougher than others, and this is actually one of the toughest, just for me personally, that I've looked at. So it will be a multi-parter. I mean, there's so much to go over. All the other podcasts and documentaries I've looked at, they haven't really gone over everything available because there really is so much information available. I really don't understand why this case is not definitively solved. I mean, there are even people out there that don't know that some of the remains were actually found with several other individuals' remains. Now, that doesn't mean there's a serial killer on the loose, but just local rumors about gangs. I mean, obviously the tour guide is an issue, and I'll go over some of my main issues after I go through the initial outline. Obviously, there's evidence from the phone camera, from the digital camera and their phones, their cell phones. There's so much evidence regarding their activity, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that are not corroborated, including their movements. Their movements have not even been definitively corroborated. Some allege for up to 48 hours before the alleged disappearance occurred. And the other issue, too, is technically they're stated as having disappeared April 1st, 2014. Now, I'm not going to go into any of the occult for April 1st now, but that's the date that's listed, but there's so much speculation and unverified information that it truly is a mind-shocking case, really. And for me, it's just one that has, for whatever reason, has some of the most emotional impact. So it's taken me a lot of time to put this together, which will, of course, be the most comprehensive podcast on the case. MINDSHOCK, of course, we always have the most logical analyses, the most exhaustive and comprehensive examinations of all cases here. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us keep up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, and wrongful convictions. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. If they're not showing up, just like and comment on more videos. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, or rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, to open this up, episode 1, Into the Jungle. I will just go through the Wikipedia real quick for those that are not familiar with the case, and then we will get into all the details that, for whatever reason, nobody else is covering. So, Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon were Dutch students who disappeared on April 1st, 2014, while hiking the El Pianista Trail in Panama. After an extensive search, portions of their bodies were found a few months later. Their cause of death could not be determined definitively. Dutch authorities working with forensics and search rescue investigators initially thought it likely the students had accidentally fallen from a cliff after becoming lost. The circumstances and the aftermath of their disappearance have resulted in much speculation about their final days. Although many theories have been presented as to what happened to Kremers and Froon, no official cause of death has been ruled. Panamanian authorities came under fire for allegedly mishandling the disappearance and aftermath. I mean, that's not allegedly. If you look at the details here, there's definitive mishandling. Now, whether you want to say it was intentional corrupt mishandling or just pure incompetence, I mean, obviously that's up to debate. This is MINDSHOCK. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. The motto of the podcast here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. And the secondary motto, which I actually don't use as often, but it is equally important. The truth is not afraid of investigation. Because a lot of bootlickers, they don't want anybody even examining the possibility that there could be corrupt law enforcement anywhere. I mean, these bootlickers are responsible for so many victims being denied justice. Because obviously, there are bad actors in every profession. There's no magical exemption for law enforcement. Further investigation into the case in 2017 raised questions about the initial investigation, as well as a possible link to murders in the area. So, there's a few problems here. There's a few problems right off the bat. First of all, Panama it's not exactly the premier destination. I mean, people go to South America, people go to Costa Rica, which they did as well initially before going to Panama. I mean, Panama's not number one on anybody's list. So, I guess it's a little bit strange. And then on the other hand, we have quite a few issues here. One, they're not absolute beginners at hiking. So they've done some hiking. So these aren't kids that are just dropped off from New York City or LA straight into the jungle. That's not the situation here. So including their parents who walked the trail, I mean, there's a lot of people that are adamant that they would not have become lost. I'm going to go into one of my theories, which involves a disagreement between the girls and the evidence for it, where they possibly might have separated, and that made them easier prey for bad actors. And people don't really talk about this theory, but it's literally like the only thing that could make it even more heartbreaking. I mean, this is just, again, this is one of these cases where it's just heartbreak after heartbreak. I mean, already it's one of the most emotional, heartbreaking cases I've ever seen. And on top of that, if they had a disagreement, I mean, how sad is it? I mean, this actually isn't a new thing where even mothers or fathers, they have a disagreement with their own children. The child runs away and dies either accidentally or met with foul play or just disappears forever. And then that weighs on the parent because there was a disagreement there. Now, in this case, I'm not necessarily alleging, again, I don't have 100% definitive evidence. I don't claim anything is true or untrue. If this theory where they did separate, they might have actually met up again after they separated, or what would be even more heartbreaking if one of them was deceased by the time the other found them or reconnected with them. So the other issue we have, of course, is locally. I mean, how seriously do locals in this little village take murders in the area? So in a lot of these countries, these non-first world countries, without a lot of infrastructure, without large experienced police forces, they don't necessarily spend a lot of resources. And that's some of the criticism that comes in this case as well. I mean, Dutch authorities and even locals assisting with the search and rescue have said that the Panama authorities actually only made a show of it. They only had people out searching whenever the Dutch authorities or the girl's parents were in town. And as soon as they left, they completely abandoned the case and did nothing. And then when they came back, it was the whole show again. So this is why there's so many issues with this case, and we're just scratching the surface here. I didn't even finish the outline, but I just wanted to point that out first for the people who think that, for maybe people that are new to MINDSHOCK, they think I'm just going to go over the same old stuff. This is going to be comprehensive and exhaustive. I leave no stone unturned, no theory unexamined, no matter how ludicrous it might appear. We don't fall for logical fallacies here, certainly not appeal to incredulity to logical fallacies. If someone says they think the girls were abducted by aliens, if there's actually something legitimate to it, I mean, I'll read their theory on it. I mean, if there's something substantial there, I haven't seen anything in the area of that. I haven't seen evidence for Bigfoot here. But if something is presented, if there's a theory that's logically presented, I will read it. I will go over it. So, yeah, there's the prevailing local rumor theory is that apparently there was a gang involved. And so let's finish the outline here. Background: Kris Kremers, age 21, and Lisanne Froon, age 22, both grew up in Amersfoort, Utrecht, in the Netherlands. Kremers was described as an open, creative, and responsible individual, while Froon was described as aspiring, optimistic, intelligent, and a passionate volleyball player. Kremers had just completed her studies in cultural social education, specializing in art education at the University of Utrecht from Deventer. Froon had graduated with a degree in applied psychology. And the other nuance we have to look at here is, I mean, these girls are obviously not these best friends that are identical in everything they do. I mean, they have different personalities, different interests. So I don't know about other people. I think that may have played a role in what happened here. And I will go over the evidence of such. I mean, there's journal entries. I mean, again, like I said, it's just like heartbreak on top of heartbreak for anybody that actually does a deep dive into this case. It's tough. It's been one of the toughest for me, for certain. Only a few weeks prior to leaving for Panama, Froon had moved in with Kremers in a dorm room in Amersfoort, and they worked together at the cafe restaurant called In den Kleinen Hap. They both saved up money for 6 months and planned to go to Panama together on a special 6-week vacation, hoping to learn Spanish and to do something of significance for the locals, particularly volunteering with children. The trip was also supposed to be a graduation present for Froon. So again, just another layer of heartbreak here. These aren't party girls looking to go party or just party. I mean, they want to help the locals and volunteer with children. I mean, these are the absolute last people. When you think of people that obviously nobody deserves to be met foul play unless they're some kind of violent criminal who harms people. I mean, I don't know if I would say they'd be undeserving. I mean, when a serial killer gets killed by another serial killer, I mean, we're going to cry about it? But I mean, I don't know. But just these people, I mean, when you look, obviously their photos, but just in general, their motivations here. These aren't like, even if they did just want to go party and go clubbing in foreign countries, obviously they wouldn't deserve to be met with foul play or any kind of criminal act in any way. I'm just saying it makes it kind of sadder that they're specifically trying to volunteer and help here. Disappearance. Kremers and Froon arrived in Panama on March 15th, 2014. They toured the country for 2 weeks before arriving in Boquete, Chiriquí on March 29th to live with a local family for a month while volunteering with children. On April 1st, around 11 a.m., and this is all, by the way, disputed. It's listed as fact, but as we get into it, there might be issues here, either mistakes made by cab drivers or intentional obfuscations. They went hiking near the clouded forests that surrounded the Baru volcano on the El Pianista Trail not far from Boquete. Some sources say they took with them a dog that belonged to the owners of the El Pianista restaurant. This has not been confirmed. The women wrote on Facebook that they intended to walk around Boquete, and it was reported that they had been seen having brunch with 2 young Dutch men before embarking on the trail. Okay, so obviously a lot of issues here. I think these, according to certain sources, they have been identified, and we'll get into that. There's also, I'm going to drop the MINDSHOCK here. Let's not wait too long, because I don't know how long this episode is going to be. Also, another interesting note that Lisanne Froon is listed as 6 feet tall. Kris Kremers, 5'6". So Lisanne was 6 feet tall. I don't know, just that kind of stood out to me. It's 6 foot tall women are not exactly common. Although in the Netherlands or Sweden, I mean, some of these supermodels are, but that's just the supermodels. I mean, the average girls are shorter. I don't know if they're as short as in the rest of the world, but, I mean, 6 feet would stand out with certainty in Panama. So, not to mention, they're clearly not locals. So, a number of issues here. I'm going to drop this mind shock, and there's a lot of evidence here, too. I'm going to drop the theory that perhaps they were not abducted from the trail, but they were abducted from their room. And I will get into that later. We just have to look at all these possibilities. Now, obviously, statistically, women are harmed by those known to them, but technically, these two young Dutchmen would be known to them, but so would the tour guide, and we're going to get into what I consider one of the most critical factors in this case that I also have not seen anybody talk about. So, apparently, there's a connection between the tour guide, the school where they're supposed to volunteer, and even the family they're staying with, because it was common for that tour guide to give tours to people that stay there. And if there's a connection there to the school as well, we have a triangle here. That would mean that the taxi or the tour guide would have known their movements, and to a certain extent, so would the family they were staying with and possibly the school. What is going on here? I'll be getting into this a little bit more later. But I just wanted to lay the foundation there for what nobody is talking about, this huge coincidence stack. I mean, in any other case where a tour guide had access, knew exactly where the clients who went missing were staying and what they were doing. And, of course, the school is also, for me, is one of the number one question marks. But this whole triangle is a question mark. And I think it might be what could really get to the bottom of all of this. And so let's continue here. So they wrote on Facebook they intended to walk around Boquete. It was reported they had been seen having brunch with two young Dutchmen before embarking on the trail. So we have a last-minute change of plans. Not exactly that out of the ordinary, but when you combine that with the taxi driver possibly not knowing the timeline or intentionally giving a wrong timeline, some people allege the photos are not even from that day due to the sky. But again, the cloud conditions can change pretty quickly, so that's not definitive proof. But again, this is mind shock. We can't just assume something is true just because someone said it was. Let's continue here. Some sources claim the owners of the restaurant became alarmed when their dog returned home that night without Kremers and Froon. Froon's parents stopped receiving text messages, which both women had been sending to their families daily. On the morning of April 2nd, the women missed an appointment with a local guide. On April 6th, their parents arrived in Panama along with police, dog units, and detectives from the Netherlands to conduct a full-scale search of the forests for 10 days. The parents offered a $30,000 reward for any information leading to the whereabouts of Kremers and Froon. Now, I'm sorry, but I have to give just a parallel example here with the Maura Murray case. So Maura Murray disappears either in the same state or one state over, allegedly, in New Hampshire from Massachusetts. And her boyfriend's parents are en route a third of the way of the country from a possible DUI walkaway. Here, we have women in a foreign country going missing. And the parents arrive 5 days later. Interesting. Just to compare cases. Just interesting is all I'll say there. Okay. So the parents, so there was a full-scale search of the forests for 10 days. The parents offered a $30,000 reward for any info leading to the whereabouts of Kremers and Froon. Now, this is another weird thing. So apparently, from what I've seen, again, if any locals in Panama, particularly the Boquete area, can correct me if this is inaccurate, I've heard it said, I'm not claiming it's accurate, that $30,000 was equivalent to several $100,000, possibly $500,000 in terms of conversion rate. So in the U.S., a huge problem is in a lot of these missing persons cases, the rewards are like $10,000 or even $50,000. But that's not a lot. If you think about it, like some of these scummy criminals or people who know these scummy criminals, are they going to risk death just for talking for $10K that doesn't get anywhere? Now if would you risk death for squealing for like $500,000? I mean, more people might do that, right? So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because this is supposedly a huge reward for that area. And nobody, well, okay, maybe people did talk, so I'm going to get into that. But on the record, officially, nobody talked. So let's continue here. The discovery of the backpack. 10 weeks later, June 14th, a local woman turned in Froon's blue backpack, which she reported finding by a riverbank near her village of Alto Romero in the Bocas del Toro province. The backpack contained 2 pairs of sunglasses, $83 US in cash, Froon's passport, a water bottle, Froon's camera, 2 bras, and the women's phones in good condition. The women's phones showed that around 6 hours into their hike, someone dialed 112, the international emergency number in use in the European Union, and 911, the emergency number in Panama. So that's interesting. I also like the phrasing here, someone dialed. Because in a lot of these other cases, I mean, it's just assumed that the owner of the phone was dialing, but let's assume nothing. Let's be logical, objective, neutral. So that is curious. That is curious. The first distress call was made by Kremers' iPhone 4 at 4:39 p.m. Shortly after that, another attempt was made from Froon's Samsung Galaxy S3 at 4:51 p.m. None of the calls got through due to lack of reception in the area. None of the subsequent call attempts ever managed to go through. On April 4th, Froon's phone battery became exhausted after 5, and the phone was never used again. Not 5 p.m., 0500, so that'd be 5 a.m., and the phone was never used again. Kremers' iPhone would not make any more calls either, but was intermittently turned on to search for reception. Between April 5th and 11th, the iPhone was turned on multiple times, but without ever entering the correct PIN code. Either no PIN or a wrong PIN was entered. On April 11th, the phone was turned on at 10:51 a.m. and was turned off for the last time at 11:56 a.m. So just to encompass all of this, I mean, this is just a weird case for so many different reasons. But some allege that if there were kidnappers and bad actors that harmed them or delivered them to someone else to be harmed, that they were faking these calls to make it look like these girls were still alive and in distress. It's tough because we'll also examine whether they knew each other's PIN codes. I mean, best friends living with each other and traveling together, would they know each other's PIN codes? I don't know. I guess that's a case-by-case basis kind of thing. I mean, I've seen pretty much the gauntlet run in college where even, you know, some people, everybody knows their passcode of their friend group, not just the people they're living with. And then, of course, plenty of other people are very private. Nobody, literally nobody knows their PIN code, not even their best friend. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that, or the fact that you don't need a PIN to make an emergency call. But obviously, if it wasn't either one of them and the person didn't know the PIN, then how could they enter it correctly? Furthermore, the other thing I was kind of looking at, if they really were lost and dehydrated, on which day would you no longer remember your PIN or possibly not be able to enter it, but still, I mean, it doesn't really say what they did with the phone. It was turned on multiple times, so you would know, you could turn on the phone, but you might not have the wherewithal to enter the code correctly. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Because April 5th, so if they disappeared on the 1st, they had a water bottle or 2 or however much food. I mean, you'd think a couple days. So, yeah, closer to the 11th, that wouldn't be surprising if someone couldn't operate the phone well. But on the 5th, No correct pin was entered as of the 5th. And again, we can't assume, like, did she have the phone earlier, now someone else has the phone, or did they have each other's phones? I don't know. It really, there's so many, the mystery here is just, literally everything is a mystery. Because the backpack is also found in incredibly good condition, miles away, and we're talking miles of Panama jungle. We're not talking any kind of well-maintained large trail or a paved road or anything of that nature. We're talking pure jungle. So a lot of military individuals, survivalists, I mean, they've said it's just extremely unlikely to go through raw jungle like that. So to just be lost and make it that far. So this poses so many other questions about, the big one for me with the backpack is why put it there? Because the bodies were discovered in the same general vicinity. It wasn't the complete opposite direction miles away. So it wasn't placed there or set up to be placed there by someone drawing attention away. But why reveal it in the first place? It really just doesn't make any sense based on the condition of the backpack and these neatly folded clothes. I mean, it's weird. It's very weird. I mean, none of this really makes sense. I mean, I don't think there's any other case like this. Let's go through the logs here. April 1st, 1600 hours, 39 minutes, call attempt 1. This was 112 emergency number. On the iPhone 4, Kremers' phone. Froon's phone makes this call a number of minutes later, both for 112. Now, Kremers' iPhone 4, on the following day, April 2nd, 8:14 a.m., there's a call attempt for 112. However, Froon's phone at 6:58 a.m. makes the same call attempt to 112, but then calls both 112 and 911 at 10:52 a.m. At 13, so this would be at 1:50 p.m., there's a check for a signal. Now, here's unconfirmed information, says that there's a fourth attempt around this time, both 112 and 911. Because there's a short connection to GSM. GSM is the global system for mobile communications. So what does this mean? Because if there is a signal, what proximity could there be a signal? And again, this is unconfirmed information, which is also a problem. There's another signal check at 4:19 p.m. The phone is turned on the whole night. That's so weird. Okay, Kremers' phone on April 3rd, 9:32, the morning of, third call attempt to 911 now. So Froon calls both 112 and 911 on April 2nd. But Kremers only has one call attempt that morning to 112. Now on the 3rd, now whoever's using the Kremers' phone attempts 911 and not 112 at this time. Signal check at 11:47. Signal check at 3:59 p.m. Froon's phone is turned off at 7:36 a.m. That day, no call attempts, no signal checks. It's weird. I mean, just trying to line up the data. Are they really together at this time? If it's them even operating the phones? April 4th, 10:16 a.m., signal check. 1:42 p.m. signal check. April 4th, Froon's phone, signal check at 4:50, signal check at 5, and that's when the battery is empty. No further activity on Froon's phone. And these times are also kind of weird, right? Because the times, they're not identical. They're offset by many hours. April 5th, Kremers' phone check signal at 10:50 a.m. and then 1:37. These are very similar time. This is so weird. These checks on the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th are all at the same time. They're all at 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. within those hours. Isn't that weird? I actually didn't even notice that before. They're at the same time. If one were to go with the theory that they're being held captive, could that happen accidentally? If they were being held captive either together or apart, are those the time periods when something was going on where she was able to check for a signal? That's very coincidental that on the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th, the only signal checks are at 10 a.m. and approximately 1:30 to 1:40 p.m. Anybody find that weird? Is that too coincidental? And then April 5th, apparently the PIN code is entered correctly. If this is correct information, it's entered correctly at 10:50 a.m. on April 5th. That same day at 1:37 p.m., it is not entered. Either not entered at all or not entered correctly during the 1:37 p.m. signal check. You know what's even more bizarre? On the 6th, it's almost the second check is to the hour, to the minute. It's at 1:37 p.m. I don't know, man. This seems very coincidental. Even if it's not her, even if it's someone staging this to make it look like they're looking for signal, is this somebody with a job and that's the only time frame they have free? But even so, to the exact minute, because on April 5th, there's a 10:50 a.m. signal check. Then there's with PIN entered. At 1:37 p.m., there's a signal check with no PIN. The following day, April 6th, 10:26 a.m., so also within the 10 o'clock a.m. hour, there's a signal check with no PIN. And then at 1:37 p.m., the exact time to the minute as April 5th, on April 6th, there's another signal check, no PIN entered, or incorrect PIN. Then there's nothing till April 11th, but coincidentally, the morning hour matches up. 10:51 a.m. There's a signal check with no PIN, and then it's turned off. So it says here 11:56 a.m. It's switched off after an hour and 5 minutes, and then there's no further activity. But there is 22% battery left when it's turned off. What does that mean? Wow. This is definitely the most bizarre phone log comparison I have ever seen. It is very difficult for me to get over this coincidence, regardless whether it's Kremers using the phone, Froon using the phone, or someone staging this using the phone. They just happen to be doing signal checks twice a day for 3 days in a row at the same exact time, almost within an hour, for all the signal checks. The afternoon check on both the 5th and the 6th occurring at the same exact time to the minute of 1 p.m., 1:37 p.m. I don't know how to get around this. I mean, the level of coincidence here, because let's say if someone's dehydrated, doesn't know where they are, they can barely move and they're injured in the forest, in the jungle. What are the chances they check for signal at the exact same time within the hour for both checks of the day to day? Man, that's a tough one. I really I'm trying to rack my brain figuring this out. I cannot find a satisfactory explanation. Perhaps the closest I can get to is someone trying to frame this, but the issue is, of course, on April 5th, during the 10 a.m. hour, 10:50 a.m. for the signal check, apparently a PIN was entered. But that same afternoon, just a few hours later at 1:37 p.m., there's no PIN entered. Or wrongly entered. I mean, I don't know what that means. Unless it's still the same individual using the phone, but too exhausted to even attempt to put in a PIN. So but what are the chances the hours line up perfectly? See, if there was only one check a day, so that's 1/24th of a chance it would be in the same hour. Now you're going to check it twice a day within the same hour and the same minute for the second check. I'm not even going to do the statistical calculation on that. I mean, that's astronomical. Out of all the minutes in the day, I mean, that's... Wow. I mean, I guess if somebody's trying to stage this and they have some kind of job and they're only free during those times, and those are the only times that they can pretend to look for a signal, I mean, I don't know. I cannot adequately explain the time frame here. I just can't do it. Going to Froon's phone, let's go back to Froon's phone for a second. There's a call attempt for 112 within 12 minutes or so of Kremers' call. So if something's happening, they're both trying to call with their phones. Or somebody's staging these calls on April 1st. They're staging using both of their cell phones or not. Or they had their phones and they really did try to call for help initially, and then their phones were taking at a later time. So again, let's not fall for false dichotomies. It doesn't have to be either they made all their own calls or they didn't. It could be a combination of both. They possibly could have made the early calls and not or attempts or signal checks and not the later ones. So, yeah, I mean, the timeline here... So at 4:50, so it's getting dark, or maybe not quite, but later in the afternoon, the last signal check. But yeah, the time is a little bit more all over the place for Froon. So Kremers' phone is the most suspicious there, with the signal checks occurring within the same hour on multiple days, both signal checks. Continuing the breakdown here, Froon's Canon camera contained photos from April 1st suggesting that the women had taken a trail at the overlook of the Continental Divide and wandered into some wilderness hours before their first attempt at making emergency calls, but with no signs of anything unusual. On April 8th, 90 flash photos were taken between 1 and 4 in the morning. between 1 and 4 a.m., apparently deep in the jungle and in near complete darkness. A few photos show that they were possibly near a river or a ravine. Some show a twig with plastic bags on top of a rock. Another shows what looks like a backpack strap and a mirror on another rock. And another shows the back of Kremers' head, allegedly. So this is really tough to dissect. Because some people allege if it was really them, if Kremers succumbed to injury and Froon was using her phone, was she trying to make these flashes to try to get somebody's attention to help them? Other people believe that she's trying to somehow tell a story, her last story, and there's some kind of SOS signal laid out on the rock that can be seen from the air. I mean, we'll go back to this. I'm just doing the breakdown. It's very tough to figure this out. I mean, was this really done? I mean, was it accidental? I don't know. Or was this done to try to make something look like it wasn't? The other curiosity, I don't believe this location has ever been definitively identified, which is another problem. Because how far could they have gotten? And with all the searches, how can they not even ID an area where photos were taken? I mean, obviously, this is wild jungle we're talking about, and they might not really know the exact location. But if you can kind of deduce from where they started to where the remains were found, where the backpack was found, I mean, if you didn't have any of that information, then obviously it would be close to impossible to find where this was. But where could these have possibly been taken if they were taken using her camera? I mean, there's only so far you can go. I mean, even though on April 8th is the timestamp. So this would have been before. So April 6th is the last regular, we'll call it a regular check. There were morning and afternoon checks for signal. Early afternoon. Same hours. Up to the 6th. So the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. Then no phone activity apparently until April 11th. But on April 8th was when these photos were taken. 90 flash photos. 90. Not a couple. 90. And so that would have been the 8th. And then nothing until the 11th. Where there's another check at 10:51, which almost lines up to the hour as the April 5th check, which was at 10:50 a.m., with no pin. And then at 11:56, it switched off after 1 hour and 5 minutes. 22% battery left, though, and never turned on again. So these flash photos are on the 8th, and then nothing for 3 more days. Okay, I don't know what to make of it, but that early morning check on the 11th is still within the same 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. hour as the usual checks occurred. The only deviation here, those are checks from the 4th to the 6th. On the April 3rd, there's a 9:32 a.m. call attempt at 911. I mean, still kind of close to the 10 a.m. hour, only 28 minutes off. But then instead of a 1 p.m. check, there's an 11:47 a.m. check for signal. I mean, that's not that far off either. But then there's a check for signal at 3:59 p.m., almost 4 p.m. That's a bigger deviation than the other days. The only reason I'm bringing that up is because on the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th, and the AM check on the 11th are all within the same hour. One of the checks on the 5th and 6th occurring within the same minute of the same hour. That's a lot of coincidence for me. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, so then April 6th are those checks. April 8th are the flash photos. April 11th, one more check in the morning, no pin entered. And then the 11:56 switch off after an hour, 5 minutes. Okay. Discovery of remains. The discovery of the backpack led to new searches along the Culebra River. Kremers' denim shorts were found atop a rock on the opposite bank of the tributary, a few miles away from where Froon's backpack had been discovered. So we're talking raw jungle miles. I mean, I really have to make that clear here. We're not talking street or highway miles. We're talking raw jungle miles. I mean, the one raw jungle mile can take a day. I mean, depending on the grade of the terrain. So it's just kind of crazy how this is a large distances. Several miles away is Froon's backpack. A rumor claimed that the shorts were found zipped and neatly folded. Pictures of the shorts published in 2021 disproved this info. Well, not necessarily, because we don't know what was handled when, how. 2 months later, closer to where the backpack was discovered, a pelvis and a boot with a foot inside were found. Soon, at least 33 widely scattered bones were discovered along the same riverbank. DNA testing confirmed they belonged to Kremers and Froon. Froon's bones still had some skin attached to them, while Kremers' bones appeared to have been bleached. A Panamanian forensic anthropologist later claimed that under magnification, quote, "There are no discernible scratches of any kind on the bones, neither of natural nor cultural origin. There are no marks on the bones at all," end quote. So does that mean this is not due to animals or falling on rocks? This is tough. This is just really, really tough. So let's get into the nitty-gritty, what everybody's here for, comprehensive and exhaustive examination of all the things nobody else is talking about. So Scarlett has a blog called coudecas.blogspot.com. Coudecas Cold Case, the disappearance of Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon in Panama, Bouquet, 2014, an ongoing mystery. This is a blog post. I'm going to go over several of her posts. This might be one of the best resources on this case with the most amount of information and links to other information. So anything that's not on here is linked from here. This is just really, really great put together info from a lot of people involved in the searches and just all of the available information. This particular post was posted Wednesday, December 4th, 2019, the missing Dutch girls in Panama. December 4th, 2019, I want to write something about a missing persons case that has kept the Netherlands awake for some time now, and not just the Netherlands. It is a relatively old case from 2014, old in quotations, but there has been continuously written about it ever since, including the Daily Beast, where quite a few in-depth investigating articles on this chilling disappearance appeared. I got sucked in so bad again recently that for some time I had nightmares and trouble sleeping and thinking about anything else than what these fellow Dutchies must have gone through. Warning, it is a frightening mystery that has amassed huge coverage on news sites, blogs, YouTube videos, and forums. The many cryptic clues and unanswered questions give this case almost a cult status. These blog posts I made on the Kris and Lisanne case started as a small write-up, but have by now grown into a ridiculously long read. While I tried to make sense out of this disappearance case back in 2018, early 2019, there was on one hand very limited public info with regards to what happened to Kris and Lisanne, and on the other hand, a lot of journalistic work had done on the matter which had not always been highlighted much. It was clear that the story had some gaping holes and that there was conflicting info out there. I have tried to shine a light on all this publicly available info about the disappearance of Kris and Lisanne, and I tried to gather all this scattered info here, call it a form of open source intelligence, with source links provided wherever possible. Instead of having all these pieces of info scattered all over the internet, I brought them together here in a long and detailed narrative of what is publicly known about the case by now. This includes interviews, journalistic pieces, statements from people linked to this case, investigation results, new findings, leaked photos and files, and more. I also translated many videos and articles of interest from Dutch to English in order to provide you with the most detailed archive of this case. I also tried to broaden the narratives about what may have happened to them accordingly. And at times, I add my personal opinions as well, in the ultimate hope that when more people know about this case, chances increase of us ever finding more facts and answers. I am not sure just how unreadable the whole thing has become by now for the average reader due to its sheer length. If you prefer a short summary of the case, then this is probably not the blog for you. But if you're interested in all the details, theories, and updates on this disappearance case, then keep reading. Oh, and I'm not a native English speaker, so my apologies for my grammar errors I may have made. If you find your publicly available info on here, think of forum comments, for instance, which I try to anonymize, and don't want invisible here, just send me an email about it. This blog post was originally posted in early 2019, but had to be re-uploaded more recently. It took me many months to find all the sources, to translate Dutch material, and compose the summarized, detailed story here below, based on what is known from publicly available info, including official police info, news articles, and interviews so far. I keep an eye on current developments and continue to update the blog series so you read the most up-to-date version always. It is great if the story of Kris and Lisanne is spread as far and wide as possible, but certain authors and online content makers have used more than just a little of my work or plundered my YouTube channel for their own publications without as much as source mentioning. Don't be such a douche and give a shout out or simply source mentioning when you use info from these blogs or my videos for your own videos or sites or publications. Give some credit just like you yourself like to get credit for your hard work. On March 15th, 2014, Dutch students Kris Kremers, 21, and Lisanne Froon, 22, boarded a plane from Amsterdam to Costa Rica. They made a stopover in Houston. From San Jose, Costa Rica, they traveled by bus to Bocas del Toro, Panama. A boat took them to the Panamanian island Isla Colón in the Bocas del Toro archipelago. Lisanne Froon, phonetically pronounced as Fron with a hard trilled R, Fron, is tall, 184 centimeters, athletic, and just graduated from University Studies in Applied Psychology. She was born September 24th, 1991, and said to be thoughtful, intelligent, empathetic, and a little bit shy. She loved the music of Coldplay and kept a diary which she also brought along to Panama. Lisanne's brother, Martin, had read passages from her diary aloud in a Dutch TV program called Break Free. If you are interested in viewing this program, you can find it translated by me. If you want to read the diaries, go to part 3 of my blog series. We'll get to those later. Kris Kremers, phonetically pronounced Kremers with a hard trilled R, a middle child with an older brother, Sjors, and a younger brother, Tin, was less tall than her friend, measuring 167 centimeters. She had just completed her studies in cultural social education at the University of Utrecht. She decided to start studying art history once she would come back from Panama. She had previously done work in psychiatry, dealing with people with severe addiction diagnoses. Born August 9th, 1992, she was sparkling and extroverted, cheerful, intelligent, spontaneous, and outspoken with striking red strawberry blonde hair. She loved theater and the artistic world. She also enjoyed music festivals and music from Pearl Jam and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. She had a boyfriend in the Netherlands and kept a diary just like Lisanne. The two friends had saved for a long time for this trip, which was supposed to be part of a gap year. They knew each other from their work in cafe restaurant in Den Kleinen Hap in Amersfoort, and the girls also both rented rooms in the same student house. Lisanne had in fact only started living on her own several weeks before her trip to Panama. They planned to not only sightsee around Panama, but also volunteer at a local children's school, which is also named as a nursery or daycare in the media, but I will call it a children's school in this blog, and to learn Spanish. They didn't want to just go on one long holiday, but do something for local children. In Holland, they gathered money from friends and family to buy children's toys for the Panamanian kids they would teach. Wow. So not only did they save up money for themselves, but they specifically saved money to get children's toys for these kids in Panama. They would return home, or supposed to return home, on April 21st. Although Kris's brother Sjors always mentioned April 29th as their planned return date. Kris developed a love for South America after a holiday in Peru with her parents. Lisanne had never traveled further than southern Germany with her parents. By the way, I call Kris and Lisanne often girls in this blog, even though they were young women, of course, but in Dutch we'd call them maiden, which is somewhere in between women and girls. I suppose, and it is a term of endearment for young women. Here I translate it as girls. The girls first visited the island of the coast of Panama and had a good time in Bocas del Toro, learning some Spanish, enjoying the beach, food, drinks, sightseeing, and dancing in the evening. They met 2 young Dutch men there who they spent a lot of time with, as well as several international young men. Lisanne wrote shortly after arrival in her diary, quote, What a trip. Luckily, I almost forgot about it already upon arrival in the beautiful and cozy Boca del Toro. I would not want to be found dead in San Jose, although the chance of this is quite high in San Jose. But I could live in Bocas for the rest of my life, maybe when I ever retire. I am sitting in the sun, which I can't hold out much longer, by the way, in parentheses, hot, exclamation point. And I take a good look around me at my new accommodation for the next 2 weeks. The heat is already very special, by the way. Even in the shade, I have a feeling that I can still burn alive. But despite this, the sun is actually quite nice. How intensely happy it can make a person. Kittens, stray cats, yes, they are regular customers here. They walk everywhere. Just like mini salamanders, even in the shower. If they manage to keep the spiders away, they actually become my best friends. We have also seen a dolphin, the ultimate enjoyment. Drinking from a coconut, a real one, yes, and getting sunburned. I worked well on my tan. What more do you want? She went on to describe Spanish classes, excursions where they saw dolphins, sloths, and bounty islands, and evenings of eating and drinking and dancing with their new-made friends. Kris wrote about their travel to Bocas. Quote, the bus trip was an adventure in itself. The bus trip itself went well, but first we had to speed through San Jose by taxi because we had no cash on us. When we got out in Sixaola, we and 2 locals were the only ones left. We had to just figure out for ourselves how to get to the border. The bus driver only spoke Spanish. We were sent one way, and with our backpacks, we really stood out among the locals. We arrived at the border, which consisted of an old bridge. It was very bizarre to cross the border that way. Once on the other side, we arrived at a building where we had to pay money for a sticker on a passport, in quotations. I think we were scammed. When we stood at what real immigration checkpoint, a man approached us and asked if we had to go to Bocas. We were a bit suspicious because we didn't know very well if we could trust him. All the people were in a great hurry because they thought we would not be able to catch the last boat. For this reason, we decided to just jump in the car and hope for a happy ending. You know what's weird? That kind of stands out to me as well. Did that happen when they were supposedly taken by taxi to the trail? Allegedly, if that story is true, on April 1st. And also this shows just these journal entries are available to show that these girls are cognizant of scammers, of potentially deadly and dangerous situations where they could be kidnapped. So it's not like they're completely oblivious to these possibilities. They're literally writing it in their journals. For this reason, we decided to just jump in the car and hope for a happy ending, and it came. After a hellish ride where the driver was driving so fast that I didn't even dare to look, we arrived at a small stepping stone for the boat to Bocas. After about half an hour, we finally arrived. When Kris and Lisanne arrived in Boquete 2 weeks later, on March 29th, a city close to the western border of the country with around 19,000 inhabitants, it's not that small, huh? It's, kind of small, but not super small. It soon after turned out that their appointments had changed. Staff of the children's school, Aura, Gardaria Aura, told them that they could not work there that week as planned. So this is one of the first major red flags I see. Because again, if there's a connection between the school where they're staying with the family and the tour guide, and possibly even the taxi driver, who knows, if they all know their movements and locations, again, I'm not saying this happened in any way. I'm just saying if there was some kind of a setup. Supposedly this Aura character was interviewed and investigated, but who knows how well. And I haven't seen a real reason why they couldn't work or volunteer there as planned that week. But that certainly set off the events. Like, this is technically the inciting incident, right? I mean, this set off all of the following events. The head of the children's school had other things to do elsewhere, and they had no time or place for them, despite earlier made agreements. So apparently this was all confirmed previously. So what things were there to do elsewhere? I mean, that's so vague. I mean, is there a real legitimate reason? Maybe there is, but I haven't seen it cited. The head of the school also complained later that she could hardly understand the girls as they spoke no Spanish. So is that really the real reason? But wouldn't it have been determined earlier whether they needed to know Spanish or not to work there? And was that the real reason? Because we're about to get into that they were supposedly rescheduled for later. Why would, unless that was just to blow them off. But if they truly were rescheduled for a later week, how could that be if Spanish truly was the requirement? So if that was the reason they were turned away, I mean, I don't know. Or did she just kind of make that up? So again, just reading the blog here, they did understand her, however, when she made it clear to them that she, quote, needed no volunteers, end quote. Kris and Lisanne were sent away. All their preparations had been for nothing, and all their plans went down the drain at that moment. Especially Lisanne did not take this setback well, as they planned everything meticulously at home with the help of the travel agency they used called Het Ander Reizen, roughly translated as a different type of traveling. Hans Kremers, Kris's father, also stated in a Dutch talk show that the staff from the Spanish language school in Boquete, who had helped to organize the volunteer work, so they were the school itself were the ones who wanted volunteers, had even sent a confirmation email on Friday 3 days before they were supposed to start their volunteer work. So this is curious, because when I went through this before, I was assuming it was like a last-second thing where things changed, so they had possibly made the plans weeks earlier, and it was just poor planning. Here, apparently, Kris's father, I don't know if this has been backed up, but he's stating that there was a confirmation email just 3 days before, confirming their start on the Monday. But the reality was that Lisanne texted her parents that day, quote, "We have been sent away. I am really very disappointed," end quote. A few hours later, Lisanne texted her mother, Diney, that they were trying to find another spot for them to do volunteer work and that they would go for that. Meanwhile, this is kind of weird. So the school was trying to find another spot. So they were like, well, we don't want you guys, but maybe we can find somewhere else for you to go. This is all very weird. I mean, what was the volunteer work working with children? I mean, what was it, though? Is it just helping out extremely young children? I mean, why wouldn't they just let them do that if that's what this was about? I mean, I don't know. Meanwhile, the girls stayed with a local host family in Alto Boquete, which is situated south of Boquete, for 4 weeks. Miriam Guerra often houses international students and had a room for the girls in the main house. Miriam described the girls as smart and shy. In this local newspaper article, she also stated that the girls were restless. It's an interesting, that's an interesting choice word. Restless. This was in an article in PanamaAmerica.com.pa. She said that on the first evening there, Kris read a book in the girls' bedroom while Lisanne kept Miriam some company in the living room. Despite not speaking very good Spanish, Lisanne managed to explain to Miriam that they didn't yet know what to do with their newfound free time. Okay, so they don't have good Spanish, but they have some kind of basic Spanish. Okay. Miriam suggested the local school Casa Esperanza to them, which requested intermediate Spanish language skills. The same probably applied to the Ora Children's School. Casa Esperanza offered similar type of work, but the girls had told her they already tried that place in vain. Miriam also recalled to a Dutch newspaper that Lisanne had coughed a lot as she was asthmatic. This is another detail that I don't know that is mentioned, but it seems to be very critical in figuring out a lot of these things. It has not been confirmed, as far as I know, if Lisanne had actual asthma or that the journalist just called it asthma. But in reality, Lisanne had a cold, a sore throat, or perhaps even some issues with the higher altitude in Boquete. It seems more likely to have been a cold. Either way, Miriam recalled that Lisanne was not feeling too well and also had a sore throat. Miriam didn't believe they would voluntarily go on a very long hike the next day. Let me repeat that again. So this is the woman that is housing them. She's stating here that she didn't believe that they would voluntarily, interesting word there, go on a very long hike the next day. I mean, who knows, though? Because, I mean, you can be feeling kind of crappy, and the next day you could be feeling great. But we'll examine that. But the girls eventually did decide to explore the area the next days. Miriam brought them breakfast in their rooms Sunday, March 30th, their second day in Boquete, and learned that the girls planned to walk around Boquete to learn more about the place. Photos show them out and about in Boquete that Sunday. They came back home before sunset. They are claimed to have planned all sorts of sightseeing tours for the next week, starting on Wednesday, April 2nd until Saturday, with the help of staff of the local language school they attended called Spanish by the River. So I'm assuming they attend this school to learn Spanish themselves. They're saying they attended the school. This is not the school that they're going to volunteer at. Okay. Unless this is mistranslated. But this is another coincidence. So they have all these plans, so everybody knows about all these plans from Wednesday, April 2nd. They go missing on April 1st. Does anybody else find that coincidental? I simply can't write off all these variables as all coincidental. They're turned away from the school. Now, maybe one or more of these really are innocent accidents. I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying these variables seem to be critical in figuring out what happened. Because they make all these plans, and if all these people know each other, from these schools to where they're staying, because international students often stay with Miriam. Now, I'm not suggesting Miriam is complicit, but if all the international students are known to stay there, then the locals or any potential bad actors, they would know that they were staying there. I mean, even the tour guides know that they're staying there. This Dutch, they claim to have planned all sorts of stuff with the help of the staff of the local language school they attended. So the staff at the Spanish by the River school that they attended helped them set up all these sightseeing tours. This Dutch-run Spanish school, so it's Dutch-run, so I mean, I guess that would lessen the chance that they would set them up, although that doesn't mean a rogue employee wouldn't do them. Has multiple locations, including one in Bocas del Toro called Spanish by the Sea and one near Boquete called Spanish by the River. In fact, this location was situated only a few houses from Miriam's place, so it's only a few houses down from Miriam's place in Alto Boquete, and Kris and Lisanne dropped in there many times, also to check things on the school's computers and use their Wi-Fi. When replacement volunteer work proved difficult to arrange for the first week of April, the girls showed interest in local day tours, such as climbing the local volcano and visiting a local coffee plantation and a strawberry farm. But for Tuesday, they had nothing planned yet, perhaps to save money because hiring a guide in Boquete can cost up to $35 or $45. In this article, it is said by a local tour guide that he charged $25 per tourist for a tour on the trails around Boquete. It doesn't seem that crazy if it's like a multi-hour tours. Okay, so again, is this all coincidental? The school that they go to learn, this Dutch-run school with computers, Wi-Fi, etc., that helped them set up everything, it's only a few houses down from where they are staying. On Tuesday, April 1st, 2014, they set out on a hike so they're turned away the day before. So they're turned away Monday, so the next day, and they make plans for Tuesday, official guided tour plans for Tuesday. So on April 1st, and supposedly Lisanne might not have been feeling good. On Tuesday, April 1st, 2014, they set out on a hike on the Pianista Trail, Sendero La Culebra, which is a well-known path that brings walkers to a summit around 8-kilometer distance from Boquete, meanwhile passing clouded forests and meadows. So again, the thing to reiterate here, this is a very well-known trail, or at least well-known from the area. So would that be the top spot to abduct someone from? I don't know. I don't know if there have been any other foreigners who have been reported. Supposedly there were missing persons cases, and of course the bodies that were found amongst the remains of these two. So did they prey on locals? I'm not aware of internationals that have been preyed upon. Haven't seen that. If anybody does know that was confirmed, but there were supposedly missing locals as well, but not internationals, as far as I can see here. Here you can see a post from a hiker who made beautiful photos on this trail to get an impression of its beauty. Here's a video of people walking the trail. The girls wrote prior to the hike on Facebook that they intended to walk around Boquete. So, on Facebook, are we assuming that they wrote this? They wrote this at a couple houses down, at using the computers and the Wi-Fi? I mean, we don't know where they wrote this on Facebook, but regardless, whether they were able to do it on their phone or not, or a couple doors down from where they were staying, they made their plans known that it was to walk around Boquete, not to hike. So that's quite far. It's not that close. So they're completely different plans advertised on Facebook. So, can it be, did anybody see them use the computers? I would like to know that as well, if that was ever investigated. Like that morning when they posted that comment. They also sent Kris's boyfriend, Stefan, an SMS message, according to Lisanne's mother, to say that they were going for a hike that Tuesday. A taxi is said to have picked them up and brought them to the start of the trail, which is about 9 kilometers north of the Spanish language school and their host family's house. The taxi driver declared that he dropped them off in the afternoon, 1:40 p.m., and 2 staff members of the language school confirmed at the time that they had seen the girls leave there shortly after 1 p.m. But the clock on the digital camera suggests that Kris and Lisanne started their hike around 11 in the morning. Okay, wow. A few issues here. Has the clock on the digital camera been verified to be accurate, though? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen if so and how they did that. That's one issue. Another issue, supposedly, I've seen theories that actually have stated that all of these witnesses, either intentionally or innocently, were confused about the day, and the hike was not that day. But anyway, continuing on here, this is one of many inconsistencies in the story, so be prepared for a lot of confusing storylines to come. According to her father and her boyfriend, Kris had last contact with Stefan around 2 p.m. that day by phone. Hans did not specify whether this was a phone call or a text or another form of contact. So this is kind of weird. So if they are confirming that the text or possible phone call, I guess it was usually text. So if it was text and the texts match up with the camera, but they don't match up with all the witnesses, because the witnesses, the taxi driver, and the staff members at the language school are on the same page. And it's possible that the phone camera and the text messages are on the same page, but these are two different timelines. Which one is accurate? Lisanne and Kris wore light clothing that day, shorts and a tank top, and didn't bring much with them other than a light backpack, some money, their mobile phones, a separate digital camera, a water bottle, and most likely some food or snacks, although no wrappers of anything but small sweets were found, and Lisanne's brother later said he didn't think they brought any food at all. So they were dressed for a short trip. That doesn't sound like they're going on an 8-kilometer hike. I mean, I don't know. On a multiple kilometer hike. Residents at the start of the trail have later declared to a Dutch journalist, as well as a TV crew, that they warned the girls not to walk up there by themselves. And the same had been told to them during an introduction talk by one of the school staff members. Has that been verified, though? Residents at the start of the trail. What does residents mean? People that live right next to the start of the trail? Huh. But the girls dismissed these worries, and there was word that they took a local dog named Blue, or Azul in Spanish, along, who was from the restaurant owners at the start of the trail. Suspicion rose, however, when the dog owners declared that Blue returned to Boquete the same day without the two girls. You know what else is interesting? If they had a dog expert kind of analyze Blue, is this the type of dog that would just leave two girls to be abducted? Like, what are the circumstances? I mean, some people say they didn't even take the dog with them, so we don't really have any of this information corroborated. But just to do a full investigation, what type of dog was this? Was this the type of dog that would just bark like crazy and raise a racket if there was some kind of abduction? Or was the abduction not started as an abduction? Were these local guys they went with, and she didn't want to tell her boyfriend that they were hiking the trail with one or two other guys they had met and drank and danced with or whatever? And we'll get to... There's actually a deleted, this is huge speculation. I might have to do a whole episode on this. There's a deleted photo. There's one specific deleted photo from the digital camera. Does this photo reveal this guy? I don't know. But if it was a Dutch guy or some other foreign guy that they were hanging out with, did he have some kind of dark plans for them so it didn't start out as an abduction? So everything's happy, and then something at some point in the hike, they realize something is wrong. But anyway, continuing on here. Okay, the host family is said to have searched the area surrounding their home once they realized that their guests had not come back in the evening but found no signs of the girls. Giving them the benefit of the doubt, the host family decided they would wait until morning to continue their search. But in another interview, the host mother said she was simply unaware that the girls were not home on Wednesday morning, and said she left them breakfast before going to work, thinking they were sleeping in. It is often hard to be sure which version of a story found in the media is correct, especially when people provide different details in different interviews. Yeah, this is a huge problem. If this is true, that this host mother gave two directly conflicting stories, Or was one member of the family, I mean, it doesn't say how many members of the host family there were. Is it possible one member knew they weren't home and the host mother didn't? But I don't know. There's a theory that they might have not went on the hike, or if they did return. And something happened in their room, and whoever did something to them staged it and set up these photos from a different day and all of that to make it look like they went missing on the actual hike. Obviously, a number of people would have to be in on this for this to be true, but again, we're talking... I mean, it's not like this is unheard of even in first world countries of a setup like this. But in this small town village, I mean, who knows how many people could be intimidated by gang members or whatnot. Kris and Lisanne were said to have been scheduled with a local guide for a private walking tour at 8 a.m. the next day, Wednesday, April 2nd. But they never showed up for this appointment, which makes you wonder why they didn't just wait for this Wednesday to tour out to venture out with a knowledgeable local instead of going out hiking alone on Tuesday already. And here's another thing again. Maybe they didn't go out hiking, or maybe they did with some other guy or some who knows, with who knows whom. Because then they wouldn't have been going out alone. I mean, these are major questions. These are major questions. That deleted photo is very suspicious, though, because were they truly not alone? Did they go with someone and that's what made them feel safe to do so? I mean, I definitely think the locals, not that they know more, but there's definitely locals who suspect. I think there's a lot of local theories, and they suspect what happened, and their suspicions might be accurate. I mean, just looking at some of these photos on this blog, like of these girls at the airport just so happy and excited to be traveling. I mean, this is what makes it so tough to get through this case. There's just something haunting about this case. I guess that's the best word to describe it. This is just such an extremely haunting case. And it would be just that much more haunting if it really was some kind of setup situation involving locals and law enforcement. Not that law enforcement was directly complicit, but if they knew of a gang or whatever, family members in a gang, they're not going to actively try to solve this thing. It was at this point that the tour guide went to look for the girls at the house of the nearby host family. And later that day, in the early evening, he and a staff member from the language school contacted the authorities and the girls' families. The next morning, Thursday, April 3rd, authorities are said to have conducted an aerial search of the forest as well as a foot search with the help of local residents. Scroll down here for a follow-up blog post for a detailed timeline that chronicles all the Cineproc search activities. We'll get to that later. So, red flag here. So if this is just a regular tour guide, would he really contact the authorities, though? He and a staff member from the language school contacted the authorities. Like, if he works for the school, maybe, but if he's just a random local tour guide, I mean, it's not really his problem if customers don't show up, right? Some people allege that he knows something, whether he was directly responsible or not. He knows something, and he injected himself into the investigation. But clearly, he knows where the girls live. He went to look for the girls at a house of the nearby host family. So the host family, the school, and the tour guide, and possibly some of these volunteer schools where people are normally volunteer, they all know each other. So I find it kind of creepy that all of these different entities know exactly where the girls live and their movements. I just find that weird. I just can't write that off as that doesn't count. That's completely nothing. Because if somebody wanted to harm them, I mean, they have all this information about where they are and where they're going. The families of both Kris and Lisanne hadn't heard from their daughters since April 1st. Before that date, the girls had regularly contacted their parents and updated them through calls, WhatsApp messages, SMS text messages, and Skype. Kris had last sent an SMS message to her boyfriend, Stefan, saying that they were going to hike that Tuesday. Kris's mother, Roly, had sent her a message on Wednesday, but it had been left unanswered. Kris normally responded quick, within an hour, but now she remained silent. Kris's father, Hans Kremers, said that they sent another message to Kris on Wednesday evening, April 2nd, asking if all was okay and if she could contact them, but again, they heard nothing. Hans Kremers characterizes his daughter and her friend as responsible, down-to-earth girls who do not easily run into trouble. If they deviated from their plans, they always let their parents know. And he described them as serious and punctual. Quote, they would never go away for that long without letting us know, end quote. Lisanne's mother told in this talk show interview that after the girls found out on Monday, March 31st, that they had to fill up their time in Boquete because their volunteer work had been delayed, Lisanne had sent her mother a last WhatsApp message saying that they had visited a masseuse. But she added, Mum, she is a Dutch massage lady, a masseuse called Sigrid. The massage took place at Sigrid's home in Boquete. Lisanne would never go to some creepy dark place as she had to feel it was right. Denny later said about her daughter, and Lisanne's father, Peter, had said on TV that the pair would not have just gone out for the night without informing their parents at home about it. Quote, no, she would certainly have told us that they would be going out or would be back late. They would not just leave like that, end quote. In other words, sensible girls, but they weren't unsociable either. In Bocas, they freely enjoyed the usual young people's preferred pastime habits, drinking, dancing, and meeting other young people. So what happened to them? A co-worker of the Boquete Equestrian Center mentioned to have seen the girls before April 1st. He stated, quote, they were hot and sweating and red from walking, so all things point to them not being acclimatized to altitude no matter how fit they are, end quote. Although it is not certain that he actually saw Kris and Lisanne and not other tourists. Redness in the face is not that rare for Northwestern Europeans with pale skin. I myself get red cheeks also from exercise, for instance, but in Lisanne's case, her coughing, shortness of breath, and asthma or cold symptoms may perhaps have made the strenuous exercise more difficult, especially in a humid climate with hills and mountains. The Pianista route brought the girls to a height of 6,200 feet above sea level, with the trail starting at an altitude of 4,192 feet. They had to climb around 610 meters over the space of 2 miles. And by all accounts, Lisanne was not 100% fit at that time. When the parents still hadn't heard anything by April 6th, one of the girls' parents boarded a plane along with detectives from Netherlands. Together, police, dog units, and Dutch detectives searched the forests for a solid 10 days. Kris and Lisanne's parents soon offered a reward of $30,000. But even this didn't bring them any new information. Nothing was heard or seen from the girls for weeks, months. Then, after about 10 weeks, on June 11th, a local woman named Irma Mirando found Lisanne's blue Lycra backpack, and it was handed to the police on June 13th. Irma and her husband, Luis Atencio, found it near a rice paddy, stuck between a rock and the river on the bank of the river Culebra near the village of Alto Romero. This hamlet is situated in a remote area in the district of Valle Risco, nearly 17 kilometers away from their host place Boquete, and 10 to 15 kilometers, at least 14 walking hours from the location where the girls were last seen. People from the Justice Department picked up the backpack with a helicopter the next day. In an interview, the woman who found the bag told the interviewer that she and her husband first called a local cattle rancher, later identified by her as local tour guide F's brother, Jose Domingo, as the couple worked for the Gonzalez family. Okay, hold on a second. So the local tour guide is identified as F here. I guess his name hasn't been made public. So the tour guide's brother is a local cattle rancher. So Jose Domingo, the couple work for the Gonzalez family. So she first called, or her husband first called the cattle rancher instead of the police. Okay, that's weird. About the finding, and that he called the police for them and handed the bag to the police a day later. So this is kind of weird. I also read that the couple may have first cleaned the backpack before handing it over to the police, as in rinsing it off. And there was actually some minor dirt found on the bag. In the media, the bag was nevertheless described as clean and dry with dry content. Okay, hold on a second. What is everybody thinking? Because the first thing I'm thinking, so the woman who found the bag, the first call she makes is not to the popo. It is not to the local popo. It's to the tour guide's brother. That's the first call she makes. Now, what's weird is she admits this in an interview. That's kind of weird, because if there's something shady going on, why would she ever admit that? Now, did this tour guide's brother, did he call the tour guide, and did he and the brother, did they possibly remove things from the bag? How thoroughly was it cleaned and wiped down? We don't have any of this information. We don't know any of this. It's just weird. But apparently, the woman who found the backpack admitted that her first call was not to the popo, but to the brother of the tour guide. Okay, let's continue here. You can also see this in the above photo of the bag. The still was taken from a video by the persons who found it. Everything looks dry and clean in that photo as well. Okay, that's weird. Did they actually video the first instance of finding it? Or did they recreate finding the backpack for the purpose of the video if the goal is to steer the investigation away from the truth? We know from the police files that there actually was some dirt on the bag, as well as some yellowish brown clay at the ends of the strap of the bag, and some plant fragments and loose sand inside the bag. So this is apparently... So this information is coming from imperfectplan.com, where there's a lot of reports listed here, including the items that were found inside the backpack. It was a Burton brand backpack, light blue straps, black accents, and a blue and purple pattern. Yeah, there's more info here. Let's go through this. Items uncovered, backpack and contents analysis by Kris, posted on imperfectplan.com, March 16th, 2021. This is a brief analysis of the backpack and the backpack's contents, which were discovered by search teams after Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon disappeared in Panama 2014. The discovery of these items were an important part of the investigation into their disappearance. If you're new to the case, please consider reading the main introductory article. Unfortunately, the case was never investigated thoroughly, nor was the public informed about very much about the case until recently. More information has been disclosed about the case in the last 6 months than in the past 7 years combined. This article was written by Matt, who previously wrote about the night photos and the Mirador photos, and a forensic analysis of the phone usage data. Matt has worked closely with myself and Romain in order to find new info and move the case forward. Romain also published an article with his own analysis of the backpack contents in French. They actually have really good write-ups here. We'll be going through the photo analysis later. Backpack contents. This is Matt's findings. This article is based on official data that was made available to me by an anonymous source. Here I'll discuss the backpack that is seen in the day photos from the time it was found until it was forensically examined. Please note that the info is being withheld by the author to protect the privacy of people involved. Where this is done, it is marked with withheld. Also, the name of the person who found the backpack has changed to protect their privacy. The backpack was found on June 11th, 2014 by the Culebra River in the district of Valle Risco, community of Alto Romero, roughly 10 to 15 kilometers north of the Mirador. It was found by Jane Doe, who went to the river to take a bath. She noticed the backpack with some driftwood at the shore of the river near huge boulders and decided to investigate it. Upon opening it, she discovered that the backpack contained cell phones, a camera, and other items. It was the first time in a long time she had gone to the river to wash, as she usually uses a creek closer to her residence. Therefore, it is not known for how long the backpack could have been there. Upon notifying her husband about her discovery, they called the authorities, who came to inspect the findings the next day. And it's curious, they leave out a lot of info that is gone over on the Coup de Casse blog spot. But you know what's weird, though? This case would have possibly never been moved forward without the backpack. In which case, did someone clean the backpack, sanitize it to whatever degree they thought was necessary with possibly manipulated images and cell phone calls? Otherwise, why not just keep the backpack hidden forever? I don't know. It's just weird. Or was it really just sitting there out in the open the whole time? Nobody ever saw it? The following items were found inside the backpack. 1 black and dark gray Samsung camera with battery. Note by author, this is an error and means Canon, as the author confirmed on pictures that the camera shown matches the Canon SX270HS. 1 16 gig memory card, 1 black camera case, 1 white Samsung cell phone with battery but no SIM card, and no memory card, and a light blue cover. Some money was kept under the case. This is also interesting because some believe the police severely manipulated the evidence, possibly blaming the police for deleting the one photo. But anyway, let's continue here. 1 black iPhone with red cover, 1 black bra, 1 flower pattern bra, 1 pair of pink rectangular sunglasses not worn or damaged. What does that mean, not worn? Ever? Like it's brand new? 1 pair of black round sunglasses not worn or damaged, 1 key with a blue keychain, 1 small personal item. I don't know what that means. A card stating the name L. Froon, date withheld, customer number withheld, a total of $88.30, 1 snail, and 1 small seashell. Note that pictures of the content of the backpack show a water bottle. A water bottle is, however, not listed as official content. So there's clear discrepancies all over the place here. In other official data, it is reported that there was also a small combination padlock in the backpack. It is noteworthy that no SIM card was reported to be in the Samsung phone, as later on there is a SIM card related to this phone. It is possible this is an oversight of the person taking the inventory, just as the brand of the camera seems to have been recorded incorrectly. Canon SX270HS. It is not known if the camera was still functional after it was found. However, on photos of the camera that the author has seen, it does not appear damaged. The SD card was accessible, which is not uncommon, since digital flash media can survive in water, especially fresh water, for long periods of time. Apple iPhone 4, it is not known if the phone was still functional. However, it was possible to take an image of its permanent memory. On photos of the phone that the author has seen, it does not appear damaged. Samsung Galaxy S3, it is not known if the phone was still functional. However, it is possible to take an image of its permanent memory. On photos of the phone that the author has seen, it does not appear damaged. Backpack DNA analysis. A total of 13 DNA samples were taken of the straps, zippers, and edges of the backpack. Out of the 13 samples, DNA was found in only 3 of the samples. Sample 1, DNA main profile, female A. DNA side characteristics, at least 1 unknown person, at least one of whom is male. Sample 3, DNA profile, female B. Sample 5, DNA mix profile, at least 2 unknown persons, at least one of whom is male. The fact that the backpack was outside for an unknown amount of time and in the water made obtaining meaningful DNA evidence difficult. No DNA match for the samples could be obtained from criminal DNA databases. The DNA samples is also not match the DNA of Kris and Lisanne. The DNA from Kris and Lisanne would have been on the backpack at some point, but was no longer present when the DNA samples were taken after the backpack was found. It is likely that their DNA was washed off in the water. If their DNA was washed off, then also the DNA of anybody who potentially handled the backpack before it went in the water would have also been washed off. There was confirmed DNA of 2 females and 1 male, and possibly more DNA profiles on the backpack. It should be expected that the DNA of Jane Doe and her husband was on the backpack, which explains 1 female and 1 male DNA. However, there is still the DNA of 1 additional female and potentially the DNA of more people. This is not a concern, as the backpack was further touched by the male police officer who collected it, and another person in the chain of custody before being tested. But was that other person female? So there's potentially an unknown female DNA on this. The DNA analysis should not be... Well, actually, did they take the DNA of the Jane Doe? Because if her DNA doesn't match who's on the backpack, what does that mean? Obviously, it would be expected that it's hers, but was that actually done? The DNA analysis should not be overvalued, as DNA found is most likely from the persons who found and handled the backpack after its discovery, or shortly before, right? After the water, but before the discovery. If these are the culprits that set it up to be found. Huh. The other thing that's weird... Like how, somebody must have found the backpack after the fact, even if there was no foul play. If they somehow got separated, the phone, both phones are in the backpack. I mean, this case really doesn't make any sense. I mean, you try to come up with explanations, and there's really not much here. Like, what is it? What is a non-foul play scenario where this could have happened this way? I can't think of any. One of them dies by accident. The other one continues to carry her cell phone. The camera has it zipped up. Their shorts folded, not next to the backpack. They're all over these distances. Is there a succumbing to the elements, but why? So she took off the backpack at some point. It becomes lost at some point with all the stuff in it. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how anybody can explain that. Okay, let's go back to Kudekas Blogspot. We know from the police files there was actually some dirt on the bag, as well as some yellowish brown clay at the ends of the straps of the bag, and some plant fragments and loose sand inside the bag. There were also some translucent plastic fragments found in the bag. There is uncertainty about whether or not the bag was found to be wet. It looked normal in the photo. Not even the turquoise flap of fabric of the bag looks wet or to have sustained water damage. And with this, there is no evidence that the bag was ever wet by the time it was found, even though that would have seemed likely considering the place where it was detected. The backpack was not described as wet or dry in the police files either. It seems, therefore, unlikely that the backpack was really wet by the time investigators got it in their possession, which was at least 48 hours later, but this is unverified. The money bills inside the backpack were dry and not decomposed. The metal parts of the bras were not really rusted, and the camera still worked. Police assumed the bag had drifted up by the river to the spot where the local woman noticed it. It had been raining heavily in the prior few weeks, and some people believe that the backpack did not look like it had spent weeks in a wet, muddy jungle and river, having endured 72-something days in a highly humid rainforest, in fact. Good points. Good points. A local investigator named Martin Ferreira O'Donnell later also shed some doubt on some of the details in Irma's and Luis's statements. There are already different stories circulating about where exactly the bag was discovered. It was either found in a rice paddy or stuck in the middle of the river underneath some rocks, but Irma said that she was alone at the river when she found the backpack and went home to show it to her husband, Luis. Whereas Luis has testified to the police that he was right there at the river when Miranda saw the bag and took it along. Their stories do not line up in that respect. Irma and Luis also both declared to the police that it was the very first time they went to this rice paddy. It says so in the police files. But does that make sense? Who normally worked on that rice paddy? Why walk at least 2 hours to go to this specific spot to wash your clothes? And what are the odds of ending up exactly where the backpack of Kris and Lisanne was supposedly lodged in the river? Seeing it by chance as Irma was doing her thing. Then there is the phone call that Boquete police got the next morning informing them about the discovery of the bag. It wasn't Luis or Irma who called, but a man called Domingo Gonzalez, brother of guide F. Domingo, the cattle ranger. Irma and Luis were employees of guide F and his family, who owned land in Alto Romero region and several of the village. Wait a second. The people who found the bag worked for the tour guide? Or the tour guide's brother? Either way, the tour guide's family. Anybody find that weird? I mean, it's not like this is a village of 500 people. I mean, it's whatever it was, 17,000 was the population. Well, possibly more, because that might not include the surrounding villages. So we're talking tens of thousands of people here. So statistically, like, what are the likelihoods here? The police report also mentions several details from the forensic analysis of the backpack. The attachment of one of the straps had partly come loose. The plastic closures contained deep scratches. The fabric of the bag showed some signs of discoloration in various places, possibly by abrasion. A rectangular piece of the fabric of approximately 30 by 15 millimeters in the top right corner was missing, showing straight edges at the location of the damage. And close by, there was a straight tear in the fabric of the bag of approximately 10 millimeters. This big tear was located near and parallel to a seam. It was determined to have been caused by a sharp edge. The precise nature of this edge, whether it was a natural sharp edge or a man-made sharp object, has not been determined. But going by the photo taken of the bag, it does appear to hang upside down on a nail in the wall. With this tear, the material polyester urethane was found. This material is frequently found as foam or elastomer, but the origin of this specific piece of material remains unknown. Matt had access to the official police files and concluded, quote, although the damage of the backpack, scratches and abrasion, is consistent with traveling in a river and rocks, the damage is very light and probably not consistent with the travel of many kilometers in a wild river, end quote. An inhabitant of Alto Romero called Guide Tony was present when police came to Alto Romero by helicopter and opened the backpack. He told podcast makers that he saw it and says that despite being wet, the backpack was in pretty decent shape. Having extensively been exposed to the jungle for 10 weeks, it had held up. It was damaged but intact. He also mentioned that he saw how the cell phones and money, all those things, were taken out of the plastic bags. It has not been reported on or cleared up since in what sort of plastic bags the phones and such were found inside the backpack, or whether or not Kris and Lisanne ever carried their devices in protective plastic bags. Okay, this is weird. So supposedly, this alleged witness said he saw the police handle the backpack, and all of these phones and camera were all in protective plastic bags inside the backpack. I mean, who carries that? I mean, who going for a light hike carries all their stuff that way? I mean, that's a little weird. I don't know. Soon after its discovery, a photo of the backpack started circulating in the Panamanian media. In this Panamanian news item, the photo of the backpack was shown on June 17th, 2014. It showed both the bag and its content, possibly providing the first real clues about what might have happened to the girls. Everything inside the backpack was in good general condition. In it were 2 folded up bras, 2 undamaged pairs of sunglasses, one pink, one described as black, both girls' mobile phones, a white Samsung Galaxy from Lisanne with battery, and a black iPhone with a red cover from Kris. Neither looked damaged. A digital Canon PowerShot SX270HS camera with battery and without a lens cap, described as a Samsung camera by mistake in the police files, which did not look damaged. A black camera case, a 16 gig memory card, a SanDisk, a type of identity or insurance card from Lisanne, one key with a blue keychain and a small lock, the same type of lock as we can see lying here in the top right corner of Kris's bed, found after they went missing, question mark. Wait, what? I mean, if they got a couple of these different types of locks, if this is after they went missing. It says here the same type of lock was found after they went missing? Huh. The bag also contained a snail and 2 small seashells. Also found inside the bag were 88 American dollars, $87 in cash, and around $1.30 in coin change. Although in this video it is said that they were 83 Panamanian Balboa, the local currency there, which is the same amount in American dollars. Their currency's called Balboa. I'm surprised Stallone never made any movies, any Rocky movies there. That'd be interesting. The photo also shows what looks like a wrapped up sweet, maybe a cough sweet or a lozenge. The police files described it as part of a sweets wrapper. The photo also shows an empty water bottle, one which can also be seen in some of the photos the girls took, like photo 491, where Kris is shown holding up 2 water bottles. But the local cop who described the bag and its contents right after it picked up did not list the second water bottle in the content list of the original police report. The sunglasses with the colored glasses matching the one Lisanne wears in this photo taken on the day she was missing. But Kris seems to wear brown sunglasses there, not purplish ones like the one pictured with the bag. Was it color somehow bleached by the sun? It also seems that the girls did not bring some items which could have potentially helped them, perhaps, such as a compass, an emergency locator beacon, a solar charger power bank, a whistle, or a reserve battery for their phones. Obviously no satellite phone either. No weapons have been found either, no knife, and neither a lighter, for instance. And was the key with a blue keychain also the key of their room, ? Surely they brought it with them. Also, the fact that the backpack seemingly traveled so far up the river raises the question of how it could have stayed afloat, as opposed to sink and get saturated with water in a river that winds for many kilometers and is littered with rocks. This river is said by officials to be able to disintegrate whatever falls into it when the water is high enough. Yet the backpack was found with almost no damage, and with the belongings inside that only endured some water damage. The backpack also seems to have traveled surprisingly far, while items that float in a river are normally more likely to wash up on the shore sooner than later. Although the mobile phones and cameras suffered some water damage, there was no physical damage to the screens of the phones or the digital camera, such as cracks or dents. There was 1 SD card, not 2, as has been falsely claimed by some. The local cop who first made the inventory of the bag and its content reported 1 SD card, which was pictured next to the Canon camera together with its battery taken out to dry. And the Dutch NFI investigators also described the existence of only 1 SD card in their report. The DNA analysis of the backpack, a total of 13 DNA samples were reported to have been taken from the straps, zippers, and edges of the backpack. Some DNA was also found on the bras. Out of the 13 samples, DNA was only found on 3 of those samples. They turned out to belong to multiple people, including at least 2 different women and 1 man, but none of those DNA traces were ever matched to anyone. The DNA samples also did not match that of Kris and Lisanne. That seems odd, as they most certainly touched their own backpack and belongings, but their DNA may have washed off in the river water. And if that was the case, then the DNA of any other potential person handling the backpack before it ended in the water could also have disappeared. But because local police did not collect DNA from the people involved in the searches and in the finding of this backpack, police also did not verify if these prints were from the people of the search teams or not. Not even the DNA from the couple who found the backpack was recorded and compared. Although in that case there would still be the unidentified DNA of at least 1 other female left to identify. Local newspaper reported that the woman leading the case, Betzaida Pitti, never further investigated these leads properly. As for the phones and the camera, the Dutch forensic report failed to detect DNA profiles on these phones and the camera. The police files reveal the fingerprints and DNA samples were taken from the 2 mobile phones, but that there was no DNA profile recovered, and that the recovered fingerprints were not suitable for identification. Although, who knows, with improved technology, maybe they can become suitable. Regarding these fingerprints, it was also reported in the local media that as many as 34 different fingerprints were found. 13 on the backpack, 12 on the scotch tape on the phones and the camera, as well as 6 different ones on the bras. No fingerprints were properly recorded, however, from those helping in the searches and handling evidence that was found on site. Not even the investigators themselves always handled the evidence with protective gloves and masks on. On the scotch tape with which memory cards were attached to the mobile phones and camera, detectives later found several fingerprints, but because the police did not wear gloves, it wasn't even to be excluded that the officials were to blame for these fingerprints. But can't they match them up to see if it was theirs or not? The report, and why would they handle the screens of the phone? Even if they're handling it, like normally you'd grab the phone by its edges. So if there were fingerprints on the screens, that might not be the handlers, the police handlers. The report carried out by the Dutch Forensic Institute officially revealed that there were 3 fingerprints found on self-adhesive tape, and that only one of the prints, of which a photograph was sent to the Panamanian prosecutor's office, could have been checked in the Panama database. This, quote, this fact seems to have gone unnoticed by the prosecutor Betsaida Pitti, who so far has not checked the fingerprint with the locals who manipulated the objects or other possible suspects. According to the lawyer Enrique Arocha, defense of the Kremers family, the prosecutor has not taken a statement from the people who handed over the young woman's belongings to the prosecution, and neither has she collected the DNA found on the clothing and other belongings of the girls, he confirmed, end quote. It was later published in the local newspaper La Estrella that one of the fingerprints found on the smartphone matched a Panamanian database. No updates were ever given on this, however. It simply never was cleared up either from whom these fingerprints were. So there's one local newspaper article that, this is weird. As for the bras, the Dutch forensic experts mentioned that 5 of the fingerprint samples failed to obtain DNA profiles. The 6th came from one of the Institute's employees. There were no forensic results of the water bottles examination either. The backpack of the girls also showed minor botanical traces of leaves and soil material. Chris's dad also shared info that there were some minor leaves and sand residue inside the bag. The Dutch Forensic Institute failed to determine the source of these plants for lack of reference. The task was forwarded to the Panamanian prosecution, but to date there are no reports of Pitti having compared these botanical results with the vegetation at the site where those belongings from the girls were found or the surrounding area. Yeah, there's really... Why was nothing done here? This is messed up. Prosecutor Betsaida Pitti also claimed to a local newspaper that the backpack had signs of dragging. No photo evidence of this has been shared in the media to this date. Quote, this suggests, she explained, that the foreigners could have been pushed by one of the tributaries of the river called by the locals as the Culebra, which flows up into the Sanguinola River in Bocas del Toro, end quote. In one of the first articles on the matter, the families of Kris and Lisanne expressed their disappointment in the leaking of the footage of Lisanne's backpack. Quote, the family finds it very distressing that these photos appear in the media. They also show bras, which is, of course, not pleasant, end quote. So, in the next episode, we'll be going over all of the media, the photos, what can be extracted from the data. Were they manipulated in some way? Some people believe most of them are photoshopped. And then, of course, there's the question of the deleted image or the missing image. And we will continue to examine all the different theories here. But this is one of these infamous unsolved mysteries, so to speak, that I actually think there might be enough hard evidence to actually come to a definitive conclusion. And I might, if there is, I might have to make it, because I don't know for any other case, because obviously this is MINDSHOCK. I don't claim anything is true or untrue. However, I can give what appears to be the most likely theory given the current information available. If new information obviously becomes available, then we can now re-examine. But this might be the first case where I might actually have to give an official MINDSHOCK opinion, but one step at a time, plenty more to come. Just, this is one of the most haunting cases, as I've said before. That's why it's taken me so long to start this true crime series. And I don't think it's just me. I think whether it's cosmic consciousness or whatever, just looking at some of these images, it's almost like I think most people know something bad happened here. And it seems like a lot of the mentally weak true crime community members who discuss this case, they just don't want to believe that it was foul play. Even though they know that murders occur. Even though they know that this happens. And in going through this, I've actually found quite a few other cases of tourists gone missing and or murdered in this particular area within 40 miles. So just looking through the case here, I did not have this information at the very beginning of the podcast. It's just looking more and more likely that it is foul play. However, we will continue to examine each and every scenario with the available evidence, but I think the majority of people that are haunted by this case, that just can't stop thinking about this case, it's like all humans know that something bad happened here. We might not know exactly what it is, but the coincidence stack is just getting started. The more I looked at this case, the more and more coincidences popped up and continue to pop up that have no reasonable explanation if they simply got lost on this popular trail surrounded by houses and homes. And it seems like something far more sinister occurred, and that doesn't mean the whole town is in on it. That means a lot of people could be scared. Like the people who found the backpack, they look more scared than anything to me. I don't think, I mean, if I had to guess, again, I'm not saying anything is true or untrue. If I had to guess, I don't think that woman and that man harmed these girls. They might know who did, though. They might have even been put up to so-called discovering the backpack. Who knows? Or even if they weren't, they clearly look scared. Why would they look that scared? I don't know. But we will attempt to get to the bottom of this in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. You want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Missing in Panama series, The Disappearance of Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon. This is episode 2, where we will continue to deep dive into this perplexing case, one of the most mysterious missing persons cases ever, no doubt. And at the same time, also one of the cases with so much information available, yet yielding no definitive answers. Not unlike the Moore Murray case. Not unlike some of these other cases, but it seems where most cases that are not definitively solved. Now, here, it's actually kind of curious, because what is the official ruling here? Because obviously, the government of Panama was pushing Lost in the Wilderness Accidental Death. They were pushing hard. They might be pushing so hard they actually have employees on online forums like Reddit, like the Sham subreddit, the so-called, I mean, it's not official, but I guess the biggest subreddit on the case, which I actually got banned from for simply pointing out that screams would have been heard if they were lost for so many days, which I'll get into. I will get into the exact decibel levels we're talking about here, but Kremers Froon is the biggest subreddit. It's obviously a sham subreddit, only pushing the lost narrative and shutting down all logical conversation regarding the case. And there's a certain few types of cases like this with strange online activity. Because I'm not sure it would just be random people, friends and family of Guide F, for example. I don't think, I don't think they'd be wasting their time. I mean, maybe they would be, but I don't know if they'd just be wasting this amount of time. Like some of these goofs and trolls on this subreddit, I mean, they're on there 24/7 trying to shut down logic and reason. I mean, these goofs are just incapable of critical thinking. Just absolutely incapable of applying any logic or reason of any kind, with extreme basic English deficiency as well. So it's kind of difficult to believe that it's people connected to Guide F. I mean, they're busy, right? I mean, they're working, etc., etc. I mean, but obviously governments have employed so-called trolls and social media steerers. I mean, there's actually, what was it, a couple $100 million went into making fake terrorist videos and posting online. Was that the U.S. government that funded that? I forgot the name of that operation. I talked about it on another podcast. But clearly, some of these governments are allocating a certain budget level. Now, I don't think it would be, I don't think the government of Panama would allocate, hundreds of millions of dollars to this, but maybe 1 or 2 million. I mean, depending on how much they thought it could hurt the tourist industry. So some of these troll goofs, I mean, they're just shutting down all logical discussion. So I actually made a subreddit, Missing in Panama, for anybody who does want to discuss the case logically without any kind of censoring and shutting down logic and reason. So we have a lot to explore here. This is going to be a really long episode. I mean, there's just so much to go over, and the pace is going to be a little bit slower here because I do want to get input from the chat. We have an individual here, Clark, who is actually stationed in the area and is very familiar with the terrain. Extremely familiar with the terrain in that exact area in and around Boquete. So he's been helping us out with just getting more inside info on what it's like. And obviously he, like anybody, who's thinking logically and rationally, these two hikers, I mean, these girls were not incredibly experienced hikers. I mean, they'd been backpacking and doing some basic hiking for a few weeks across these countries, Costa Rica, Panama, but nobody's arguing that they're the best hikers ever. And even if they were, according to Clark, I mean, these experienced military personnel, they still can't traverse that many miles of jungle in the amount of time required to outpace the searchers. Not just that, but I mean, we'll be getting into a lot of stuff. But yeah, so the pace will be slower here. There's a ton to go over, and I will be taking questions and discussing with the chat live here. So again, the pace will be slower, but this is Guide F here, who, again, I would not necessarily be leaning. My main point against Guide F being responsible, he would have to be quite dumb, right? Because if he's openly grabby and handsy with single, solo female travelers before, during, and after this disappearance, I mean, he'd have to be quite dumb. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have knowledge or is covering up for a family member, maybe. Who knows? But anyway, as always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, keep up awareness in all these cases so that victims get justice or at least closure, because if it was accidental death, I mean, closure for their family and friends would be nice. And I mean, there are some theories that the families did have closure. They hired private investigators who have given them information that has never been released to the public. We'll be getting into whatever leaked from that as well. But yeah, it's always so strange where a lot of these mentally weak goofs, who they're just so mentally weak, they can't consider that this could have been foul play because they're too mentally weak to believe it. It's easier to believe they got lost and got hurt. In this magical fairy tale world, it's easier for them to cope with that kind of world world, so they get all instantly triggered anytime foul play is even suggested, let alone logically examined. And it's kind of understandable. For mental midgets, it's understandable why they would be that way. But if you're really about the pursuit of truth and justice and closure, I mean, if it was foul play, I mean, what's the harm in verifying that? Because, or if it wasn't foul play, if they genuinely got lost and it was an accident, I mean, what's the harm in verifying that? Because if it wasn't and it was foul play, like, why do all these brain-dead goofs want these perpetrators to get away with it and harm other people? Like, that's pretty evil. And the other thing they go on about, which is also quite brain-dead, they say, oh, well, podcasters are making money off of these tragedies. Well, first of all, this true crime podcast, as well as many others, we discuss a lot of things the same way we did before there was any kind of monetization. So for years, MINDSHOCK was never even monetized, and YouTube puts ads on it at their own discretion as well. They play a lot of weird games where most of the content on MINDSHOCK is actually demonetized, but it still shows ads and YouTube takes the profit. So the creators are not always in control of all of that. But even if they were, like a lot of these brain-dead goofs chastising those discussing tragedies, they don't even care that they're pushing for justice and closure in these cases by keeping up awareness, which is how cases get solved and closed legitimately. They completely ignore all the mainstream news, which they take as gospel, because obviously we're talking about authority worshipping cultist brain dead goof bootlickers here. All of the news is they're making tons of money on actually exploiting tragedies 24/7 on their news cycles. Like cases that were already closed, they're just airing all this information and showing all these terrible videos of people being harmed and, this rage bait and all of this stuff. And these goofs are silent. They're going after the YouTubers that make, 0.000000001% or even less than that of the money that these mainstream news stations that they watch and, and actually fund by watching through ratings. I mean, it's just the level of brain dead of some of these goofs going after you. Now, there are certain YouTubers, especially the ones that are just re-airing content on closed cases where victims already got justice or they were legitimately closed, and they're doing it in a very, like that one show, what was it, Martinis and Murders or whatever, where they kind of make entertainment out of murder. I mean, that's definitely questionable in taste. I mean, they obviously, people have a right to go after those that are making it entertainment, those that are not actually pursuing truth, justice, and closure. But I would say I mean, again, I don't watch a ton of, believe it or not, I actually don't watch a ton of true crime podcasts just because most of them are so illogical, even if they are well-meaning and promoting awareness to get cases solved. But this is the level of brain dead that we have to deal with people discussing true crime online. Clark asks, is there agenda for tonight? Is it free-flowing question posing? There is an agenda. I have a lot of info to go over, and I'll be going back and forth with the chat while we go over the info. So once again, if you want to help to support the channel, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us get more content out there, not just in true crime, but pushing forward logic and reason. Because in this world, it is quickly going extinct, obviously. There would be no MINDSHOCK if not for that, for logic and reason going extinct. And so many cases are unsolved because of that. If everybody developed logic and reason more, most cases would get solved, especially when there's this much information and this much evidence. There's really no excuse for a lot of these cases not being solved. There's no excuse. You can also help support the MINDSHOCK channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the channel depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Or if you are here with us live, feel free to participate in the live chat. Okay. So hopefully everybody's watched episode 1, because we went over the basic breakdown of the case. Now, for episode 2, I was originally going to go into the metadata of the photos, but I think I want to save that for episode 3 because there's so many more things that I think are more important. Just let me put it this way. Many tech experts, many an expert and computer engineer have stated they do not believe that the photos are 100% authentic. And by that, what they mean is that the camera was messed with. There was some editing. Now, that doesn't mean they weren't there, they weren't in those locations, but it does mean the timestamps are suspect. And I don't know how much disagreement on that there has been. I mean, from what I've seen, it was just given to some of these computer engineers and photo experts, experts in metadata, and I don't know if there are experts claiming it's all legitimate. So I don't think that many experts has been polled. There's only been a few, and they have said that it's not legitimate. The data has been messed with, is what they said. Now that could mean a lot of things. Again, that doesn't mean it was photoshopped or any of these things. It means it's a question mark. That's what that means. And obviously we know that because of the deleted photo, if it was deleted. There is a theory that if the camera was dropped in a particular moment, that could have deleted the media at that moment. So, it's not a guarantee it was an intentional deletion, but that's what most people think. I'm not sure if it's 100%, there's 100% way to know, or if the camera was malfunctioning. Also, again, YouTube might be a little bit laggy here, but we'll do our best. So anyway, I'm not going to go through the metadata on this episode. But just a teaser for the next episode. I'll go over it in either the next episode or the episode after, because I do want to actually go over the exact metadata of the photos, because I think it does matter. Because if it points to manipulation, the entire timeline is called into question. So one of the theories is they went on a super short hike. They came back to their room. Once again, if we look at these photos of their room, it doesn't look like they really packed for a real trip here. Did they pack better, and then when they came back, they weren't going to go out again? Because supposedly one of them didn't even take her backpack. I mean, there's either a phone... I mean, it looks like there might be a phone or an iPod on the bed as well. I mean, either way, it's if they left, came back, and then left again. What does that mean? Pinto Sack asks, why go through and Photoshop it, though? Easier to just throw it in the garbage. I'm glad you brought that up. Here's what I think. I think there might have been two groups of people. One that harmed them, and the second group that enacted the cover-up. Now, the people that harmed them, if they were harmed, if the foul play theory is true, they might not be very bright. Now, they might have assistants, friend, or family who actually really easy answer. Because all of the media attention to close the case, because there's so many clueless goofs when they see on TV, oh, they got lost, had an accident, case closed. Whereas if that determination is not made, so if they plant the backpack and the shorts, which we will be getting into, yes, some people believe the shorts are not legitimate, which we will get into. We will get into. Tsutsaka in the chat, you are going to be muted. I'm going to put you in timeout for 10 minutes. We're keeping this on topic. If you want to discuss the case, that's fine. But everybody's here to discuss this particular case. So, by planting the backpack, they actually brought the case closure. So there's less people out there searching for them because a official or semi-official ruling was made on the basis of that backpack, including the bones. Because, again, maybe the bones are theirs, maybe they aren't. We talked about a little bit with the DNA testing. I don't know how much can be trusted. Because it seems both the Panama authorities and the Dutch authorities, there's some huge question marks in both investigations. And the Panama authorities actually denied Dutch authorities with with tracking dogs. They denied them past the Mirador, which is the end point of the trail. Now, again, people say, oh, well, the girls didn't know it was the end point. That's very valid. But again, it's simply, how can they traverse that much? Here's a helicopter footage of the technical end of the trail. And it's actually not a loop back. Some people think they thought it was a loop, and that's why they got lost. So even though, I mean, look how incredibly dense this jungle is. So this continental divide here, so this is the end of the Pianista Trail. And the continental divide here, at the end, YouTube, of course, being very laggy here. Also, keep in mind, there are little homes all along the way. When I first saw this, I mean, I could bring up the satellite images later. There are little homes all across here. I mean, they're spread out, but still, I mean, you can't go that much distance without hitting a house. There's also all these hidden trails used by locals. So even though there's not tons of locals, there's you know, a couple handful, but they're frequently walking all these hidden paths off the main paths, clearly within earshot, and sometimes within line of sight, according to, you know, the people who reviewed the trail. Furthermore, that's not real. Even though that's the end of the Pianista Trail, apparently there are guides that take tourists way beyond this point. So it is hiked, not necessarily that often, but it is hiked. So it's not like it's pure wilderness where nobody has stepped foot in, like some of those missing 411 cases, which are a completely separate category than this. Anyway, for whatever reason, the Panama authorities denied the Dutch authorities to search beyond this continental divide, beyond the Mirador at the end of the trail. Now, I haven't seen any explanation on why. They might have just thought the girls could never go beyond. However, if they did go beyond, especially if they were motivated to do so, like, for example, if they're being chased, if there's foul play involved, but if one of them really got injured, how far could they have gotten? I mean, that's the level of goofery you deal with some of these people hallucinating they had to have gotten lost, and somehow they were magically not found or heard for so many days. Somehow, magically, the bones in the backpack organically ended up so many miles away. I mean, let's look at the map one more time here before we get into all of the new stuff I'm going to go over. Just give me a second. So this map is actually really good because you can see the marked houses as well. I mean, this is satellite imagery. We can get even more into it. So you could see house, casa, and this is actually Guide F's home, supposedly, not too far, or maybe not his home, but the home of his brother or whoever. Like, look how many homes are around. Like, there's homes everywhere around where the remains are found, around where the jeans were found. All these areas have homes around them, and you can see them on the satellite maps. So this is not pure wilderness. Clark says, could you please touch on the findings of their bodies in recovery? I know about the backpack, but not so much about the remains. Yeah, we'll get to it. Well, I mean, there's so many other things we got to go over first, though, because I wanna really get into the timeline first. And I want to reiterate here, there are so many homes and other trails and paths used by locals just throughout their day-to-day, because they're traveling between Alto Romero. Even Clark in the chat here, you verified that some locals are traveling between Boquete and Alto Romero, but even if they're not, if they're traveling between their farms, coffee plantations, or whatever, cattle, ranches, they're traveling back and forth Alto Romero. they're using a lot of smaller hidden paths that only the locals know about that intersect the main trail here and there, and they would have heard people crying for help. That's why, again, we're dealing with an area that's a super popular, I mean, not this part of it, but even people that got lost beyond the Mirador, they were found frequently, they were found easy within, very quickly, because their screams could be heard, because other people saw them. I mean, it's actually this isn't an area where dozens of people have gotten lost. If it were, we'd be having a completely different conversation. Not that we wouldn't be considering foul play, because of course, let's not fall for false dichotomy logical fallacies. There's scumbags everywhere. Now, furthermore, I'm not sure that this was some kind of planned crime. It might have been opportunity-based, and we will be getting into, some people they might have met. But look at the distance here. Again, there's just homes all over the area. I can't overstate that, because a lot of goofs, I mean, even in the comment section of episode 1, there were like a lot of clueless goofs hallucinating that there's 0 homes, 0 other trails, 0 locals coming and going. Now, again, maybe they did stumble upon them and did something bad to them, but if there was 0 foul play involved, is it possible that they wouldn't have been found? I mean, yeah, anything's possible, but based on all of this information, I mean, it really seems, again, that they weren't found because either they weren't there or someone else was there. Clark says, yes, there is local foot traffic, animal ant trails. There are some scattered squatters and indigenous family units, but I would call it more and more rough the deeper you go in. Yeah, sure, but also keep in mind, everywhere the remains, jeans, and backpacks were found, that's all close to the main trails and the local trails and the homes. So again, if this stuff had all been found way, like, further out into the wilderness away from the homes, then yes, then it becomes very possible they got lost and weren't found. Okay, so let's look at another map here, just with sheer distance. Clark has commented on this as well as, I mean, there's experienced hikers, a lot of professionals have also, professional trackers have mentioned this, that, so just, you know, again here, let's look at this here. If they were, just to reiterate the point here, if, for example, their bones, remains, or shorts or backpacks were found like here, or in this area, or in this area, areas away from other trails and homes, then we could say it's very possible they would have been out of earshot. They would have been so far away from the search teams, but they were found all along the main trail here. This is the main trail, and they were found all along here, and these are where all the homes are. So there are theories that some of the photos were taken in these hidden waterfalls off to the side, and if that's true, how do the jeans end up here, if those are the legitimate jeans? How does fabric end up here? How does the shoe and pelvic bone end up here? How does the backpack end up here? How does this rib end up here? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I mean, I don't see how anybody could logically defend the non-foul play theory here. Unless they're saying they died naturally and then people stumbled upon the bodies and then mutilated the bodies after they were already dead. I mean, that's still that's foul play after their deaths. But for this to all happen naturally, I mean, where is the logical defense here? Now, in most cases, I mean, yeah, the motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, but there's a lot of information here that we can't ignore. Clark said, would also track close to the watersheds. Most trails follow the water downhill. I lived more or less in the jungles 96 to 98, been visiting Boquete since then. Yeah, so it's not just about the official search teams. Like, the local foot traffic would have heard them. Even if they weren't yelling, they might have still heard them because, again, if they traveled along where where their remains, clothing, and backpack were found, this is all very close to trails and other homes. All right, I'm gonna go one more image of a map, and then we're gonna get into the timeline. Just give me a second. There's one more map I want to put up. So, I mean, just look at the miles here. Look at the miles. So, particularly, they're that unexperienced. One of them possibly has asthma or trouble breathing. If one or two of them got injured, like, how could they have traveled this far? I mean, it's 9.3. I mean, look at the mileage here. We're talking 9.3 miles of jungle. I mean, even experienced hikers, military trackers. I mean, how fast could they cover this terrain? History Unleashed said they knew they were there, the locals around two young foreign girls. Here's the thing, History Unleashed. There were many young foreign girls in the area, before, during, and after, that frequently hike, including solo female travelers. I mean, there's most of the time, from what I read, it's usually there aren't that many solo female travelers, but apparently they travel with no issue. But there are frequently duos of female travelers, like this particular duo. That's not rare that there's two girls traveling without males. Apparently, the only other person to disappear was a male, and we're going to get into his case. We may not have time today, but we're going to get into that case because he might have also not disappeared from the trail itself. So, okay. So let's get into the timeline. We have so much to go over here. Just bear with me. Like I said, our pace is going to be a little bit slower today, as I will be referring to the live chat frequently. So going back to Kudaka's blog spot, this is where we left off, I believe. Yeah. So we went over the finding of the backpack, all those issues. Some people are actually theorizing that even the backpack is not really their backpack. Now, that seems outlandish on the surface, but we will actually come back to that when we start examining whether or not the shorts belong to them. So, I mean, this is just a really tough case. On the surface, it seems ludicrous that people would be staging this on this level. But we're going to be diving deep. We're going to be diving deep. So some people believe they just got a backpack the same model as theirs and put some of their stuff in. The other issue is, if there's these uneaten, like this little wrapper, is that uneaten? So how did those snacks, so their keys were also missing. The keys were missing, which is curious, because if the backpack was all zipped up, I mean, did monkeys steal the keys? If so, why would monkeys not steal snacks or anything else? I mean, I don't know. These are just questions that need to be answered. The fact that their keys weren't found, I mean, that's rough. That's rough. So, but Kris's jeans shorts might not have been hers. We'll get into that. Now, if we determine that they weren't hers definitively, I'm not saying we can do that, but if that is done, does that open the door to the backpack not being their backpack? We'll get to all that, but let's continue here. So, okay, here. Okay. Alright, so I'll just pick up a little earlier here. So a co-worker of the Bouquet Equestrian Center mentioned to have seen the girls before April 1st. Andrew, I'll get to the witness statements soon. We'll be getting to those tonight. So this witness said they were hot and sweating and red from walking, so all things point to them not being acclimatized to altitude no matter how fit they are. Although it is not certain that he actually saw Kris and Lisanne and not other tourists, redness in the face is not that rare for northwestern Europeans with pale skin. I myself get red cheeks also from exercise, for instance, but in Lisanne's case, her coughing, shortness of breath, and asthma, cold symptoms may perhaps have made the strenuous exercise more difficult. Again, all of this points to them not being able, or at least I guess, Lisanne not being able to travel that many miles. Especially in a humid climate with hills and mountains, the Pianista route brought the girls to a height of 6,200 feet above sea level. With the trail starting at an altitude of 4,192 feet, they had to climb 610 meters over the space of 2 miles. And by all accounts, Lisanne was not 100% fit at that time. When their parents still hadn't heard anything by April 6th, one of the girls' parents boarded a plane along with detectives from the Netherlands. Together, police, dog units, and the Dutch detectives searched the forest for a solid 10 days. Kris and Lisanne's parents soon after offered a reward of $30,000, but even this didn't bring them any new info. Nothing was heard or seen from the girls for weeks, months. Then, after about 10 weeks, on June 11th, a local woman named Irma Mirando found Lisanne's blue Lycra backpack. Supposedly her backpack. It was handed to police June 13th. Irma and her husband, Luis Atencio, found it near a rice paddy. And again, if it's that close to a rice paddy that's frequented, why didn't they find it earlier? I mean, nobody wants to talk about these things. If it found its way there organically, how did it... Why would they not have seen it earlier? And again, we went over all this info earlier. These people that found it, their story changed numerous times. And also, they look scared. It's almost like they were following orders to find the backpack in order to kind of close this case, to get people to stop looking, stop asking questions, and stop bringing attention to this area. Clark says there's a vibrant land-owning Euro expat class there that I'm sure doesn't want attention of this sort. Yeah, we went over that in episode 1 as well. Clark says it's a volcano, the Continental Divide. There are some cliffs, steep slopes, waterfalls. The combo of heat and altitude could definitely be debilitating. Bad headaches contributes to dehydration. Again, all of these things point to them not being able to make it that far. Like, these are the justification the Losters are using to say it wasn't foul play, but this all supports them not getting that far. So this backpack just magically showed up near a rice paddy one day. On the bank of the river Culebre near the village of Alto Romero. This hamlet is situated in a remote area in the district of Valle Risco, nearly 17 kilometers away from their host place Boquete, and 10 to 15 kilometers, at least 14 walking hours from the location where the girls were last seen. People from the Justice Department picked the backpack up with a helicopter the next day. In an interview with the woman who found the bag, told the interviewer that she and her husband first called a local cattle rancher, later identified by her as local tour guide F's brother, Jose Domingo Gonzalez. And again, what are the chances here? Because we're not talking about just these remote villages with only like dozens or hundreds of people. There's thousands and thousands. I think it was over 10,000 people in this entire area. Not in Boquete, but between Boquete, Alto Romero, all these areas. You're talking about tens of thousands of people here. Way over 10,000 people. Does anybody find that curious? So it just so happens that it's Guide F's brother? The backpack just so happens to show up right next to a rice paddy. Next to this local cattle rancher. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. The couple worked for the Gonzalez family. Okay, so then he called the police for them and handed the bag to the police a day later. So clearly they could have also gone through it. He could have also called Guide F. Here, check this backpack out. Maybe there's something you want to remove from it or wipe it down. Who knows? Because even there was no DNA or fingerprints found from the girls on the backpack either, but there was a bunch of fingerprints found from unidentified people. The rucksack and its contents were photographed. No written documentation was made by investigators about the condition of the finds. In the media, the bag was nevertheless described as clean and dry with dry content. This was based on the one photo taken by the police that made it to the media. Okay, we went over all this in the previous episode. So, continuing on here in the Kudikas blog, I elsewhere read that the couple, Irma and Luis, may have first cleaned the backpack before handing it over to the police, as in rinsing it off, which is unconfirmed. But Irma and Luis later recalled to Harding House and Nenner that I'm assuming those are investigators, that the rucksack was slightly damaged, wet, and full of sand, but in a passable condition. We also know from police files that there was actually some dirt on the bag, as well as some yellowish brown clay at the ends of the straps of the bag, and some plant fragments and loose sand inside the bag. There were also some translucent plastic fragments found in the bag. There is uncertainty about whether or not the bag was found to be wet. It looks normal in the photo. Not even the turquoise flap of fabric of the bag looks wet or to have sustained water damage. And again, the official story by the Panama authorities is that the bag was dragged by the river. Yeah, it looks way too good condition. I mean, even if it wasn't dragged, I mean, who's been on a multi-day hike? I mean, that bag looks near mint. I mean, obviously this photo is not good enough. We need way more photos. But that looks like it was bought at a store relatively recently, hasn't it? I mean, I've done maybe 3-hour hikes with a backpack way dirtier than that. That started off looking like this, but after just a couple hours being put on the ground, picked back up, you know, brushing through trees, it doesn't look anywhere near that clean. Now, again, if they cleaned it, then okay, we don't really know. But if, I mean, even if they cleaned it, how could they clean it that way? If it was being dragged by a river for days or weeks, I don't know. Unless that's not even her backpack, but yeah, this is tough. This is tough. So Clark says, oh, definitely not far at all. I'd be very surprised at more than 8 to 10 kilometers, and that's a stretch, especially without water, and I'm talking gallons, not sips from an Evian bottle. They would have been sweaty. Yo, couldn't they have just been filling up the water from the river, though? That's a good point. Clark says they could easily get hypothermia at night if they were soaking wet with sweat and condensation at night. Clark says gear would be shredded unless it floated. I suspect this was very buoyant. Even if it floated, I mean, just rocks, just being dragged across so many rocks and even branches, I mean, that would cause tears or at least partial tears. I mean, this looked like it was bought in a store recently. I mean, I don't know, call me crazy. There's no evidence the bag was ever wet by the time it was found, even though that would have seemed likely, considering the place where it was detected. The backpack was not described as wet or dry in the police files either. It seems, therefore, unlikely that the backpack was really wet by the time investigators got it in their possession, which was at least 48 hours later, but this is unverified. The money bills inside the backpack were dry and not decomposed. Here's the other thing, too. I mean, it depends on the exact conditions. But if this thing was being kicked around in rocks and branches through a river that has constantly changing water levels, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, how this? It just seems like the backpack and everything in it is in way too condition to have been abused by the river for this amount of time and drug this far. Also, the metal parts of the bras were not rusted, and the camera still worked. Police assumed the bag had drifted by the river to the spot where the local woman noticed it. It had been raining heavily in the prior few weeks, and some people believe that the backpack did not look like it had spent weeks in a wet, muddy jungle and river, having endured 72 something days in a highly humid rainforest. So the photo of the backpack was taken in Lewis's house June 13th, 2014. Okay, so let's just do the final point here on this backpack. Like I said, I've been on hikes that were less than a day, and that completely destroyed much more expensive backpacks than this. History Unleashed says, camera still working is interesting. Clark says, and rot. Literally a brand new set of jungle fatigues would rot in 4 to 5 days, and military rucksacks would have to be replaced often. Yeah, this is not military grade. This is a plain old backpack. I mean, this is like a school pack. Like I said, I've actually bought pretty expensive rugged backpacks, and not that they got all torn up, but I'm talking less than a day. They were beat up, muddy, with some partial tears. Occasionally, I mean, it depends on how rough the hike was, but when you're picking up and putting down the backpack, even gently, that's going to cause wear and tear, let alone being dragged countless miles in a river with rocks and tree branches just knocking it around. A local investigator. Okay, we're going to get interesting here. This is going to get really interesting because this might be the most important individual in this entire investigation. So this is Martin Ferreira. Also, Clark, do you happen to know who this is? I mean, I don't know how much interaction military had, but this is like one of the premier security specialists in the area here. So this is Martin Ferreira O'Donnell. So Martin Ferreira O'Donnell, a local investigator. It'd be crazy if Clark actually knew who this was. Clark says, it is in remarkable condition. I'm skeptical based on the condition of the bag in the photo. I mean, I think anybody would be. That's the thing, too. I mean, not just someone like Clark who's experienced. He's saying they had to replace fatigues and rucksacks pretty often. And those are ones that weren't being kicked around by a river for countless days. Andrew Wolf in the chat says, were the photos rearranged to make it look like they got lost, but they really returned to the Pianista trailhead based on who's wearing the backpack? We're going to get into that in the metadata. That is a very real possibility. Pinto Sack says, maybe that is Clark. No, I mean, I think this guy still lives there. I think Clark said he no longer lives. He's no longer there. So, Clark, do you know who this guy is? Phil says, why did the photos not have timestamp metadata? There is some metadata. We're going to go over all that. Yeah, we're going to go over all those issues. I didn't want to go over them. I want to do the timeline first and the witnesses. So in either the next episode or the episode after that, we'll get into the technical analysis of the metadata. Okay, so Clark, it says, Clark says, don't know the gentleman. Okay, well, I was just wondering, because a lot of times military people, they do know private security in the area. So this guy's like top dog, supposedly, for private security and local investigations. So he might be the most important figure in the investigation, and we'll get to why. So he later shed some doubt on the details of Irma and Luis's statements. There already are different stories circulating about where exactly the bag was discovered. It was either found in a rice paddy or stuck in the middle of the river underneath some rocks. And do we even know if that's true? Because we're just relying on the statements of those who found the backpack. Somebody might have just handed them the backpack at their house and told them to say they found it. Right? We don't know, but they gave two different stories. Rice paddy stuck in the middle of the river underneath some rocks. But Irma said that she was alone at the river when she found the backpack and went home to show it to her husband Luis, whereas Luis testified to police that he was right there at the river when Miranda saw the bag and took it along. Their stories do not line up in that respect. Irma and Luis... Now, I'm assuming there's no language barrier here because this is local police, so... It's not like they told the Dutch investigators a story. I mean, this is the statement to the local police. Clark says, I do have some secondhand knowledge of law enforcement there. Anything pertinent to the case, you think? So, continuing on with the post here. Irma and Luis also both declared to police that it was the very first time they went to this rice paddy. It says so in the police files. But does that make sense? Who normally worked on that rice paddy? That doesn't make sense to me. If you live right next to a rice paddy by the river, you're never going to go there. Like their entire life, that was the first time they went there. That's kind of weird. Because I think she said she went there to bathe. So she went there to... I mean, that's kind of weird. Or to wash her clothes, rather. Why walk at least... Okay, so who normally worked on the rice paddy? Why walk at least 2 hours to get to this specific spot to wash your clothes? What are the odds of ending up exactly where that backpack of Kris and Lisanne was supposedly lodged in the river? You know what's kind of... You know what's weird? So if she walked 2 hours to get to that spot, why did people that live near that spot, like there's homes there, there's the rice paddy there, other workers and people who live there, none of them saw it. Only the people that worked for Guide F's brother saw it and found it. So, what are the odds of ending up exactly where that backpack of Kris and Lisanne was supposedly lodged in the river? Seeing it by chance as Irma was doing her thing. Then there is the phone call that Boquete police got the next morning informing them about the discovery of the bag. It wasn't Luis or Irma who called, but a man called Domingo Gonzalez, the brother of Guide F. Domingo, the cattle rancher. Irma and Luis were employees of Guide F and his family who owned... Wait, so they weren't employees of the cattle rancher? They were employees specifically of Guide F? Who own land in the Alto Romero region and employ several of the villagers. So again, if we're just going by motive, means, and opportunity... So for all the clueless goofs who say that foul play is an impossibility, if there was motive, means, and opportunity... Not just motive, means, and opportunity... but resources to facilitate a cover-up. That's all here. Now, maybe it's not true. Maybe there was no foul play. But clearly, you have motives, means, opportunity, and resources for a cover-up. Because you have so many local villager employees and possibly even local PD who do business with you. The police report also mentions several details from forensic analysis of the backpack. The attachment of one of the straps had partly come loose. The plastic closures contained deep scratches. The fabric of the bag showed some signs of discoloration in various places, possibly by abrasion. A rectangular piece of fabric approximately 30 by 15 millimeters at the top right corner was missing, showing straight edges at the location of the damage. And close by there was a small tear in the fabric of the bag of approximately 10 millimeters. Now, the other thing that's kind of weird, if there's a tiny little tear, how is it not becoming a bigger tear if it's getting kicked around in this fast-flowing river with rocks and tree branches, animals around? I mean, it's kind of weird. Oh, we didn't go over the motive, actually, Phil. I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead. My bad. My bad. Yeah, I didn't go into motive. But, I mean, again, if they wanted to take advantage of the females hiking alone, that would be motive. History Unleashed says, we all know they found it on their property and didn't want to say so. No foreigners come around to hike, so best quick option by a river in the jungle. Okay, so History Unleashed in the chat is saying they found it on their own property. So that would mean the location where the backpack was supposedly found is not even remotely accurate. Interesting. Okay. Clark says private security and PMA are usually hired by expat HOAs to guard gated development communities. If he doesn't have actual state local law enforcement credentials, he's pretty suspect. I think he works, I mean, we'll get into him a little more deeply. I think he works with police. We will get to that, though. Clark also says a lot of the property pertinent to this case are owned and developed by expats, coffee entrepreneurs, eco-tourists. Many locals work for these expats in menial jobs, land workers, farmers, maid services. That brings me to the next theory, which we hadn't gone over yet. There are a few commenters who are saying that this was a human hunt, and some of these rich people hunted them for sport. I'm skeptical again. Why would people choose one of the most popular hiking places in Panama to do that? I mean, it just seems a little weird. Like, why not kidnap people elsewhere and then take them to remote air? Unless the argument is they kidnapped them at the trailhead and took them somewhere else and then dumped them back to make it look like they got lost at the trailhead. I don't know if I've seen that argument, but for the theory that they hunted them right there on one of the most popular trails and slightly beyond, that seems kind of weird to me. Phil says it doesn't look so popular. No photos show other. It's it's one of the most popular hikes in Panama. Many people hike it. Most people get guides unless they're experienced hikers. But yeah, inexperienced hikers also hike it alone. I mean, they gave you can check out the reviews online for it. There was supposedly a group, I think two with a guide, or two or more with a guide, at the exact time that the girls were hiking that trail around the Mirador. And they actually said they saw them. We will be getting into that. I'll be getting into the witness statements. We're going to go through the timeline and the witness statements in this episode. So, yeah. Clark says, I would not say it's a very or most popular. If you look at top trails in Panama, it comes up. I searched for it because I was just wondering exactly how popular it was. It's one of the most recommended trails in Panama. Andrew says the gang leader's family owned the restaurant at the trailhead. We'll be getting into that. But again, if there's this little 10mm tear, how does it not get bigger? I had an old school backpack that had a tiny little tear. I don't know if it was from like a pen or something penetrating it. And it just got bigger and bigger without being kicked around in a river. So this tear was determined to have been caused by a sharp edge. The precise nature of this edge, whether it was a natural sharp edge or a man-made sharp object, has not been determined. Going by the photo taken of the bag, it does appear to hang upside down on a nail in the wall. Within this tear, the material polyester urethane was found. This material is frequently found as foam or elastomer, but the origin of this specific piece of material remains unknown. Matt had access to the official police files and concluded, quote, although the damage of the backpack, scratches and abrasion, is consistent with traveling in a river and rocks, the damage is very light and probably not consistent with the travel of many kilometers in a wild river. An inhabitant of Alto Romero called Guide Tony was present when police came to Alto Romero by helicopter and opened the backpack. He told the podcast makers of Lost in Panama podcast that he saw it and says that despite being wet, the backpack was in pretty decent shape. Having extensively been exposed to the jungle for 10 weeks, it had held up. Yeah, that does not sound plausible. It was damaged but intact. He also mentions that he saw how the cell phones and money and all those things, quote, were taken out of plastic bags, end quote. It has not been reported on or cleared up in what sort of plastic bags the phones and such were found inside the backpack, or whether or not Kris and Lisanne ever carried their devices in protective bags. So here's the thing. So they put their phones in a so if they're dying, they had time to carefully put their phones in plastic bags and then put them back in the backpack? Is that the argument the Losters are using? I mean, yeah, I have the plastic bag situation. Is it possible? I mean, is it possible the author? I mean, the backpack was handed over after the authorities had it. Did the did the authorities put it in the plastic? I mean, I don't know. This is weird. Soon after its discovery, a photo of the backpack started circulating in the Panamanian media. So this is the photo, showed both the bag and the content, possibly providing the first real clues about what might have happened to the girls. Everything inside the backpack from the brand Burton with a blue-gray diamond pattern and turquoise interior was in good general condition. In it were two folded-up bras. Kris's bra was black and without a visible brand name. Lisanne's was described as having a colorful floral pattern and being from H&M. Now, let's keep in mind H&M, the store, because maybe some foreshadowing here that might be pertinent as we continue to go through this. Two undamaged pairs of sunglasses, one pink, one described as black. Both girls' mobile phones, a white Samsung Galaxy S3 Mini from Lisanne with a green-blue-gray protective cover. Police later fixed its battery and SIM card to the device with adhesive tape. So it was the police that did that. As well as a black iPhone 4 with an orange-red protective cover from Kris. Police later fixed its battery and SIM card to the device with adhesive tape. Neither phone looked damaged. Is it possible to have these phones bouncing around in a soft backpack across rocks without taking any damage at all? A black digital Canon PowerShot SX270HS camera with battery and without a lens cap, which did not look damaged. So is it possible both phones and a Canon PowerShot camera was bouncing around rocks in a river for who knows how many kilometers over how many days? No phone damage, no camera damage. The camera was okay. So 16 gigabyte memory card from SanDisk, and the jury is out on some of these memory cards. Some of them go bad in light water damage, and some of them apparently survives being submerged. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that. There seems to be inconsistency with quality control on some of these SanDisk cards. So there's also a black camera case, a type of identity insurance card from Lisanne, one key with a blue keychain, and a small padlock. So what's curious, okay, so how many padlocks did they have and for what? And so there is one key found, but all their other keys are not found. Huh. So this is a key to the padlock, presumably? So what's curious is there's another padlock found on the bed. So if this is the same lock, so again, we have this device. I don't know, is that an iPad or is that a different phone? Some kind of purse or snap case here. This is on the bed. And then there's also this padlock found on their bed. So you know what would be curious? If this was the exact same lock, that means they came back to the bedroom. Then what happened? Someone took the lock from the bedroom and planted it in the backpack? What does this all mean? If that's the same padlock. Or are they in the habit of buying a bunch of padlocks, but for what? Does anybody know the purpose of these padlocks? Yeah, I'm not sure anything's really been definitively determined regarding these padlocks. I mean, how many people travel with padlocks? I never traveled with a padlock. The bag also contained a snail and 2 small shells, a seashell and a snail shell. Also found inside the bag were 88 American dollars, 30 cents, 3 $20 bills, 2 $10 bills, and 1 $5 bill, 2 $1 bills, 5 coins of 25 cents, and 1 coin of 5 cents. There were also 2 personal items found in the backpack which have not been further specified. The photo of the backpack also shows what looks like a wrapped up sweet, maybe a cough sweet or a lozenge. The photo also shows an empty water bottle, which was also found inside the backpack. So, why is this lozenge sealed up? So, if Lisanne has a cold or whatever, and they're surviving all these days, why wouldn't she take it and use it? Presumably, she didn't take hundreds with her. So, if she only took a couple, I mean, I don't know. None of this makes any sense. The photo also shows an empty water bottle, which was also found inside the backpack. Candy wrappers. Okay. It is not known why the police file does not explicitly specify their nature. We went over this before too. The river is said by officials to be able to disintegrate whatever falls into it when the water is high enough. So supposedly stuff that falls into the river is not usually found, based on the local testimony here. What else is curious here, the SD card of the digital camera could be read out, and contacts, mobile phone connections, and text messages were also extracted from the SIM card of the mobile phones. Hardingaus and Nenner reported, "We locate these in the file and discover they all date from before the girl's disappearance. The local cop who first made the inventory of the bag and its content reported one SD card, which was also pictured next to the Canon camera together with its battery taken out to dry. A strange detail, though, described by Hardingus and Nenner, the statement made on June 12th by Mayor M, who examined the context of the rucksack before Pitty arrived at 9:20 a.m., does not quite match this account. He noted the Samsung phone he examined had neither a SIM card nor a memory card. It is unclear whether this discrepancy, which is certainly significant, was investigated by the authorities. It was most likely just an error from Mayor M, who may not have noticed the SIM card having been taped to the phone instead." Okay, so if this guy's a mayor, so this is Mayor M, the mayor? Is that just a name, or was this the actual mayor of Boquete? And is he also, or formerly, an investigator? He's examining this before Pitty shows up, who headed up this so-called investigation. I mean, that's kind of weird. So he's saying there was no SIM card or memory card, so does that mean it was planted after? Or was it there, someone took it away to manipulate it, and then returned it after? Andrew says, "Why weren't the phone's contacts released? Wonder if they got the numbers of any of the local boys." They probably did, and we'll get into that. History Unleashed says, "I buy bag locks that look like padlocks when going into areas like jungle." DNA analysis of the backpack. Total of 13 DNA samples reported to have been taken from the straps, zippers, and edges of the backpack. Some DNA was also found on the bras. Out of the over a dozen samples of which DNA could be extracted, with 6 samples taken from the bras, 13 from the backpack, DNA could be extracted from the 13 samples taken from the bag, but none could be matched to Kris or Lisanne using comparative samples. That's also quite a lot of people to be handling the bag, because if we're talking the 2 that found it or allegedly found it, and if they didn't really find it, maybe another 1 or 2 people who handled it before they handed it to the people who said they found it, then all those, a bunch of different investigators? I don't know. So there's at least 2 different women and 1 man. So apparently Pitty, this investigator, or the head of the case, she forgot to take the fingerprints and DNA samples from the people involved in the search or handling of the remains. Well, it's not like they can't do that now. They have all their names. The DNA samples also did not match that of Kris and Lisanne. Okay. So we actually went over this in the previous episode, but apparently... So the Dutch forensic report failed to detect DNA profiles on the phones and the camera. The police files reveal that fingerprints and DNA samples were taken from the 2 mobile phones, but that there was no DNA profile recovered, and the recovered fingerprints were not suitable for identification. So I wonder if there is a corruption here, and they're covering up for somebody, and they wiped all this down. Now, obviously, not all the investigators would be in on the corruption. So were there honest investigators who took these samples, and then the samples were never run, and then they just said they were degraded, then they wiped everything down and handed it over to the Dutch authorities? So regarding the fingerprints, it was also reported in the local media that as many as 34 different fingerprints were found. 13 on the backpack, 12 on the scotch tape on the phone. That's a lot of people to handle scotch tape. What? And 3 on the camera, 6 different ones on the bras. A complete profile could be created of at least 1 person other than Kris or Lisanne, but Panamanian authorities never tried or managed to trace this person. No fingerprints were properly recorded after all from those helping in the searches and handling the evidence that was found on site. Not even the investigators themselves always handled the evidence with protective gloves and masks on. The scotch tape which the memory cards were attached to on the mobile phone's camera, detectives later found several fingerprints, but because the police did not wear gloves, it can't even be excluded that the officials were to blame for these fingerprints. The report carried out by the Dutch Forensic Institute officially revealed that 6 fingerprints were found on the self-adhesive tape, and that only 1 of the prints, of which a photograph was sent to the Panamanian prosecutor's office, could have been checked in the Panama database. Quote, "This fact seems to have gone unnoticed by the prosecutor, Betsaida Pitty, who so far has not checked the fingerprint with the locals who manipulated the objects or other possible suspects." According to the lawyer Enrique Arocha, defense for the Kremers family, the prosecutor has not taken a statement from the people who handed over the young woman's belongings to the prosecution, and neither had she collected the DNA found on the clothing and other belongings of the girls, he confirmed. So again, all these clueless goofs hallucinating that it was just a case of girls getting lost. Clearly, this was a botched investigation, because if there was foul play, it was never properly investigated to determine that. It was later published in a local newspaper, La Estrella, that one of the fingerprints found on the smartphone matched a Panamanian database. No updates were ever given on this, however. It simply never was cleared up either from whom those fingerprints were. So if it's in a Panamanian database, that means it's a known criminal or a government official who was fingerprinted. Okay. There is also no explanation given as to why the cell phones contained no DNA traces, but at least 6 fingerprints. As for the bras, the Dutch forensic report mentioned that 5 of the fingerprint samples failed to obtain DNA profiles. The sixth came from one of the Institute's employees. There were no forensic results of the water bottles examination either. Wow. Okay. Okay, so that was the quick review there. Not that quick, but okay. We'll go over all the smartphone data in the next episode because there's a lot of information. Also, the data with the camera. Okay, so let's get to the timeline here. What happened? The question everyone asking now is what could have happened to the girls after photo. Actually, I don't know. This is all relevant. This is kind of relevant here, so. Actually, I don't know. We're gonna have to go through this. Okay, we're gonna have to go through the camera. So, regarding the phone being turned on, I mean, we'll get into it in the next episode. There might have been errors with the authorities logging, like double logging certain times, because, like, the chances that someone would access their phone at the same exact time 2 days in a row, especially while being lost and disoriented. But let's get to the digital camera. So there was a digital camera in Lisanne's backpack, which had not the same battery problem as the mobile phone, so could be used for a much longer time. The battery life of the Canon SX270HS digital camera is amazing, and if the camera is not used, it is known to last for a whole year even. That's pretty cool. I did not know that. The camera is also reported to have been found in relatively good condition, and its SD card was accessible for researchers. The director of the Computer Science Department of the Institute of Legal Medicine and Forensic Sciences inspected the mobile phones June 2014 and assured in the press that despite the conditions in which the devices were found, the information on them could be extracted through a specialized process. Investigators were able to view around 135 consecutive photos. Only one was missing. More on that later. The photos that were published look sharp and fine in the sense that there is no seeming water damage to these files. This camera had no GPS location option, so investigators could only establish or guess the location of the photos based on the visible surroundings. A Dutch highly qualified digital forensics expert also analyzed the camera and SSD card and discovered a total of 470 photo files, in JPEG format and 7 video recordings in PMB4 format on the memory card. A total of 134 photos were created after March 31st, numbered 476 to 609. They fall into 2 categories: daytime photos from April 1st, 33 in total, and possibly a 34th in the form of deleted file 509, of which 23 have been leaked to the public over time, one way or another, and nighttime photos from April 8th, 100 in total, of which we know 50. The NFI only examined image files that were taken after March 31st, 2014, i.e., after the girl's disappearance. So, yeah, you know what else is curious, though? I wonder how much there is in unreleased photos, and if how much that plays into the private investigators the families hired that told them something, that whatever they told them that has not been revealed to the public. The trailhead. The first inspected photos showing the girls in good spirits on April 1st, confirming that the women had taken the Pianista Trail and wandered into some wilderness hours before their first attempt to reach 911, but with no signs of anything unusual. The girls took photos of each other, and the weather was good, sunny, and no rain. These first set of photos show them walking up the trail, as well as showing the scenery around the trailhead. A blogger who took the same route describes the old cattle trail. El Pianista Trail is one of the moodiest cloud forests I have ever ventured into. Rain droplets falling to the ground from every leaf and branch while mist floats through dramatically. The early stages of the hike are open fields with mountains on all sides. You can already see the clouds hugging the summit of the mountain. You know what you are heading into. I enjoyed the early parts of this hike with the beautiful hills on either side and the sounds of the river cascades to the right. And the Pianista Trail is described. It can be broken into 3 sections. In the first 45 minutes, you will walk through open area pasture land with gorgeous views of the surrounding mountains in downtown Boquete. Second, you enter a dense jungle surrounded by lush vegetation, birds, and insects. In here, you will walk for about 1.5 hours and enter the cloud forest, where it is very humid and magical, as you are literally walking in the clouds. Finally, after another 30 minutes climbing the mountain, you will reach the top and you'll be fully enveloped in the cloud forest. It's really an amazing experience. People often call it jungle, but Boquete locals tend to correct this notion and describe the nature surrounding the Pianista Trail as a highland forest. Only the highest part is jungle, maybe 5% of the presumed lost area. The rest is a tropical highland forest with people, large pastures, and well-hydrated cows. It is not anywhere near as wild as those hyping for clickbait and book sales will have you believe. The settlement of Alto Romero, where some of the items were found nearby, even has cell service. That's curious. So there is cell service. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if there's an exact cell phone map of what the spots are for cell service. Halfway up. Photos 481 to 86 show the girls just about halfway up the Pianista Trail. Photos 43 show Lisanne, and photo 86 show Kris and Lisanne posing together. In the meadow area of the trail, 49 shows Kris on the trail. Photo 491 shows Kris with a stern look on her face. So this supposedly this is 12:03 and 8 seconds. But officially the time given is 6:03 p.m. I mean, that's kind of weird. So, yeah, with all the weirdness regarding the timestamps and the issues with the metadata. So what does everybody think of this photo? Does she really have a stern look on her face? Some people think there are some guys with them, and this photo is the point where, at least subconsciously, she might realize something is not quite right. And again, it's kind of hard to tell just because it's not a close-up of her face, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it can be determined whether or not she knows something is wrong, but it's definitely, there's a shift here where she doesn't seem as happy. Now, that could just be due to being tired. Obviously, this could just be due to being tired. Or it could be she's starting to realize something's not quite right with these guys that they're with, if they're with guys. Clark says the cell service would be very spotty and localized. Yeah. But spotty means that there are sections. I mean, if you're lost and you're trying to get signal and you keep trying, and I mean, in some areas you might get signal. I mean, I don't know. I mean, she definitely doesn't look happy, but it's impossible to really tell what she's thinking here. I mean, the quality's not good enough, and even if the quality were better, I don't think there's enough emotion here. However, if there are guys with them and she's starting to feel a little apprehensive, I would not be able to rule that out from the expression on her face here. In contrast, for example, to some of these other images here where there does not appear to be, you know, in the images where they're together, it does not appear that there's any concern at all. And that includes these alleged images of the final part of the hike, which, again, some people believe those are fake images, and they are photoshopped. This is 2014, by the way, so we're not talking the 90s or something. Not that they couldn't be faked back then, but obviously much more difficult. She actually has her legs crossed and one fist on her hip, which could be apprehension or anger. Her hands are not open on her hip. Again, I'll put the image back. She has a fist against her hip, and her legs are crossed. Fist on hips is when someone is getting angry or aggressive. Or subconsciously. I mean, it's different for every people, so it's kind of impossible to really... You need baselines and all that. Standing with crossed legs is also a defensive posture. And for women, it's even more so, particularly in the presence of men. While standing. While sitting, it's completely different, but... Yeah, I mean, again, without definitive baselines, but this doesn't look like comfort and happiness, but it doesn't necessarily mean fear. I mean, if she's tired, I mean, who knows? That's a good point by Clark. Interesting that at different points they are each carrying the backpack. It's not like it had any significant weight in it. Unless it did and something was removed from it. But yeah, I don't know if there's not enough information here with this image, one way or another. But it could support any theory. Yeah, they switch carrying the backpack. I mean, especially if Lisanne isn't feeling well, why would Kris make her carry the backpack at any point? It also doesn't appear like she's not feeling well here, unless, of course, these images are not from that day. Which may very well be the case. So the picture was allegedly taken a little bit before the summit at 12:03 p.m. Image 493 is said to show the trail up the Il Pianista around 700 meters before the highest point. So this is 493. And obviously, none of them are in this image. So if somebody's just trying to paint the narrative, you know, when you add in images with nobody in them of where it would be to line up with the timeline, obviously that'd be very easy to do when there's no people in the images. The other thing that's kind of weird, is this particular image really that pretty that you would want to take a photo of it, especially with nobody in the photo? What does everybody think about that? Phil says it's a kind of cool gorge. I don't know if it's cool enough, especially all the other stuff they're photographing. I don't know. Andrew says, could be removed person from the pic. Yes. Again, we're talking 2014 here, not like 94 or even 2004. 2014, I mean, quite a lot of you know, how easy it is to edit photos by 2014. I mean, it's quite advanced. You could even argue by maybe 2010-ish, there was quite a few different software, not just Photoshop, but many one-click remove type softwares. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm really not convinced. I'm not 100% convinced these photos are from that day and that location. Maybe they are. I'm not 100% convinced, though. Just simply with all the strangeness going on. Like, if nothing else was strange, then I would be examining this less. But I mean, think about this. You have all this strangeness with the phones, and with the camera, and with all of the conflicting witness statements we will get to, and with the backpack being found, and with the remains being found. Is there any part of this that isn't strange? I mean, we're talking about a coincidence stack of strangeness a mile high here. Like, why is there not a single aspect of this case that doesn't have issues? Like, if there were no issues with the camera, no deleted photos, no modified metadata. I mean, if everything was kosher with the camera, and maybe there were issues with the cell phones, but no issues with anything else. I mean, that would be a lot easier to digest. But when there's issues with literally every single aspect of this case, I mean, how much of a clueless coincidence theorist do you have to be to think there's nothing to see here with just all of the weirdness in every single aspect of the case with every single recovered item and the entire timeline? History Unleashed says, no condensation issues make me believe the electronics were not in dense jungle for any length of time. Not just the electronic. I mean, look at that backpack. I mean, wow. So this previous photo was taken 12:42 p.m. That is the recalculated time. The official timestamp on the photo was 6:42 p.m. But all these times were recalculated by investigators because the girls seemingly never adjusted the time or the correct year, with the camera being set to 2013 instead of 2014. You can manually set the time and date on the Canon SX270HS camera, which had not yet a GPS function. Neither the Canon digital camera nor the iPhone from Kris were set to the correct local time, although there was a 7-hour time difference between the Netherlands and Panama at that time, not 6. Another inconsistency here. But Dutch forensic investigators claim to have been able to see the time on a wristwatch that was pictured in one photo, and compared it with the time for the same on the camera time for the same photo. Unfortunately, this photo was never made public. And in the existing photos of Kris and Lisanne, which have been released, neither of the girls ever wears a wristwatch. So you know what? So again, we have this level of high strangeness. So authorities claimed they saw the time in on one of their wristwatches in a conveniently unreleased photo. All the other photos, there are no wristwatches. Now, even for the most devout coincidence theorists and authority worshipping cultists, they don't see a problem with that. They don't see a problem with that. The authorities are claiming that one of them not only wore a wristwatch, but it was clear enough to make out in a photo. And that's why they readjusted the time. So it seems, I mean, I don't know what to make of any of this here now. I mean, how many clueless goofs think that everything is above board with the investigation, regardless of what really happened? Are there any clueless goofs out there who are actually thinking all of this is above board? Because that's an issue. Authorities claiming that they actually, not only does one of them wear a wristwatch, which in none of the released photos do you see any wristwatch. I mean, let's go through it again here. I mean, here's every photo that has been released. I mean, so they just don't. Well, once people started having cell phones, a lot of people just stopped wearing wristwatches. I mean, yeah, they never appear to wear wristwatches in any photo ever. I mean, that looks like a little bracelet. Yeah, so no wristwatches in any of the photos ever, not just the day on the trail. Huh. So that's like a little bracelet, right? Yeah, that's a bracelet. So, and even if that were a wristwatch, there's no way you can make out the time there. But yeah, that's a bracelet there. So, I mean, how? I mean, this is crazy. I mean, are there really clueless goofs out there that are hallucinating that there are no issues here? So they don't wear wristwatches. No wristwatches. So yeah, that's clearly a bracelet. And again, even if that were a watch, which it's not, that's like a bracelet, you can't, there's no way you can make out the time on that. So, yeah, that's weird. That's definitely weird. So, all of the entire timeline might be completely off. So, the digital camera was set approximately 6 hours earlier than local Panama time. And, and there's a 7-hour time difference between the Netherlands and. I mean, none of this adds up. There's not a single part of this case that adds up. So apparently, so they neither adjusted it to summertime on March 3rd. Well, yeah. Also, apparently there was a time change on March 30th. Huh. I mean, we have just so many issues with the time. The next set of photos on the girls' camera established precisely that they were at the Mirador on the Pianista Trail at the summit of the Continental Divide on April 1st, the day they went missing. I mean, that's if these images are legitimate here. These summit images. Just gonna double check something with the stream here to make sure we don't get too much lag. Okay, so the Continental Divide is a long string of mountain ranges run all the way from South America to North America. This specific mountain range is called the Cordillera del Talamanca, summarized the CD. At this lookout point, you can see both the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean Sea on clear days. It is not rarely windy here, and the high mountain range catches often clouds and holds onto them as well. But today, the girls had clear skies and great vistas. Experts have said that they could determine from the sun's angle that the photos were taken at approximately 1 p.m. But there is some controversy about these times due to multiple important witnesses placing the girls around 2 p.m. at the start of the trail. More on that later, because that's critical. We're going to get into that. Then followed a string of selfies on the Pianista summit. Mostly all these selfies have been made public by now through leaks or through public use of them by family members. Photos 495 until 504, taken at 1 p.m. to 1:06 p.m., were all taken from the summit. 499 shows Lisanne smiling at the top of the summit at 1:01 and 38 seconds. Some people commented on the strange way her body seems stretched. Okay, I'm going to put that on the screen in a second here. Oh, okay. So... strange way her body seems stretched in this photo. Especially her left breast looks a bit out of proportion suddenly and only in this photo, making some people believe this photo could have been photoshopped. Although smartphones also can distort photos around the edges, sometimes due to their specific lenses, however, this photo was not taken with a smartphone, and it's also not that close to the edge. Her entire left arm seems to be normally proportioned. This Dutch photo specialist has looked into the case, tells you in his video the extent of photoshopping he thinks he detected in the leaked photos of the girls on their trip, which have also been shared in this blog post. Some more about this photo 499. The photo setting is set to landscape, not face auto detect, yet we see Lisanne's face large and in focus. We can also see clearly in this photo that Lisanne is wearing the same bra that was found in the backpack. This photo with photo number 496 was the second photo the girls took on the summit. I mean, this is the most famous photo here. So again, just to reiterate, is it possible they did the hike, came back, something happened, and that's why the timeline is all off? The first photo on the summit, 495, has not been shared publicly. But we know from people who have seen all the photos that is similar in style, just like 497 and 498. The other thing that's weird, why not make all the photos public, though? I mean, is withholding a couple of photos really... I mean, what's the issue there? Especially if they're similar to these. Or is the photoshopping too obvious in them? I mean, I don't know. Court of Public Opinion says yes, they came back, then went swimming. We're going to get to the entire swimming theory, and with whom. History Unleashed says jungle environment is very inhospitable to electronics. That is true in general. That is true. Rockstars of Redondo says, whose phone does the swimming hole photo come from? We're going to get to the swimming hole photos. Well, we're going in order here. This is a deep dive. We're at a little bit slower pace. I want to really take all the questions from the chat here. So Phil says, what if they are not missing and it's to scare people from travel to the area or in general? Yeah, I don't know about that because it's still a popular area, so that definitely didn't work. Okay. I mean, from a cursory glance, these photos do not appear to be photoshopped, but look at the difference in the sky conditions here. Can it really get that cloudy in a minute? Let me see here. What's the time difference here? And again, with all of the possible manipulation on the timestamps, I mean, I still can't believe the police are going with the narrative. They saw the time on a wristwatch that neither girl wears from a photo that hasn't been released. And that's where we're getting this timeline. So I'll make this bigger so everybody can see, and then I'll scroll it. So 11:25, 11:42, closer to the beginning of the trail, middle of the trail. Then we have 1 p.m. Okay, yeah, here there's an issue here with the time and the cloud conditions. Can the cloud conditions, because it doesn't, whether this was 1 p.m., 4 p.m., or 5 p.m., I mean, regardless of what the real time was, can the cloud conditions really change in, what is this, 6 seconds? Can cloud conditions change this dramatically in 6 seconds? In 6 minutes, maybe, depending on the area. I mean, I've seen clouds kind of come out of nowhere in a period, I don't know, maybe not 6 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. But what about 6 seconds? This appears to be an issue. This appears to be an issue. Clark, we need your input here. In this area, is 6 seconds enough time? Is 6 seconds enough time for the cloud, for absolute cloud cover? From a tiny little string cloud to complete cloud cover. You know what else is kind of interesting? The sun on her face seems to also not be consistent with that much cloud cover. I want Clark's opinion here. Clark spent a lot of time in that area. Is 6 seconds enough time for clouds to completely envelop the entire sky? But look at the sun on her face, though. Despite the cloud cover, there's a lot of sun on her. I don't know. Are we dealing with a Photoshop situation here? Phil says the exposure can have sun bright like that. I don't know, because look at the difference in the shadows on her arm and her shirt from her face. Because when you bump up exposure, yes, it'll make everything brighter, but it'll be flatter. You won't get those harsh shadows. Like look at the photo on the left without the cloud cover. Look at the shadows you're getting. You get it's the same, almost the same shadows on the photo on the right. Clark, what is the quickest? Is 6 seconds enough time for absolute cloud cover like that to come in? Is 6 seconds, is that even enough time for her to move? Like, so the bush that's on the right, it looks like she just moved to the other side of it, right? I mean, I don't know, I've never been up there, but is 6 seconds, she must have done that real quick. She must have moved to the other side of that bush so quick to even take the picture that fast, right? I mean, 6 seconds to get in a different position? Yes, the same camera. This is from the camera. We are not examining the cell phone photos. History Unleashed says maybe condensation issues messing with the dates. The dates, they seem to be consistent with each other. So I don't think so whatever the real time is, it seems like only one adjustment is necessary. The question is, what should the adjustment be? Because it doesn't match the time difference. It's just based on the police saying they saw a non-existent wrist. They somehow made out the time, which even if they were wearing wristwatches, which they are not, how would you even be able to see the time on the wristwatch? The court of public opinion says there's something off with the way she's leaning. In the second shot, yeah, it looks a little weird, but I don't know. Clark says, I was an infantry radio operator, among other things, in the Panamanian jungle. I have a great deal of experience in this regard. In my opinion, yes, condensation does certainly occur, but if Ziploc... Clark, we need your opinion on, is 6 seconds... Okay, we have two issues here. Is 6 seconds enough for absolute cloud cover here? And is 6 seconds enough time for her to reset on the other side of the bush and take an immediate photo right after? I mean, 6 seconds is... That's kind of pushing it. That's a lot of time to restage on the other side of the bush, get set for another photograph. Alan says, it looks like the second photo is on a different side of the mountain. It might just be on a different side of that bush. You see that bush on the right with the red flowers? It's slightly different color due to the cloud cover change, but it looks like she might have, it's the same bush and she just moved to the other side of it. But it might take longer than 6 seconds to do that. Stage another pose and take the photo while all of these clouds just move overhead in 6 seconds. It would be less than 6 seconds, right? Because on the 6th second the photo was taken. So that means the clouds would have come in 5 seconds or less. Because they would have had to already be there for the 6th second. Oh, and her hair's on the other side of her head, yes. Also, but if she moved that quickly, I mean, I don't know. Clark says maybe 8 seconds. Wait, you're saying cloud cover can come in that fast in 8 seconds? But no, but it would be less than 6 seconds. Because by the time the photo was taken, the cloud cover is already there. So we're talking 5 seconds or less. And actually for her pose too, because on the 6th second the camera was taken, she wouldn't start taking the photo if she wasn't already in her pose. So we're actually talking about 5 seconds or less to restage. Probably closer to 4 seconds, because once the first photo is taken and she realizes it's taken, that would take a second. So then she only has 4 seconds to get in position, because by the 6th second, the photo's already been taken. So we're talking about 4 seconds or less. So Clark, what do you think? How quickly can cloud cover change that dramatically and drastically? Can it be done in 5 seconds or less? Has that ever happened in 5 seconds or less? Well, I don't think the image was flipped. Well, actually, maybe it was. Look at the bushes in the front, but the landscape, that mountain looks different in the background. That mountain looks different. Like, it has different points on it. But the bush, well, I mean, there could be so many similar bushes in the front. It's kind of hard to tell what the bush is. Clark says, it is possible that clouds can build up against the mountains. Moisture from Pacific Ocean can rapidly condense as it hits the mountain. There is brisk wind there. Okay, yeah, but how quickly? 5 seconds? Because we're not talking 6 seconds, because she's already in this position for the 6th second. So we're talking 5 seconds, possibly 4 seconds or less, because it would take her a second to realize that the photo had been taken, the previous photo. So she's gonna rapidly jump in position for the next photo in 4 seconds or less. The geography is different, but I think that's just because she's on the other side of the bush. Again, I haven't been there, but let's assume the geography is the same, just for the sake of argument. Like, let's assume not that it's the same, it's on the other side of the bush. So let's assume it's in the these photos can be taken based on geography. Let's talk just based on the cloud cover and the change in body position. We're talking 4 seconds or less, because it would take her a second to realize the photo was taken. The photo on the left. Now she has less than 4 seconds to get into the next position, because the 6th second, the photo is already being taken for the 6th second. So we're talking approximately 4 seconds for her to change position and for the cloud cover to change that quickly. So Clark, is it possible to have that cloud change in 4 seconds or less? So Clark says no way. Okay, so, you know, where are we going with this? We cannot trust these photos. I mean, even if there was no funny business with the time, I mean, just looking at these photos, we already know we can't trust them, even if there wasn't verified issues with the timestamps. But the cloud cover here seems... Oh, wow. Okay, so we got bigger problems here. Okay, so now there's 12 seconds for them to switch positions. I mean, that's still kind of quick. For her to walk to the camera, them to switch positions, walk back, take a pose. Now, the cloud cover is consistent for these two, but then magically, in 4 What? In 4 seconds, it's going to go back from cloudy to super sunny. Okay, Clark, we need your help here. So, is it possible... And we're talking less than 4 seconds. Okay, we're talking less than 4... We're talking 2 seconds. Because in the photo on the left... In the photo on the left, she takes a pose. It's going to take a second to register. Now she moves to the next bush, I'm assuming. She walks slightly. In less than 4 seconds, she takes another pose. Why would they be rushing this quickly? If they're that tired, why would they even be trying to move that fast to get the next photo? And here's a few minutes later with nobody in the photo. The sky looks different again. So we have less than... Here, this is even more shocking, because for these timestamps to be correct, that would mean she moved, struck a different pose, and the cloud cover magically disappeared in closer to 2 seconds. Because by the time it's registered that the photo is taken, that's almost a full second, if not a full second. Then she would have to rush to the next position, get in the pose in less than 2 seconds, because by the 4th second, the photo is already being taken. Clark says, if you were standing on the continental divide, the Pacific side could build up, the Caribbean side could be much clearer. Yeah, but they don't have time to move positions. Because they're so wide, it's kind of hard to see them all. But, so this is the beginning. And here are these photos. Are these the photo? Okay. Yeah, there's some funny business here. Within the time frame of 2 minutes, the girls made a string of 8 photos on the summit of the Pianista. Sometimes there were only 6 or 8 seconds between shots. The photos are all taken on the east side of the summit, facing the east to the southeast. This older type of camera does not show you what is in your photo frame, so you need to aim it correctly. 6 seconds after a portrait photo of Lisanne was shot, 499. Photo 500 was taken at 13:01:44. Not only must they have taken sharp photos from different positions and spots in quick succession, the clouds also look different at times. The 2 photos of the girls stand out from the rest in that respect, showing this thickly clouded background. This is all more striking because these summit photos were taken within a 6-minute time frame, and these 2 specific photos within 6 seconds of one another. Near blue sky with a thin cloud on one and near covered clouds on the next. There was seemingly not much transition space left for the blue to drift gradually over in full clouds, but from what I read, it is not uncommon on this stretch of land to have dramatically different skies over the continental divide, which seems the most obvious explanation. And in this photo from the girls taken a couple days before their hike, you can also see compacted cloud masses above the mountain. Yeah, but the question is, do those cloud masses come and go within a matter of 2 to 4 seconds? So this is a few days prior. Yeah, you can see that, but we're not just talking about clouds. We're talking about how they were able to move their body in a new position and pose in 2 to 4 seconds. So it's not just the clouds here. I won't exclude the possibility that regardless of what we have been told are the official photo times, both photos were taken at completely different times, in fact. One during the ascent and one later when they may have returned there for a possible descent, in which case someone must have messed around with the photo numbering. This photo of Kris is made around the same time. Yeah, that's an interesting point. So if they went up to the summit, went a little bit beyond, then returned to the summit, then returned to the trailhead, so they took photos at 2 different times, that would make a lot of sense, actually, if they're not photoshopped. So the timestamps are all wrong, and then this could kind of make sense. But according to the official narrative, these are the official timestamps. History Unleashed says those 2 together could suggest they were a bit anxious and nervous as they copied each other poses and did them fast. I'm arguing it's not humanly possible to move that quickly between poses, because it's going to take a second to register that the photo was taken. Then she has less than 2 seconds to move her feet, assume a new pose, because by the 4th second, the next shot's already being recorded, taken. Court of Public Opinion says the skies won't change that drastically in 1 second. Clark says it's possible for the clouds to rapidly build and dissipate, especially with the wind, but the time frame is so wonky. Are some of these photos taken with a cell phone, some with a digital camera? It doesn't seem. No, they're all taken with the same digital camera. These are the timestamps from the digital camera. So yes, it actually seems very possible that on the screen here, the 1st and 4th photo are taken from their first ascent, and then the second and 3rd photo are when they return to the area at a different time. I mean, who knows what was first or what was second, but I think it's safe to say we cannot trust these timestamps. Oh, Clark says someone else taking the photo. Okay. Hold on a second. That's... Okay. If someone else is taking the photo... Okay, but we're not just talking about them switching positions. Because it doesn't matter who's taking the photo. Because it's the same camera. Like, if there were two... I mean, even if there were two cameras, how fast would she have to shuffle over to the next spot? Because look at the bushes there. The bushes are different. She would have had to take at least several steps to get to the next spot and the next pose. Less than 2 seconds. The timestamps cannot be correct. So not only are the timestamps not correct, the order of the photos appears to not be correct. Both Lisanne and Kris also have their hair tied back in some photos and loose and windswept in others. They must have rushed around to shoot all these photos in different spots with different hairstyles and all within minutes and seconds. Oh, yeah, she has her hair tied back in that one. Oh, yeah, okay. Huh. I mean, here it's a little bit more plausible though, because she has about a full minute here to change her hair. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough. What? I mean, this is crazy. There were also 9 photos taken with their smartphones on the summit between 1:14 and 1:15. What? 9 photos within a... I mean, I guess that's not that crazy, as long as each photo wasn't within 1 or 2 seconds. If they had a full 15... I mean, with both smartphones, 15, 20 seconds... I mean, a lot of rushed photos taken within little over 1 minute. Huh. So at this point, they were over 4.5 kilometers away from Boquete. So apparently 9.3 kilometers going up the Pianista until the Mirador summit, then back to Boquete again, takes a hiker 9.3 kilometers, around 5 hours, 40 minutes on average, depending on your speed and level of fitness. Local tour guides do it a lot faster, however, and can walk up the mountain in about an hour. Lisanne's brother Martin retraced his sister's steps later in a TV show, and it took him and a local guide 3 hours to climb the Pianista up to the summit. The girls reached the summit, by all accounts, in just less than 2 hours' time, making them fast walkers. Okay, who buys that? Less than 2 hours? So with a guide, it was 3 hours, and I'm assuming they're not taking all these pictures along the way. This timeline cannot be trusted. History Unleashed says, I am talking only about the 2 cloudy photos with similar hand gestures, more plausible to be grouped together because they copied each other's pose. You know what else is interesting? Supposedly there are no other photos of them giving thumbs up signs like this. And there's actually another guide. We'll get into this, but this is just some foreshadowing. Supposedly there's another guide who's known for having the hikers that he takes give thumbs up. Like, he tells them to give these double thumbs up because that's just his trademark. And supposedly there are no other photos of Kris and Lisanne ever doing these gestures anywhere else. Not Guide F. A different guide has all of the people he takes up do double thumbs up. We'll be getting to that later. So some people allege they actually did have a guide, but I don't know. Or it could have been a different day, because again, we cannot trust any of these timestamps. I mean, some people are theorizing they actually took this trail the day before or much earlier in the day, possibly with a guide. But who knows? History Unleashed says, if they had a guide, then foul play. Duh. I'm not sure about that. If the timeline can't be trusted, they could have went up there with a guide, came back, somebody else harmed them. And we're going to get into the swimming hole issues and the overlaps there. But I think we've firmly established now that we cannot trust the timestamps. Just not plausible. And the official timeline, because how could they have done... So they're not the greatest hikers in the world. So how could they have gotten up there in less than 2 hours? Less than 2 hours while stopping and taking all these photos. And with one of them possibly having breathing issues. And not being acclimated to the altitude. So supposedly April 1st, 2014 did have sunny, dry weather, and the trail was easy to walk. Other fit hikers have managed to reach the summit within 2 hours, often in rainy and muddy conditions. So it is plausible for experienced, really fit hikers to do it. Then they keep walking. Normally, tourists turn around at this lookout point at the top of the Pianista Trail to walk the same path back to Boquete again. These days, there are signs at the top placed there after the tragedy of Kris and Lisanne, warning people not to walk further without a guide because there is more treacherous terrain ahead, but also a small waterfall. Based on police investigation into their computer use and online search history, we know that Kris and Lisanne had researched the Pianista Trail prior to their hike. Please notice here the public prosecutor Pitti only decided to have the computers at the language school examined and to have a digital image of the hard disks and server created on April 29th. So 28 whopping days after Kris and Lisanne disappeared. Panama America reported that, quote, an inspection of the computer of one of the Dutch women made by the authorities of that country showed that hours before her disappearance, they were looking for information on the internet about the El Pianista Trail. And Dutch digital newspaper RTL News also reported that Lisanne Froon and Kris Kremers searched on April 1st for info on how to enter the trail, its extension, and the conditions of the trail, of the terrain. The information that most caught the attention of the young woman was apparently that there were 3 sections of the trail that could be covered in 3 hours, 2 hours, and an hour and a half, the newspaper added. The language school also had a copy of Lonely Planet in which they read the information that it was necessary to turn around and walk back to return to Boquete. Language school staff member Marjolaine also told them explicitly on Sunday, March 30th, that they had to turn around on the Mirador and had to walk back down again if they ever choose to walk the Pianista Trail. So that's curious, because some people are saying that they didn't know, they thought it was some kind of weird loop, and they didn't know they had to just turn back. But apparently, so this person could be lying at the language school just to cover themselves. But apparently, I don't know if they did check the Lonely Planet, and it says on whatever they searched on the computer that you do have to turn back. So they knew full well about that. Clark says, so if they set off afternoon, they arrived at the summit at 2 to 3. Well, supposedly it was 1. According to the official timeline. Gotta think about it. Seems to me the more overcast pics would be later in the afternoon. It tends to get more overcast. Yeah, maybe those are on the way back. So continuing here, though. Perhaps they reckoned while on the summit that afternoon of April 1st that they still had time to walk on towards this waterfall. And so here is a waterfall. Let's look at. Some people think this is where some of the night photos were taken, but again, based on the map here, let me bring up the map with the waterfall location. There's a few different secret waterfalls, etc. Okay, 2014. Let me get this other map on here. I don't know if I've shown this particular map before, but it has the location of the waterfall. And again, we can see all these homes around the area. But there's a small waterfall here, not too far from the summit, according to the Mirador. It's actually, well, it's a little bit past the Mirador here. But again, still close to the main trail. A lot of crisscrossing trails, locals, a lot of homes in the area. Okay. So So image 507 and 508 would be beyond the Mirador. Which, we're going to get to that in a second. But this is just so everyone can see where this waterfall is beyond. There's also a few other waterfalls, but supposedly this is the known one that they searched. And their parents also searched there. Chris's parents went here too, as well as other searchers, but not initially, not within the first day or two. So there are signs at the top warning people not to walk further without a guide because there is more treacherous terrain ahead, but also a small waterfall. Based on police investigation into their computer use and online search history, we know that Kris and Lisanne had researched the Pianista Trail prior to their hike. Please notice here. Okay, I already went over this. They were looking. Okay. Perhaps they reckoned while on the summit they still had time to walk towards this waterfall. This is an assumption because we don't know why they didn't just turn around to return to Boquete the same way they came. We can only see the photos they kept taking showing that they wandered onto what is called the Caribbean descent. Not that walking on was some sort of abnormality or risky business, by the way, despite what the Panamanian press wanted the world to believe shortly after the disappearance case. Only after this drama did the narrative start that you risk your life if you keep walking from the summit. But in reality, the trail had been used for decades, centuries in fact, by locals and their cattle and tourists alike, leading to some local beauty spots from the Quebrada Gully tunnels to natural streams and a small waterfall to cable bridges. It is a normal continuation of the trail that leads to the Mirador, which is simply the summit, and the streams further down are where you collect fresh water. But it was not the way back to Boquete, but instead a road further away from it. This explorer and writer actually walked the San Pianista Trail after learning about the disappearance from Kris and Lisanne, and he wrote about the situation at the Mirador summit. Quote, "Finally, the Mirador was reached, very obvious by all the food wrappers left about by the previous searchers. It had taken exactly 2 hours to reach this point without stopping all the way from the restaurant." Keep in mind, these girls, not super expert experienced hikers, and stopping to take photos along the way. And leisurely too. If you look at the photos on their way, I mean, they're looks like they're not really trying to make good time at all. Could they have become turned around thinking that the direction towards Boquete was in fact towards Changuinola to the north? It seemed really unlikely, as the Mirador had the section with the view to Boquete cut back on the right-hand side, with few trees rising above the path level. Yet to the north it remained thickly wooded. Even in the thick cloud, it seemed unlikely, but of course not impossible. It looks like... So, okay, Clark, were you up? By the way, Clark, were you at that summit? Did you ever hike this trail? Court of Public Opinion says very safe trail. I mean, it appears to be. I mean, it's not like other people have gotten lost and not found, or there's like tremendous amounts of injuries and deaths on this trail. There aren't. So that's what makes this all very curious. History Unleashed said, could they returned alone hiking, but if reputable local guide and not local armchair or tourist going with them, this should be easy to confirm. Why I say no professional guide would stay silent? Well, it depends. Those are local guides. So if there's some kind of local corruption or protecting other family members, they would stay silent. Or if they were simply terrified, right? Even if they weren't directly involved, they might be too terrified to confirm that. But it appears you can see the path back to Boquete from the Mirador. And based on everything they read, it seems like they would have known all of this. And again, this trail is not, I mean, other people are constantly going on it, as well as nearby local trails. Let's look at a different map here. Here's a map with the photos. So, the start of the trail. They're taking all these photos here. Look how leisurely they are. They're stopping, taking photos. And then there's the summit. And then there are a few photos beyond the Mirador where they continue going down the trail here. So apparently the last place the girls were officially witnessed were before they got to the Mirador, before they got to the summit. Although there is one account of a guide with people who say they saw them at the summit. I'll be getting into that later. But continuing the write up here, it looks like Kris and Lisanne also pictured Bouquet laying behind them in the background on the photo they took at the summit. So this is, again, who knows how legitimate this all is, but if these photos are legitimate, they took a picture of Bouquet, and you could see it here in the background. So they clearly would know which way it was while they were on the summit. Now, if they got turned around later, but for the people who say they didn't know which way to go at the summit, it appears that they would have known which way to go while they were on the summit. So, okay, let's continue here. So this is the last okay, wow, okay. So apparently this was the last photo they took with the digital Canon camera while on the Mirador. 1:06 p.m. But they continued taking more photos on the summit with their mobile phone after that. Lisanne's Samsung phone recorded the times of 1:14 and 1:15 for the wait, hold on a second. Okay, so we don't know the times of the digital camera, but apparently their phones were time-stamped 1:14, 1:15 p.m. So it's possible that some of these lined up. They took multiple pictures of Bouquet in the distance behind them. Also, at least one with the smartphone. So we can determine that Bouquet and the surroundings faces the south and the southeast, and the trail that goes beyond the summit faces the north. Considering that the trail continues in a more or less straight line, I personally do not believe that these girls ever believed that the ongoing trail allowed them to loop or to eventually see Bouquet looming in front of them again if they kept walking on to the north. A theory that has been suggested at times by people following this case online. Not only had language staff school member Marjolaine informed them beforehand that they had to turn around, but unless you are in a very disorienting uniform stretch of nature, such as dense woods or plain desert terrain, it is not that easy to become so disoriented that you forget that the way home is laying straight behind you, especially if you just saw it moments prior. So that's all a good point. That's all a good point, because originally when reading this, without looking at all of the evidence here, without looking at the photos they took, it did seem possible that they might have gotten disoriented, but it appears at this stage, based on their searches on the internet, and regardless of whether the school member is lying or not, it seemed like they, just standing on there and they're literally, if you believe the photos are theirs on the camera, they took a photo of Bouquet. So they knew exactly that it was in the opposite direction of where they were walking. The court of public opinion asked, was this all done through their college, like a study abroad thing? No, this was a vacation, like a graduation present vacation type of thing, where they saved money just to go and they wanted to work with kids and help kids. Make sure you check out episode 1. Yeah, court of public opinion. The parents said you couldn't get lost if you tried. They took the same trail. Yeah, I saw that. I actually had a whole video of the trail here in episode 1. Clark says, I have hiked some trails around Bouquet. Also, my in-laws bought property in the Pasture area, and I have walked around there, but I can't say for sure. History says, seems well-traveled trail systems by tourists. You have said then maybe throw a package that would include a local guide. Was it their first trip to the area? It was their first trip there, and they apparently booked a guide. You know what's weird, though? You know what else is kind of weird? When you look at the image of their bedroom, which it kind of looks like they came back. I mean, just at first glance. Obviously, I don't know that. I'm not claiming that's true. I'm just saying if you're asking me for an impression here, looking at the photos here, it looks like they came back. And on the bed here, you can see, and for those that don't know, Guide F actually searched their bedroom, but they left like a little brochure here for Guide F, and he claims they booked a tour with him, but they never showed up. Now, is it possible they actually went with a different guide? Because the different guide was cheaper? A guide who has never come forward? The guide that makes all, or not makes, but has or suggests everybody put thumbs up signs at the summit? Court of Public Opinion says a knockoff guide. Well, the guide that has everybody do thumbs up, he's a real, he's a legit guide in the area. There's not that many of them, but no, he's a well-known legit guide. Or if it wasn't him, oh, you know what's crazy? If it was a fake guide, it was, since the other guide is well-known, they knew the other guide has everybody do the thumbs up, so they wanted to incriminate the other guide. Because, yeah, wow. If this particular guide was responsible in some way. Rockstar of Redondo says the trail is like a hallway, no way to accidentally go off edge. Well, unless you really hike off into the weeds. At certain points there are places where you can do that, but I mean, there's also these monkey bridges which are quite sketchy. But again, I mean, could they have made it that far, that fast? It seems like they could not have. So yeah, it's pretty much a straight line trail from the Mirador. I mean, look at that. I mean, this is quite the straight line. I mean, how are you going to get lost? Court of Public Opinion says the girls don't look like they were ready for any more than a safe and casual walk. Yeah, especially when you consider like how safe the trail is, how few incidents there were. I mean, even violent incidents. There was like one armed robbery, you know, one or two assaults over a period of decades. I mean, this is a really safe area. And they clearly knew where they were supposedly at the summit, like just based on the available information. If these photos, regardless of timestamps, if these photos were taken by them, if they used the computer, I mean, this is tough. And again, the first impressions of the parents, like I put, you know, you got to really, what are the parents' intuition? Now, yeah, sometimes they're wrong, but to just immediately assume that the parents' intuition can't be correct, I mean, that's kind of silly. But continuing with the Kudakas blog, I personally do not believe the girls ever believed that the ongoing trail allowed them to loop or to event. Yeah, I mean, especially when the trail is that straight, after a certain period of time, you're going to realize, okay, this is not looping back. Or if it does loop back at some point, it's so far ahead, we don't have time for that. Especially if one of them is not feeling well. And by that point, they'd be really exhausted too. Like, how far are you going to walk in a straight line before you realize it's not looping back? Or even if you know it's not looping back and you're looking for a waterfall, at a certain point, if you don't find it, I mean, you're not going to hike the whole day for it. You know, you're just going to turn back. Okay, so it is also not that easy to become disoriented that you forget that the way home is laying straight behind you. We all have a built-in sense of direction, and granted, some have a better or lesser developed sense for this, but given that Lisanne or Kris took an actual photo of Bouquet laying down there behind them, there is simply no evidence or indication that they believed the trail would somehow loop back home. They would also have seen on this clear sunny day that ahead of them was nothing but nature. No villages, no civilization. Lisanne even checked Google Maps at this point, standing on the summit, allegedly, if we can trust this information. Earlier that day, she activated Google Maps on her cell phone at 10:16 a.m. A summit, which being the highest point in the area, could also act as a trail marker of sorts. It seems most likely that they kept following the trail north because it was a glorious day and not that late yet, and because there was more nature to be seen ahead. The last photos. So by the time they were done taking summit selfies, the girls did not return to Bouquet as advised. Instead, they continued to walk on past the summit. Photo image 505. And this is actually another image that some people think is highly suspicious in some way. I mean, it does appear to be kind of suspicious, but... So photo 505 here. I mean, this is an interesting way to pose. I mean, on a hike, are you really going to have your hands behind you like that? I mean, she doesn't seem upset here. I mean, is she sticking her tongue out there? Again, these photos could all be out of order as well. Yeah, she does not seem upset. She's sticking her tongue out here, but why are her arms behind her back like that, kind of unnaturally? Here's another image here. Like, a lot of these sections really do seem impossible to get off the trail. I mean, obviously, it depends on exactly where you go. But for certain portions of the trail, it is kind of like a tunnel here. You'd have to climb pretty high to get off the trail. And again, it is pretty straight. I mean, there aren't these huge winding turns. I mean, slight turns, but pretty straight trail. So I don't think you'd get that disoriented. Not at this point in time, anyway. What does everybody think of this pose? Especially with uneven footing, would you have your arms behind your back like that? I can't tell if that's her left arm or if that's part of the background there. It might be her left arm, but why would she have her right arm so unnaturally behind her like that? Some people think that her arms were tied behind her back, but why would she be sticking her tongue out like that? Oh, History Unleashed. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Playing around, maybe acting out something that they were talking about. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we have no idea what they were talking or joking about. But in general, on on uneven footing, you're not going to put your arms behind you. You're going to have them out to the sides in front of you to balance. Clark Rice said they looked very unprepared, especially in regards to water. Yeah, that's true. I think they would have turned around here, not keep going. So this is photo 505. Here's a helpful timeline of all the photos here on an imperfect plan. They have it laid out this way. We'll take a quick look, then go back to the write-up. So, from the start point and the times regarding the photos. So they have cell phone photos at the Mirador as well. Then they go a little beyond. Then notice where the first 112 call, the first emergency call is. I mean, that's a huge gap for a lot to happen, right? And for these non-expert hikers, stopping and taking all these photos in a leisurely fashion, they made it to the top just incredibly quickly. I mean, that's a big window, 1 hour, 40 minutes to 3 hours. So theoretically, based on their fitness levels and how leisurely they were in the photos, you would think they would be closer to the 3 hour mark, not the super fit experience mark. And we'll go over the witness statements shortly. Let's just finish up with this for the timeline. But okay, so it shows Kris bent in a specific way with one hand used to shield her eyes looking back. She seems to stick her tongue out. The picture was taken after they walked straight on beyond the summit, following the trail downwards again, further into the tropical forest. It was taken at 1:20 p.m. 5:06 was taken 6 seconds afterwards. I don't know about these times. I mean, to just take photos that quickly. Unless, if they were on edge and they thought they were being followed, it doesn't appear that way from her sticking her tongue out like that. I mean, is it possible she was distressed and exhausted? And that's not a smile but a grimace? I mean, I don't know. But if they were on edge and they thought somebody was following them, did they hear something? And then that's why they're taking like this photo so quickly after? Like they turned around or wherever it is, they thought something made a noise and they wanted to take a photo of it? This was 6 seconds after, if these timestamps are correct. And here's the full photo, by the way. Just for more context. Let's get... So you see, like, yeah, you're not really going off trail here, but... Like, 6 seconds after this? Like, is this in the opposite... Is this facing the opposite direction, or is this beyond where she is? So the photo on the left is taken 6 seconds after the photo on the right. It almost looks like it's pointed the opposite direction. Why would you take a photo that quickly? It appears to show the infamous wall of moss just behind the summit. At 1:38 p.m., the GSM network connection of their mobile phones was cut off as they had ventured too far from the summit. And that's another thing too, if they notice that on their phones, like how much further would they keep going? I mean, it almost looks like she's just super thirsty. Sticking her tongue out like that? I don't know. From a distance, it looks a little bit more ominous. She doesn't look that happy from a distance, but when you zoom in, I don't know. So, image 507. This is the next one taken. Image 507 shows Kris crossing a small stream seen from the back again at 1:54 and 50 seconds. The back of her jean shorts show a mud stain. That's, I mean, is that a mud stain? Maybe she sat on a rock or something. But clearly her arms are not bound in this photo. Again, we really can't trust the timestamps or the order, but just keeping that in mind. Authors Hardingus and Nenner possess the case files and the normal-sized photocopies and claim that, quote, there is also a small hole in her jeans. This could be of interest given that the jean shorts was eventually found by rescuers with similar damage to it. And we'll be examining whether the jeans that were found were hers or not. If the authors are correct, this damage may have already been made by Kris before photo 507 was taken and not be in any indication of what may have happened after their disappearance. I'm not sure about that. Here, I'll put the image of the shorts up. They definitely don't look the same. Let's say they're the same shorts, but they don't look like this. They have the same amount of damage. So, one of the points of contention are the metal studs that do not appear. So these might not be her shorts, but according to the official narrative, they are. But they're kind of beat up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll compare the shorts again later. Someone commented about the shorts as well. I don't know about them having equal damage. I mean, they look really beat up here. Like, these shorts look like they really could have been in a river for a while. But, I mean, I don't know. Still not that many, not like super huge tears or anything. History Unleashed says it's very closed in there, like between solid rocks, dangerous if alone. That's a good point. Could be cornered. I mean, if they're coming from behind you, that would motivate people to move quicker away from where you need to get home if you're scared. Clark says, so slippery, wouldn't surprise me to slip on butt. Happens a lot off trail. Yeah. Court of Public Opinion asks, not the same shorts, not the same backpack. The backpack appears to be the same model, but the backpack is a known model. So however, the shorts do not appear to be the same. We're going to get into that a little later. I want to go in order here. So, okay. This is the last known photo taken by the girls that day. However, strangely enough, there are two versions of 508. One shows in its metadata that it was taken 8 seconds after 507. Oh, wait a second. I didn't put 508 on the screen. So it was taken 8 seconds. So, again, I don't see how these time frames are so possible to take this amount of, like, these types of photos. That, I mean, the vantage point is different too. So this is the last known photo. So this is the one where people claim she has a very concerned look on her face. It could just be exhaustion, though. And again, if they're that exhausted, which they would be by this point, I mean, why wouldn't they turn back? So this is the last known photo, supposedly taken 8 seconds after the previous one. 8 seconds? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. So apparently the metadata shows that it was but another version of the same photo circulating in online media and such states that the last photo of Kris looking backwards was taken 50 seconds before the previous photo. Okay, of course, with her general direction of movement being forward and not backwards, this makes no sense. It is strange that two different versions circulate. So a photo specialist explains that he thinks that he can link it to photo manipulation. And there's a whole bunch of different photo experts doing a whole bunch of different things here. So far, this is a subjective explanation of events, but interesting nonetheless. The fact that no more daytime photos were taken April 1st could implicate either that they kept walking and that something unexpected happened, which prevented them from taking any more photos on the trail leading deeper into the forest. Or it is also possible that they returned at this point back to the summit of the mountain and they did not feel like taking more photos of the same scenery they had already seen. Or they did, and those are the cloudy photos. They had already taken pictures of the same route. After all, the girls could have probably only needed approximately 1 hour or less to walk from the location of photo 508, the first quebrada stream, back to the summit. And to then walk further downhill back down to Buquet would have probably taken them 1 to 1.5 hours if they were very slow at most. They could have been back at the trailhead by 3:30 or 4 p.m. with the sun setting at around 6:40 p.m. that day. Depending on their location beyond the Mirador, Kris and Lisanne would have had to return at the latest at 4 p.m. in order to make it home before dark. Although that would have been already tight. And at 3 p.m. would have been a better time, in fact. It is one theory that the girls kept walking after reaching the summit around 1:15 p.m., but panicked by 4:39 p.m. If they had indeed kept walking on for all that time, they would never make it back to Buquet before dark then. I mean, that's a good point. Like, why would they have just kept walking? More theories will follow. Okay. Okay. Analyzing the last photo. So this is what we're going to do now. I mean, anybody have any thoughts on the timeline? Because, I mean, yeah, they might not be the most experienced hikers ever, but they're not stupid. I mean, they've been traveling for weeks and, I mean, they have basic common sense. I mean, it's like they don't want to be out there in the dark. I mean, that much is known, right? I mean, nobody's arguing that. I mean, this photo, she looks a little bit concerned. I mean, I see some exhaustion, but this looks like concern to me. Now, concern about what, I'm not sure. If somebody else is there with them, it almost looks like she's looking at them like she doesn't trust them, right? Like, what is the impression everybody's getting? It looks like she's looking at someone actually slightly past the camera person, right? Like, slightly to the right of the camera person. And it looks like she does not trust this individual. That's just the impression I'm getting from this. I mean, again, with the mix of exhaustion, it's kind of hard to tell, right? Like, if this was at the beginning of the hike and she wasn't tired, I would be a lot more confident in that determination. But given that they've been hiking for hours, that can throw off some of these facial expressions. It also looks like she's not looking directly at the camera person, but slightly to the right of the camera person. Does it look like she looks lost? Maybe. Maybe that's part of the concern. if it's really just the two of them and they're lost and unsure of which direction to go. But that's kind of hard, right? I mean, there's one trail here. I mean, are they really going to venture off into the thick jungle off the trail? It almost seems like somebody else is with them and that she just does not trust this individual. Clark says she was probably like, let's turn around, and the other one was like, a little further. Lack of trust could be related to decision on when and where to turn around. Maybe? Maybe? The only thing regarding that, I will say this. So, I mean, Lisanne was the one... Was Lisanne with the one with the asthma? Let me double check that. Yeah, so supposedly Lisanne was the one with the asthma, and this is Kris in the photo here. So why would Kris be... Because Lisanne would be the one who would want to go back, right? If she's got the asthma breathing issues. So why would Kris be... Because if Kris is the one pushing forward... And Lisanne, I mean, is she really just upset with Lisanne that she doesn't want to keep going? That doesn't look like that to me. If Kris was the one with the asthma, and Lisanne was the one pushing them forward, then this theory could make sense that Kris wouldn't be, she would just be, there'd be lack of trust or whatever. She wouldn't be confident in this decision to keep going, but it's vice versa. So that doesn't really make sense. Do you really think they were going to ditch each other after this many hours of hiking? I mean, at the beginning, yes, there might have been pressure to go on the hike, to make it to the summit, even maybe to go a little further. But at this point, I mean, they would both be exhausted. Phil says, it's surely a less enthusiastic mindset compared to the earlier images. She is looking at the camera. The other worry shot, she was looking off camera. To me, it looks like she's looking a little bit to the right of the camera person. Court of Public Opinion says they just know it's going to be dark soon and want to get back. So is it possible they're with another party that is pushing them to continue going? Like saying, oh, there's a cool secret waterfall that nobody knows about if this is a local. They don't want to keep going. But this individual is telling them to keep going. So, this is the last known photo. Okay, a gully or ravine which you can walk through in the dry season, but in the rainy season they can be knee-deep covered in mud. The term can also be used confusingly to describe a small stream of water. The photos also show what is said to be a barranca, a gully or ravine, but with steeper sides and also treacherous in the rainy season. On the photo of Kris crossing the small stream, the main trail she follows leads to the earlier mentioned small waterfall. They never pictured it, however. The girls no longer made smiling selfies at this point. But instead someone, assuming it was Lisanne, took photos of Kris walking some distance in front. Kris looks back and her facial expression has been called slightly worried by some, although this is open for interpretation. The camera point is quite high, indicating that Lisanne may have climbed up onto something perhaps, or that the road itself was making a descent towards the creek, something I couldn't verify in the videos featuring this stretch of the track. Here's another point too. if someone is with them, possibly coercing them, is Lisanne making it look like everything's all fine and dandy by pretending to take these pictures as if everything is fine when it's not, trying to document how far they're being marched into the jungle on the trail, just in case somebody finds the camera? I mean, who knows if, who knows what's going on here? And then who's ever with them, maybe they suspect that's what they're doing, so they don't allow them to take any photos after this. Because if they really reached the waterfall, now some people are saying they had an accident between this point and the waterfall or something. But again, why not document anything with the camera? I mean, it's kind of weird. Unless that was all manipulated, but then why would it have been manipulated? There was somebody else would have had to have been there with them. History Unleashed also says, I always took photos of the guides. I mean, most people do. And is that what was removed? So what happened then? The question everybody is asking now, what could have happened to the girls after photo 508 was taken? Their photos also, if there's that much manipulation, is it possible other photos were deleted and it just didn't show up as deleted, or it was covered up? Like it is showed as deleted, but they never released that information. Their photos show that they left the Pianista Trail, crossed over to the other side of the divide. The Pianista Trail is a clear path, but once you walk on, paths eventually become small trails, poorly maintained, and the forest closes in. But not unless you walk on for a very long time. Initially, the ongoing path is clear to follow and partly surrounded by stone walls that make it nearly impossible to unknowingly divert from this one and ongoing trail. You cross a small stream twice, the second time also passing a very small waterfall of sorts. These trails are said to be used mostly by locals, tourists, and indigenous people living within the forest. Some walk their cattle there. Others use the trails to walk to their coffee plantations. Again, any cries for help over a sustained period, especially days, I mean, there's so many people walking there, routinely. It's strange. This includes the Nagobi people, whose village is approximately 12 hours by foot from the Continental Divide and in whose territory the girl's backpack was found. But despite this clear to follow trail going on for a long time after El Mirador, it is a frightening thought that the girls were in distress relatively shortly after they crossed onto this side of the mountain, that they started to call emergency services so soon while it was still light out. And they called those emergency services in vain. The reason why they started calling 112 has never been discovered. Some people think they called for help because they thought they were lost, or because one of them had an injury. But being born and bred in the Netherlands myself, I like to stress that's something that's a Dutch fact of sorts. Every child is thoroughly made aware by their parents and by the state that one does not call 112 for anything short of an immediate life-threatening situation. Think of heart attacks, critical car accidents, and being threatened by someone with a gun. You can get punished for abusing the number, and even in actual life-threatening situations, many people are hesitant to call 112, unsure if their issue is serious enough. I am extremely wary, therefore, of the theory that Kris and Lisanne would have called that Dutch number by 4:39 p.m., when it was still light, simply for fearing they could not make it back home in time or felt lost. That is usually not a good enough reason to call 112 in our country. Lisanne had activated Google Maps on her phone, but instead of checking it, which can be done offline, she closed Google Maps on the Mirador. Why didn't she look at it when feeling lost? Even when offline, it would have identified their location on the map and given a general indication of where Bouquet was situated. That's actually an excellent point. That's an excellent point. So, the first call So here we have this timeline here of the images and the call. So the first call here was 4:39 p.m. Several hours after this last call. And then there's also the deleted image, which nobody knows anything about. I mean, I think it's safe to say the deleted image holds the key to the case, right? Why would it be deleted? I mean, think about what level of coincidence theorist you have to be. Like, how much of a goof coincidence theorist would you have to be to think that this critically deleted image between the last known photo and the first emergency call is not relevant? I mean, the level of goofery. I mean, there are actual goofs arguing that. Like, look, maybe it's not related, but to think definitively that it's not, that's crazy. Yeah, approximately 2 hours before sunset. I mean, I don't know if you could have sunset to the minute, because that would depend on where in the mountains you are. But yeah, this is tough. I mean, that's why this case is so perplexing and haunting. I mean, it seems clear that something really bad happened here. Like, something ominous happened here. Something bad happened here, and none of the evidence lines up. None of it. So yeah, why wouldn't they just check the phone in Google Maps? I mean, that's kind of weird. Continuing with the blog post here, others think that the reason why Kris and Lisanne started calling emergency services shortly after 4:30 p.m. was because they were followed by someone who forced them deeper into the woods. I refer here to some of the forums, comment sections, and online discussion places I follow. Because if they had been lost at that point, which seems quite difficult to achieve given the one embedded trail that is followed and the density of forest growth off trail, then the obvious and most logical thing for them to do would have simply been to turn around and backtrack. Earlier that day, Lisanne had activated Google Maps on her phone, but instead of checking it, which can be done offline, she closed Google Maps on the Mirador. Why didn't she open it back up when feeling lost? Again, can it be verified that that was her action that closed Google Maps? It would have identified their location on the map and given a general indication of where Bouquet was situated. There was one clear path to follow and no clear reason for leaving it: to battle through thick growth while wearing shorts. So why didn't they? Did the narrow passages near the summit scare them and they did not want to turn around to pass through them another time? I don't buy that theory. Not that they aren't scary. Here's another image. This is not one of their images, but this is just another image here. Well, that was the other thing I brought up. If someone was behind them and they were that scared that they didn't want to go back, like, they had to have a really good reason to try to not go back. I mean, is it really that scary though? Like, if nobody's there? I mean, yes, obviously, especially if you're alone. But I mean, you gotta go back. You gotta go back home, right? What are you gonna do? Not go back home just because they're scary looking and it's getting dark? Well, supposedly 509 would be taken after 508. So it would be taken after. So it would be taken after. I don't know. Because if the other photos are taken at night, I mean, according to this, it would have been taken in between the 508 and the 9 and the emergency call. Clark, are you asking if it could have been taken after the emergency call? I suppose it could have been. I don't know why it's laid out this way. But then the camera wasn't used again until the night photos, which they may not have even been taking them. They might not be the ones taking those photos. Clark says, very possible that they ran into local foot traffic who seized the opportunity to ambush them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My impression is something was going on before that, but who knows? I mean, Yeah, I suppose we don't know that, Clark. Because the night photos that were released, I believe the first one was 542. So we don't know that information. Okay, hold on, we do. So photo 510 was taken April 8th. So it is not known. No, so the next group is the 510 and onward, which were taken April 8th. So these are the night photos. So it's in between the two groups. So it is not known. It's not known. For whatever reason, it's listed here as being the last one of the first group. But I don't know if that can be definitively determined because it was deleted. So they don't have the data for it. So they don't know whether it was April 1st or anywhere between April 1st and April 8th. But according to Imperfect Plan, it was done a ton of research on the case. In this graphic, for whatever reason, he has it listed as in between the last photo between 508 and the emergency call. But that might not be true. I mean, that's a good point. So, quite a number of images have not been released to the public as well. So that's a problem. Also, this emergency call, it might be off by 1 hour. Again, we don't really know. So theoretically, it could have been 5:39 p.m. or possibly even 3:39 p.m. Yeah, it seems weird that they would just continue on the path given how much little time they had to go back. So for whatever reason, yeah, I guess it's not known. But isn't it strange that the photo that's deleted is after the last known photo that they took? I mean, does anybody find that strange? Like the coincidence theorists, I mean, to write that off. Like if a photo was deleted in the middle of either of those streams, like if it was deleted in the middle of their known taken photographs, that would still be weird because who knows what that could reveal. But it would be less weird. But the photo is deleted after the last known photo. Clark Rice says, why withhold some of the photos graphic in nature? Supposedly, no. Supposedly, they were described as photos that are similar with these, like more selfie style photos, walking type photos, nothing out of the ordinary. That's what has been claimed. History Unleashed said exactly at the end it could have been someone else around. And people who hike these trails, they actually say they do see people like deep, and they see and hear people deep in the brush on like some of these other smaller trails that nobody knows about, and it can be scary. Some of them actually say they actively avoided being photographed for whatever reason. Other theories are that there's some kind of drug traffic. This is a drug corridor. Clark, do you want to comment on that? But going back to the write-up here, did the narrow passages near the summit scare them? They did not want to turn around to pass them another time, perhaps? There was also no photos found of anything that could have explained the emergency calls. No photos of an injury, of a strange person, or of them being lost in hostile territory away from the main trail. The photos simply stopped. So another theory, if they did get to this other waterfall, like see, the problem is, why didn't they take... Okay, so maybe they did take more pictures. They were deleted. Or they just used their photos because they were tired. Like, if they put the camera back in the backpack, could they have been that tired they didn't want to take the camera back out? And there's unreleased photos from their cell phones at the waterfall. Now, what if they forgot something at the waterfall? So then they had to turn back to go get it. But what could they possibly have forgotten? It's not like they're carrying... They have one backpack. So I don't know. Some people are theorizing they might have forgotten something, which is why they turned back despite the time to go get it. I mean, what could they have possibly forgotten? Their phone? I mean, how could... I don't know. But just another thought, if they had forgotten something that might have stretched their timeline beyond what they had planned. Oh, wow. Clark dropping some bombs here. If waylaid on the trail, they might have taken a photo of an assailant and then been ordered at gunpoint to delete it during the encounter. There are people out there. Not so much narco trafficking over land here. Of course, dudes got them. Court of Public Opinion says, wow, I've just been thinking that too, that they left something behind. To leave something behind and then notice that you left it behind at a certain point and be willing to I mean, if they have one backpack, like, what are they leaving behind? I don't know. I mean, if they had carried, like, if both of them had their backpacks and maybe like an extra purse or two and a plastic bag with stuff, I mean, it just seems kind of weird. I mean, maybe, but it still doesn't really add up. And what's up with the deleted photo? I mean, there's just something not right here. So, continuing on here, and another thing, they also didn't use the digital camera's video option. People have said that they may not have wanted to let their relatives know what was going on, but that would be a very stark contrast with their usual behavior. The girls shared their adventures with their parents and were in daily contact with them while in Panama. Why couldn't they have simply kept taking photos after their first call attempts to document what was happening to them? Other people argue they probably wanted to spare the phone's batteries, which makes sense considering how vital those emergency calls were. But the digital camera didn't have that battery issue, as its battery is sturdy and long lasting. And it also enabled them to record videos. When investigator checked its battery 10 weeks later, it still wasn't dead. So one would assume that in a situation of panic or danger, it was much easier to make a video recording or take some pictures. If they truly got lost, photos or videos could also serve as a vital reminder of the trail they came from, helping to document landmarks and so on. So why didn't they? Here's the other thing too. If they really got lost, like some people were saying the night photos were them trying to, get light from the camera to see where they were going. Why wouldn't they have done that night one? That doesn't make any sense. The girls were said to have been avid mobile phone users and eager to stay in touch with their family. They also took photos every single day of their holiday, often several dozens. Like most young people do these days, makes you wonder why they did not create a single normal selfie, photo, or message about what happened to them during the entire 11 plus days of their disappearance. Wouldn't they want to get a message out or document their journey ordeal? They wrote in their diaries most days normally. Kris had a boyfriend in the Netherlands but didn't try to contact him even once through messaging or phone after April 1st. Very strange. A young woman from New Zealand, for instance, fell in the desert of the U.S. and broke her hip. Her phone had no cell coverage, and she thought for days that she would die there. She said, quote, "I was filming little videos from the moment I fell, just in case anyone found me to explain what happened. I haven't watched them yet. After she was found and saved, I'm unsure whether I want to." So this was supposedly a well-covered case. I haven't heard of this. A New Zealand woman who fell in a U.S. desert broke her hip. Robert Scott, to name just one of many other examples, was stuck in his tent in a snowstorm in Antarctica in 1912. Knowing he would not make it out alive, he used his last powers to write letters to loved ones and last lines in his diary. Leaving some message or some update of what is going on can work very soothing for most people. Many people do. So the fact that Kris and Lisanne didn't record anything or leave a single message for their beloved parents while normally in the habit of doing so is out of character. The question is, did they opt not to do so because they were physically or mentally unable to, or because they didn't have the freedom to do so? If you want to consider foul play a possible factor in this disappearance, then it isn't far-fetched to imagine how anyone can make fake phone call attempts in a region where not even your GPS location is establishable, let alone a phone connection. But a third party cannot fake someone else's voice messages and personal videos, and can neither fake Dutch draft text messages. That's an interesting point. I mean, I'm sure, like, with all the deep fake and AI stuff, they probably could, even back in 2014, but I mean, it'd have to be high level. Now, today, it'd be easier, but you still might not want to, because it could still be traced. But simply calling emergency, like, obviously you have no idea who's using that phone. Phil asks, not sure if this was covered, but is there any history of any missing or foul play in that area or even around that area? Within, 70 miles or so? Yes, quite a bit. On that exact trail? No, it's considered extremely safe and definitely not of tourists, because all the foul play and like other bones found in the areas, that's all locals. Apparently, there was one case of armed robbery, a few cases of groping and assault. I mean, we're talking across decades. There was one male tourist missing, and it's a very strange case. It is supposedly he went missing from the trail, but it's actually not known. He might have went missing from somewhere else, just like these girls, if they really did make it home first. But no, it is considered an extremely safe hike, just given the amount of people, including solo female travelers, that hike that area. And even take guides with Guide F. and even stay at Guide F's home. They even rent a room in Guide F's home, and apparently no issues. But outside of the immediate area, like the entire county is considered not safe. I think it's the second most dangerous, but not that specific area for tourists. For tourists, it's considered extremely safe. Oh, well, so, okay. History Unleashed said if they felt concerned enough to call for help a bit later, I just don't think they would have chanced it to turn back unless it's passports or a phone. Supposedly, passports were found in the hotel room. They were even photographed, but yeah, I mean, would they take passports on the hike? I don't think people would take. You would leave them in a secure hotel room, right? Which obviously wasn't secure because you have this guide searching their bedroom when they don't show up for a hike. Weird. Clark says leaving something behind might explain why the backpack was switched out. What do you mean switched out? What do you mean switched out? Phil says New York is heavy, touristy, and considered safe. I mean, relative to the amount of travelers, maybe, but there are way more murders, muggings, and kidnappings and missing persons in New York than on the Pianista Trail, which I believe only has one official other missing person, that male. I mean, across decades. I mean, this is an incredibly safe area for tourists. Not, obviously Clark has said it's very shady, especially for locals. There are a lot of murders and there's a lot of crime in the area, but apparently just really not much touching tourists. Huh. Clark says both girls switch carrying the pack. Maybe it went unaccounted for in the mix. I'm still not following you. What was unaccounted for in the mix? You're saying they both they if they got to some waterfall, maybe they took pictures, maybe they were deleted, maybe the camera malfunctioned and didn't take the pictures. I mean, maybe the camera malfunctioned and they thought they took pictures when they didn't. I mean, I don't know. Cuz hold on a second. If this image was deleted, is it possible the camera glitched out and deleted the image and they did take a bunch of photos at the waterfall? They simply weren't recorded because the camera malfunctioned. Although after the fact, they tested the camera and they said it was working fine, but who knows? If that was the case, okay, but still, you're saying they both left the backpack and they wouldn't have noticed that neither one of them was carrying the backpack as they left the waterfall? I don't know if I don't know if that could have happened. If they set the camera down to take photos, if the camera had a timer and they wanted to take a photo with both of them in it at the waterfall, and then they just got, then they just continued whatever being in the waterfall, and then they forgot about the camera, so they walked with the backpack but forgot the camera. I guess they probably would want to turn back to get the camera, but I don't know. Clark says they could have left the backpack thinking the other was carrying it. Yeah, but they could see each other. Who's ever walking behind can see that the person in front of them doesn't have the backpack, and they know they don't have the backpack. Okay, so let's continue here. Regarding the emergency calls, David wrote me under one of my YouTube videos about this case. He thinks that you would normally only call emergency services as a desperate last resort. It's an important point to bear in mind, he thinks, because if someone merely gets lost in daylight still, his own experience has been that people are inclined to first try to find their own way out, to walk around the area until you find something that looks familiar, not to start calling emergency services right away. Which seems a valid point to me, although we need to remember that this was a foreign country, foreign terrain for these girls who were just 22 and 21, so they may have panicked faster than they would have done at home in the Netherlands, that's true. But David's point is that it's quite an extreme measure, calling 911 or 112, so it is hard to say what triggered Kris and Lisanne to call emergency services themselves at 4:39 p.m. already. And keep in mind, that might be at least an hour off. I personally think that it was because they experienced something frightening. Something very acute, fear of being stalked or fear of being unwantedly chaperoned, that's an interesting phrasing, by some men they were afraid of perhaps. Of course, one can imagine many possible reasons. They may have endured an injury perhaps. I lean away from that scenario personally because in such a situation, search troops would have found them a day or two later sitting alongside or near the trail, logically. And if they had called 112 because they had just realized that they wouldn't make it back to Boquete before the evening fell, which I do not believe considering the time of day and the normal Dutch hesitancy to call 112 for anything that isn't directly life-threatening, why didn't they also try to call their host family nearby? Miriam's number was in their WhatsApp contact list. She would be a more reliable source to try to contact, being able to direct police or volunteers up there to guide them back home in the twilight or dark. What would emergency call center staff in the Netherlands be able to do practically in this situation? And Miriam would have also waited for, well, they would have been able to contact local authorities. But, okay, and Miriam would have also waited for the girls in the evening with dinner. Wouldn't Lisanne have tried to call Miriam before when things went wrong? But they didn't try to call the host family or their own family. Okay, so I believe the writer of this blog here is saying that either something went terribly wrong, or I suppose the insinuation could be they're not the ones calling that number. So, court of public opinion. Yeah, so... Oh, Clark Rice says, I think the camera was in a padded case. Yes, there was a case for the camera, yes. Phil says, I don't know. I'm starting to doubt anything foul even happened on this hike. The frequency of making contact versus stopping to make contact calls is what sets a foul play point. History says the only number they knew off by heart suggests poor planning on the girl's part. Yeah, but the other numbers are programmed in the phone, like their host family. But yeah, no, calling the emergency in the Netherlands, they would be able to connect them with the local police or give them the local police number. I mean, it might not be super quick. They might have to double check something. I mean, it's 2014. I mean, they could just check it on the computer pretty quick. Lord Zed says, the leaving behind stuff I've seen before and feel it's a weirdo taunting. You want to expand on that? Like a weirdo was taunting them? Making them feel uncomfortable, saying weird stuff? Possibly having a machete or a knife or something? Or even a gun. Again, there was one incident, I believe, one reported incident of an armed robbery on the Pianista Trail. I don't believe it was this far beyond the trail, though. I don't think it was beyond the Mirador. So those people were specifically looking for tourists. Yeah, History Unleashed, good point. It was programmed, we know that, but then distressed, maybe not thinking straight. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. If they were that panicked, they wouldn't be like, oh, hold on a second, let me scroll. Yeah. Okay, another waterfall. Not only is there a small and narrow waterfall beyond the Mirador, which the girls would have passed if they'd continued to walk the trail, but there is also another larger waterfall beyond the Pianista summit, but is harder to find. Does look pretty, though. So here's the other waterfall. This is obviously not their photos. I'm gonna put another map here. Also, we didn't look at this map before. This is yet another map here, just to show how many homes are in the area here, how many houses are around. Or did we go over it before? So this is the Rest Bouquet, the restaurant, beginning of the trail, the Mirador. Look at all these houses here. So the last photo taken, there's huts, houses around here. Then there's the first cable bridge. And then the second cable bridge is where, not too far from where the shorts were found, also houses around. So very, very curious how there's all these houses pretty close to the trail, again, that would be able to hear any cries for help. But yeah, there's quite a few waterfalls as well. Are they actually called the Lost Waterfalls? I mean, there's a number of there's quite a few waterfalls in the area. So, Lost Waterfalls. Interesting. But they're apparently in a completely different area. They're in a different area. So the Pianista, I mean, I guess you could still, I mean, you can get anywhere, I guess, if you're cutting through, but very difficult. But some people think this is where the night photos were taken, in the Lost Waterfall area. So yeah, it's a huge hike way out of the way to get to other waterfalls here, especially the Lost Waterfalls. What else is super creepy is that there's this abandoned castle. You can't make this stuff up. There's an abandoned castle somewhere between the the trail beyond the Mirador and these Lost Waterfalls. Look how creepy that is. I mean, that's straight out of a horror movie. Some people think they were actually kept captive here. And then, you know what's really creepy? I don't know if anybody's proposed this theory before. If they were taken and held somewhere, whether they made the 911 calls themselves or not, is it possible they escaped from their captors and made it to the Lost Waterfalls, and those are their photos? The night photos are their photos at the waterfall? But they're so dehydrated and delirious by that point, they're not thinking straight. They can't record messages, they can't do anything. That'd be creepy too. But apparently, this abandoned castle is in between where they were hiking and the Lost Waterfalls to the west. But I mean, miles and miles of terrain. I mean, this entire case is straight out of a horror movie. I mean, just really, I mean, everything's super creepy here. I mean, I really don't know what to make of this. I don't know if anybody's proposed the theory that they were taken, then they escaped, and they were possibly either succumbed to the elements afterwards, and then either the same parties that abducted them or different parties did something with their bodies, and then if they have ties to authorities, then it was all covered up. Also, keep in mind, Clark, all of the remains were found not that far from homes, so from small homes in the area. So who knows if they were brought to those homes at any point, then it's not that great of a distance to plant remains, if the remains were theirs. Wait, what are you referring to, Phil? What is real or not? Oh, the castle is totally real. Here, I'll put a whole video up on it. Yeah, the castle is totally real. Yeah, I'll put a whole video up. Hold on a second. Apparently, you could even hear the waterfall from this area. But yeah, just give me a second. I think these are just some random tourists that filmed it. But yeah. Have you guys not heard about this abandoned castle? I mean, it's kind of creepy. I mean, locals know about it, and sometimes they tell tourists about it. Or even, you know, some of the guides take tourists to this abandoned castle. I don't know if it's... I'm not sure if it's known who owns it, if anybody. Looks like there's some pieces of wood around. Yeah, give me a second. I'll put it on the screen. Yeah, I mean, this whole case is like one giant horror movie. I mean, it looks like there's a decent trail leading up to it, too. So maybe, I don't know, supposedly it is possible to hike west across. History Unleashed says there are strange things in the jungles in South America for sure. I opted not to take pictures because guides were against it, but I have memories. Against what? Pictures of what? Like abandoned buildings? Supposedly you can hear the waterfalls from this location as well. I mean, it looks like they have some kind of lumber here. They're doing repairs or something. I mean, it's weird. This video was uploaded on YouTube 13 years ago. So, wow, that would have been oh, wait. Yeah, that would have been before their disappearance. So this video was uploaded before their disappearance. But yeah, it's definitely real. Locals know about it. People go see it. Okay, yeah, just pointing that out. I mean, again, this case again, just it's just so creepy. So anyway, so Chris's mother Rolai said in a Dutch interview about the plans of Kris and Lisanne. As far as the parents were aware, they had made a plan for the week. They were also going for that volcano. They were going to do that later on Saturday. They were also going to see the waterfalls in that area later, but they had all planned that. So Chris's mom is saying that they had plans to do all these other things on later days, so they wouldn't have done it that day. Marjoline and Eileen also emphasized that the girls were interested in seeing local waterfalls. Kris and Lisanne told their Dutch friends, Bas and Edwin, on March 31st that they were going to the Cascades. Could Kris and Lisanne have aimed at hiking to waterfalls that Tuesday, April 1st? It is possible that the girls deviated from the main path at some point to find the waterfall. The hidden waterfalls had been on their wish list. Is it possible they believed they could reach them through this trail and they got lost along the way? See, even if they believed they could reach them, I mean, this late in the day, after being that tired from doing all that hiking, even if they had initially planned to do that, I mean, is it plausible if they tried? And, well, it just doesn't make sense, because why are there not more photos, unless there are more photos on their cell phones, even if the camera did malfunction? It's a good number of miles from the girls' last known locations, because it's you'd have to go west across the way to the lost waterfalls. You'd have to go west a number of miles. History Unleashed says, Guy did not like pictures taken, but I caught it with my eye. So dense I could only see the top of the frames or doorway. Not sure, thick foliage. Wait, are you talking about this exact castle, or other buildings in the jungle? Axis Monday says, honestly, literally anything can happen to you in Central and South America. It's not a smart place for two young foreign females to go. Here's the thing, though. Even in any major city in their home country, statistically, per capita, they're actually more likely to be harmed in their home city, in a big city. Again, that doesn't mean that it's, I mean, relative to the amount of tourists, like, it's actually pretty rare for anything to happen to tourists. Relative to the amount, other than like petty theft. Alright, who's ready to go to MINDSHOCK land? I think it's time. I mean, we've been going for 4 hours now, so I'm gonna wrap it up soon, so we'll have to get to most of the witness statements later, but I'm almost done here. So, Callista wrote this about this girl's disappearance in her blog, quote, in April, my Spanish teacher told me that 2 young women had gone missing from the sister school in Boquete, Panama. They had left all of their belongings and not told anyone where they were going that day. The last anyone saw of them, they were talking to 2 strange men, making plans to see the waterfall. Whose mind shook right now? So this is the testimony of a Canadian in Guatemala living as an expat in Latin America, and she posted this on her blog. Interesting. All the way back in 2014. So this was June 26, 2014. So this morning, BBC confirmed the remains of both women had been found. I have found myself lulled into a sense of security traveling in Latin America. I generally feel safer in Costa Rica, especially in our small town, than I do in Canada. In the middle of Lake Atitlan on a boat we rented from a guy who approached us when we arrived in Penajejel. Eric observed, no one knows where we are. That was kind of true. The hostel knew we were traveling to Panama, but just how soon would a search have started if we went missing? What has happened to Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon should be a lesson to all of us travelers, whether we are local or foreign, that is very important for at least one person to know where you are. I don't know how much it would help have been to these Dutch women, but don't scoff the next time your parents ask you to check in to let them know you're all right. So this is interesting. So this Spanish, so Callista here on her blog, this is thesleepsong.wordpress.com/tag/Kremers, the dark side of world travel, June 26, 2014. So they have a sister school in Boquete. So this Spanish teacher has a direct line, apparently, to information in the Spanish school. And they're saying that they went missing from the sister school and left all their belongings. And they were seen talking to two strange men. Making plans to see the waterfall. Wow. Okay, so where is everybody here? Lord Zed, let's try to stay focused on topic here. So, with which men had they talked? Which exact waterfall did they want to see? We don't know. There are several in the area. There's a blog here, latitudeadjustmentblog.com, posted August 20th, 2017, so a few years after the disappearance. They describe going to some kind of secret waterfall, and it's some kind of local cow path that you need to take to get it, and nobody would ever find it otherwise. So that blog post has a description how to get to this one specific waterfall. It is considered the hidden one. There is no official description of how to get there. Quote, the Pianista really is a knockout, winding through meadows with stunning mountain vistas along rushing Rio Pianista. With an abundance of lush cloud forest vegetation, this trail goes up to the Continental Divide, a more ambitious hike that we did with a group last year. And if you're especially adventurous, it can take you all the way to Bocas del Toro on Panama's Caribbean coast. Caution, no one should ever go beyond the Continental Divide without an experienced guide. Just Google Dutch girls in Panama. Of course, obviously, locals and other tourists said that people frequently went further with no issue. Today, we had something much more mellow in mind. We wanted to get to the secret waterfall that Susan and I had not yet seen, but the others in our group had been raving about. The trail begins at the Il Pianista restaurant, outstanding Italian food, by the way, in the Altolina area just north of Boquete. You need to wade across the Rio Pianista after 200 meters, but then it is a steady, leisurely incline for 2 kilometers before you start to climb a deeper, narrow path. Today, we were accompanied by 2 young guides, Jefferson and Miguel. As it happens, these cousins are nephews of our gardener, Sergio, and it was a good thing because finding the waterfall required us to get off the trail and take another cow path that leads into the cloud forest. We could not have found it on our own. Since we're right in the middle of the rainy season, it was a pretty muddy slog, but not too bad. The other thing is, too, like, how many of these local guides don't know what happened to them? I mean, what are we guessing? Because the local guides, I mean, they know all the trails there. They know the shady characters that come and go. I mean, they have all the inside knowledge. Oh, History Unleashed clarified his earlier point. I probably found an ancient site the locals know about but don't talk about. It looked religious, sacred in nature, as it's a false door, probably. Not a cutout door, just a frame for the gods, probably. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Clark says they most likely got some local advice steering when inquiring in town. At the school for a taxi to the trailhead. Could have been told about the waterfalls beyond the turnaround point. The court of public opinion says, would the girls have gone looking for a secret waterfall 2 hours before sunset, though? Yeah, again, well, we might not have the right time frame. Like, and once we get to we're actually not even going to be able to get to the witnesses here. We're going to do that in the third episode. I will do the third episode soon, though. Maybe after tomorrow. I will do it within the next few days because we need to get this done. Clark says, strange they didn't arrange a taxi for pickup after hike. I mean, some of the witnesses supposedly say they saw them coming back from the hike or at a time that would suggest it was after the hike. I mean, we'll get into all that next episode. I know I was trying to get it through this one, but there was just so much to go over, and we're already on over hour 4 here. MINDSHOCK is, of course, comprehensive and exhaustive. Authors Hardingas and Nenner also described the secret waterfall on the Pianista, the Cascada El Pianista, and place it at roughly the same height as the house of the Pianista resident Mr. M. It is extremely difficult to find, and they write, it can be reached after a long hike along the Rio Pianista if you walk through the dangerous triangle between M's hut, the ex-president's dairy farm. Wait, what ex-president? The ex-president of the whole country? And the sugarcane field where the bodies might have been buried. Wait, hold on a second. Let's go back to a map here. The ex-president? I haven't heard this before. The ex-president of the entire country? That would certainly facilitate a cover-up. Wow. I had not heard that before. Let me get another map up here. If I can find it. Hold on. I had another map here. For some reason, it's not showing up now. That's so weird. It's not showing up. Very weird. I wonder, what is this ex-president, and is this related? Is this the ex-president of Panama? Why does it say president? Is that supposed to be mayor, maybe? It says president, though. Alright, hold on. Let me figure out this map situation. Yeah, we're getting some serious lag, and it's not letting me put the map on the screen anymore for some reason. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. It's not letting me get this other map. Still working on it. I want to get this map on the screen. This is annoying. Everybody's still here. What's kind of weird too, I'm looking at some of these other maps. Apparently there were some kind of camps, like makeshift camps, discovered by searchers. But yeah, I mean, no way to know who they belong to. But it's just curious how searchers have uncovered a lot of information. Still working on getting this map. I mean, here's a topographical map. We haven't looked at this one before, but it's pretty interesting in the meantime while I'm trying to get the other one. So, backpack approximate locations, the jeans approximate location, shoe approximate location, pelvis approximate location, and that's the Mirador with the summit there. Clark says El Presidente is a local brand of cheese, but what does the ex-president mean? I wonder what that refers to. We're gonna get to the bleached bones and all that stuff later. I just want to get the map with some of these other homes in the area relative to the waterfall, the other waterfall locations. And YouTube's just being really weird. Let me put up some images, but not others. Yeah, just I'm gonna try for another minute or two if I can get it. If not, we'll just move on. Hmm. Man, this is really annoying. Okay, so okay, I guess we'll have to save that for the next episode. Yeah, apparently there's just there's quite a few different waterfalls in that whole area. So it's kind of hard to know. So It's extremely difficult to find a bunch of different ones. Okay, so there's an ex-president's dairy farm. There's a sugarcane field where the bodies might have been buried. So the Buquette side of the Panista Trail, not beyond the Mirador. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna try one more time to get this other map. So apparently it's not beyond the Mirador. Hmm. Yeah, this is actually really annoying. Mm. Ah. And there's a few videos on YouTube too of a bunch of different waterfalls. Again, difficult to verify exactly what is where. Many rivers. Yeah. Hmm. Update: Romaine has explored the Pianista Trail beyond a second time recently, has confirmed that there really is a waterfall behind the Mirador, but that it isn't the one mentioned above. That hidden waterfall lies only 1 hour 50 minutes from the start of Pianista Trail and still on the Bouquet side of the mountain and out of sight. Below a couple of other waterfalls in and around Bouquet, including the 3 waterfalls. Okay. So yeah, apparently there are a lot of waterfalls. Okay, so yeah. Okay, hold on 1 second. Yeah, this is actually pretty crazy here. Alright, so here's what we're gonna go over in the next episode. Here is another map. This isn't the one I was looking for, but it's a pretty good one as well. So apparently there was a witness. So this is the Pianista Trail. Now, the lost waterfalls that we did go over before, female screams were heard by a local on day 5, and 3 men were seen running away. Interesting. So, Spanish by the river here, Miriam's house, and then the Pianista Trail's in pretty far from the lost waterfalls. I mean, you could hike west across, though. And we'll be getting into all the witnesses and all that in the next episode. Not to tease, but I mean, there's just so much to go over. It's tough. There's just so much information here. I mean, there's just so much information. It's kind of hard. I mean, this should have been solved. If legitimate investigation was done, this really should have been solved. Alright, does anybody have any final points here? We'll wrap this one up and then we'll be back next time soon to finish this all up. Actually, not sure if we're not gonna finish it with the next episode, but to finish the witness statements and trying to make sense of the timeline here in this case. Okay. Oh wow, Clark Rice mentioning the image of the back of the hair, the back of the head. My first thought it was taken by someone trying to see the back of their own head, like checking for injury. I've done that before. Yeah, but that hair looks absolutely perfect for being out in the wilderness. All right, I mean we got so much more to go over. Yeah, we'll go over all the remains and everything. Yeah. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Missing in Panama series. The disappearance of Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon and the alleged finding of alleged remains years after the fact. Episode 3. This is the local gang theory. The most comprehensive, exhaustive, deep dive on this case that exists in all of the interwebs, attempting to not fall for silly logical fallacies like everything in the mainstream and pretty much every other examination of this case and other cases. In typical MINDSHOCK fashion here, were locals responsible for foul play to these young women? And why the cover-up? Coincidence theorists hover around this case quite aggressively, hallucinating and pretending that no other fate could have befallen these girls other than simply getting lost. Even though there's a mountain of evidence, we've gone over many hours now in the first 2 episodes of oddities and anomalies and the sheer illogicality, because, I mean, there were searchers out there. I mean, I'll bring up all the maps and everything. I mean, the searches were exhaustive. Not to mention, this wasn't truly wilderness. There were houses and locals and back trails there. So if everything's above board and there are no nefarious locals, they would have definitely heard them. They would have seen them. They would have heard them. There's all these back trails that aren't official trails. And there's houses and everything. So clearly they would have been found unless you would have to invoke something so insane. Which I haven't heard any good argument made for how they actually were out there and not found. Now, some of the more plausible theories based on available and known variables are that they may have actually returned from their hike. Now, we're also going to go over this waterfall photo, which is not confirmed. This is not a confirmed photo. It's quite blurry, as you can see. These two girls, possibly other European girls, went swimming with these two locals. Now, they have never been identified, so they may or may not be Kris and Lisanne. Now, if it is Kris and Lisanne, now they have contact with locals who may or may not be involved in criminal activities, and we'll be examining all of this and more in typical MINDSHOCK fashion. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative and want to help keep up awareness in missing persons cases, cold cases, unsolved cases, allegedly solved cases that aren't actually solved, obviously all victims deserve justice. A lot of coincidence theorist scum out there trying to deny justice to victims. Imagine dedicating your time and energy to doing that. Like, people doing it. The so-called official subreddit on this case does that as well. And that's why I created a subreddit for logical discussion here, similar to the Maura Murray case, Missing in Panama subreddit, r/missing in Panama. So for anybody that wants actual logical discussion instead of sham moderators that exist on the so-called main most popular sub on this case, where these scum try to deny justice to victims. Now, are they intentionally protecting locals who they know were responsible for whatever happened to Kris and Lisanne? Or are they just these mentally disabled goofs who have nothing to do with their lives and they're just getting triggered? Because if they truly believe that these girls just wandered off and got lost and, succumbed to the elements in some fashion, even though their bones were, or their alleged bones were cut as if by a saw, why would they continue spending all this time and energy trying to shut down theories of foul play if they truly in their hearts believed they just, wandered off, whatever, end of story for them? But they're going to spend countless hours going into these triggered spirals, arguing with people that are promoting the use of logic and reason for true justice for victims? Yeah, very strange. There's this online activity in a number of, not all cases. I mean, probably not even that many cases, but a certain number of cases for sure. Maura Murray as well. But if you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel here, the Bruce McGuire channel, the home of MINDSHOCK. Like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Unless, of course, you're with us here live, drop them in the live channel. Trying to get to all of them. And then you could also help support the channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube. South to West in the chat says, this case attracts a lot of bootlicking authority worshippers. Yes, it does. Yeah, there's just something about certain cases that just bring these goofs out of the woodwork. And they never have. What's also kind of strange is, let's say some locals. So apparently the president of Panama had property in the area as well. I mean, there's a lot of shady stuff going on in this case. Very, very shady stuff. So, and obviously they're trying to protect tourism. I mean, this stuff's not rocket science, but some of these goofs, like the mental capacity's just not there. It's just not there to comprehend these basics. Welcome, BB. Yes, I have been teasing this episode for too long. It's been months and months of compiling data that I am going to present here in the most comprehensive analysis of the case thus far ever. Now, I am going to play a YouTube video first, just as a quick recap, and also some body language and micro-expression analysis on Tour Guide F, and we're also going to examine familial connections between locals and what that might have to do with the case here. Welcome, Parmigiani. Also, hopefully Clark Rice joins us. Clark has spent time in the military in this area, knows the area very well. His insights were very helpful in the previous episode, so hopefully he'll join us shortly. So here is the clip from... It's a small YouTube channel, but this compilation was really well done. Let me make sure I get the channel name correctly to give full credit here. Also, fair use from various clips from documentaries. And this is the Alternate Theories YouTube channel. I don't know if they re-uploaded from somewhere else or whatever. I posted approximately 4 years ago. And obviously all the triggered goofs over at the Kremers Froon subreddit are just going to conniptions over this video at the basic logic brought up here that we're going to go over. And then I will continue into the analysis here because there's so much to unpack here. I mean, there's so many pieces of the puzzle here. A lot of the goofs ignore all these pieces of the puzzle, but obviously if the case is not definitively solved and is so open-ended, no one really knows which piece could be these smoking gun here and solving this whole thing. I mean, you really have to look at all of the available information instead of cowering behind, oh, they just got lost. Just suspending all logic and reason, like the goofs love to do. Obviously, we don't do that here on MINDSHOCK. Parmigiani says, look at the reflections in the water, the color of the background, mix of things with the camera when I try to find the same red color in the reflections. Welcome, Rethink Inc. Also, we're going to be going over other local statements, and there's also a series of strange deaths of locals, and we will be examining the timeline there. I mean, there's just so much here that the gullible coincidence theorists, the mentally weak, who think they just got lost and that's the end of that, they're too terrified to actually examine all of the available evidence. Rethink Inc., this is the main MINDSHOCK channel now. I mean, pretty much, just about all of the podcasts have been re-upped. I'm sure, I mean, there's a couple more I have archived. I'll be getting those up shortly. But yeah, I believe just about the entire MINDSHOCK channel is on here, the Bruce McGuire channel. So I will go over this video here, and we will give our analysis on it. And then we will do further examination of the timeline, coincidental deaths in the area, string of deaths. Again, you don't necessarily have this with other cases. And there actually might be a smoking gun video that I was able to find, and I will release it here in this episode. So buckle up, folks. This is going to be a long one.
In 2014, two Dutch students In 2014, two Dutch students doing voluntary work in Panama disappeared after going on a local hike. Police found some of their remains scattered over a large area in confusing circumstances, and even more confusing, their possessions were neatly folded inside a backpack in the middle of the jungle.
Lisanne Froon, 22, was described as an aspiring, optimistic, intelligent, and passionate volleyball player. Kris Kremers, 21, described as an open, creative, and responsible individual. Both had grown up in Amersfoort. Froon had graduated with a degree in applied sciences from Deventer the previous September, and Kremers had just completed her studies in cultural social education, specializing in art education at the University of Utrecht. Only a few weeks prior to leaving for Panama, Froon had moved in with Kremers in a dorm room in Amersfoort, and they worked together at the cafe restaurant in Den Klinghap. They both saved up money for 6 months and planned to go to Panama together on a special trip to learn Spanish, as well as to do something of significance for the locals, particularly volunteering with children. The trip was also supposed to be a reward to Froon for graduating.
Lisanne Froon en Kris Kremers gaan op 1 april via dezelfde weg naar boven. Ze vertrekken rond 11:15. Uit fotogegevens blijkt dat ze om 1 uur 's middags de top van de berg bereiken.
Maar eerst, er komt toch nog een nieuwe zoektocht naar Lisanne Froon en Kris Kremers.
Lisanne Froon en Kris Kremers zijn helaas nog steeds vermist in Panama.
De inwoners van Boquete hebben enorm meegeleefd met de families van Kris en Lisanne.
De autoriteiten in Panama zeggen alles uit de kast te hebben gehaald bij de zoektocht naar de verdwenen Kris en Lisanne.
Wat is er gebeurd met Lisanne Froon en Kris Kremers?
We komen aan de maandenlange zoektocht naar Kris en Lisanne.
In Panama omgekomen, Kris en Lisanne werkelijk verdwaald in de jungle. We hebben nog steeds hoop op een goede afloop van de zaak. Sinds de vermissing van hun dochter en haar vriendin Kris zijn ze nu voor het eerst naar Panama afgereisd.
Worden de 2 Nederlandse vrouwen in Panama nu vermist, maar de massale zoektocht gaat volop door.
Suspected human remains and hiking boots found during the search for 2 young Dutch women.
In Panama, in het gebied waar eerder al een rugzak van de 2 vrouwen werd gevonden, zijn 2 verschillende schoenen en overblijfselen aangetroffen. De familie houdt er nu ernstig rekening mee dat Kris en Lisanne niet meer leven.
De ouders van Kris Kremers en Lisanne Froon zijn er nu van overtuigd dat hun dochters in Panama zijn.
Dutch university students Lisanne Froon and Kris Kremers had met while working in a cafe together in Amersfoort and moved in together shortly after. Lisanne, who'd been studying psychology, was described as thoughtful, intelligent and shy. Kris was a student of cultural social education. She was often described as extroverted, cheerful and outspoken. Both girls were avid users of social media and both kept diaries. After finishing their studies for the year, they decided to do some travelling, as young people often do, to take in some foreign culture and learn some Spanish. Lisanne had never travelled farther than Germany, while Kris had fallen in love with South America during a trip to Peru with her family. They decided on visiting Panama and doing some voluntary work in Panamanian schools, even raising some money to buy the children of the school some toys. The girls landed in Bocas del Toro and spent some time learning Spanish, enjoying the food and generally doing what most tourists do in a foreign country. Drinking, dancing, swimming, visiting the beach. When we travel, we tend to subconsciously gravitate towards things and people that are familiar. So when they came across two male Dutch travellers, they decided to spend quite a lot of their time in Bocas del Toro with them. They arrived in Boquete, ready to begin their voluntary work at the school, only to find to their disappointment that their plans at the school had been changed, and they hadn't been notified. They now couldn't begin on Monday as planned, despite receiving an email on Friday from the school confirming their appointment. Lisanne was particularly disappointed and sent her parents a text. The girls had arranged to stay with a local host family in Boquete for 4 weeks, a lady called Miriam Guerra, who hosted many international students over the years.
So a couple things jumped out at me again, just to go over this. I didn't really get this feeling, and we're just going off of intuition, make of that what you will, just studying this case for dozens and dozens and dozens of hours at this point. I mean, well into the well over 100 hours of time invested in this case. I've probably spent more time on this case than any other case other than Moore Murray, Avery, and Jean-Benet Ramsey, maybe. I mean, I spent quite a bit of time on Amy Mihalovic case as well, but, yeah, I mean, this, and the three missing women case, spent quite some time on that, but, yeah, this one definitely, in the past year or so, I've spent probably the most on this case in the past year. So, this, Miriam here in this house hosted foreign students frequently, so obviously, just jumping out here, I'm not sure she can be implicated directly because that would be way too suspicious. If she's hosted all these students for many years without a single issue, now there's an issue. The problem is, and I've laid out this problem before, everyone knows where they live. The tour guide, the school, this host family. Everyone knows where they are. So if someone did... Now again, I actually don't think that tour guide F, I don't think he intended and planned to harm them. Now, one of the theories is one of his family members possibly did, and he covered it up after the fact, because he actually visited their bedroom when they didn't show up for where they allegedly didn't show up for the tour. So, there's motive, means, and opportunity for both harming them and a cover-up after the fact. But it just doesn't seem like tour guide F just decided he was going to harm them. Because everyone knows that they planned to go with him. And this Miriam and this, they hosted students in the past before without incident, as far as is known. I mean, maybe there was another incident, but it is not known. As far as all the information we have is that all of these students stayed at this house over the course of years without issue. Welcome, Beacon of Truth Tarot. The other thing, just looking at videos, because I didn't spend that much time watching videos of them, but in the beginning of this documentary here, he had some videos of them. It really does seem like they were, obviously they were outgoing with fellow countrymen, the guys that they spent the time with, and they were thoroughly vetted and investigated and ruled out. However, it seems like, okay, they were partying and having fun with those guys. Now, would they also do so with locals, and was that their downfall? They just didn't have enough of a guard up. I mean, that's kind of the impression I'm getting here. Just from just countless hours of studying this, that's the impression I'm getting, and there's too much funny business with the chronology of the photographs and the manipulation of the photographs and the possible staging of various artifacts and their clothing, etc., and the distances that don't make any sense and the timeline that doesn't make any sense. So it really seems like there's something happened, and then there's a cover-up after the fact to protect not just the tourism, but the implication of certain family members between certain people. And if there wasn't a string of strange coincidental deaths, that might not be enough. But, and we'll go over the strange coincidental deaths. Adding the strange coincidental deaths into the equation, now it really does seem like this was foul play with a cover-up after the fact. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm just examining it with the available information. Obviously, the motto here on MINDSHOCK is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure.
Their home for the next 4 weeks had a private room for the girls with its own entrance and key. In interviews, Miriam described the girls as restless, probably due to the recent disappointments at the school. The first evening in the home was spent separate as Kris read a book in the bedroom while Lisanne spent time with Miriam. Even with limited Spanish, Lisanne was able to communicate that they needed suggestions as to what to do with their sudden abundance of time. Miriam suggested contacting a different school to see if they could accommodate the girls, but they had already done that. Miriam noted that Lisanne coughed a lot and hadn't been feeling very well. In subsequent days, the girls would be spotted entering the local pharmacy, lending weight to the idea that one of them, probably Lisanne, was a bit unwell. After bringing the girls breakfast, Miriam learned that they had planned to wander around Buquet a little to experience the town and find their surroundings. Photos showed them out and around Buquet on this day, and they returned to Miriam's before sunset. They'd spent the day arranging activities for the next week or so, beginning on Wednesday, April 2nd. This was confirmed by the language school with whom they'd originally booked the trip, as they also helped the girls book the activities. They had planned to view a local coffee plantation, a strawberry farm, and visit the volcano throughout the week. But they didn't make plans for Tuesday, April 1st, because this was the day that they were supposed to start their voluntary work. The Pianista Trail is an 8-kilometer hike, which starts in Buquet and ends at a summit, passing through dense forest jungle and through a cloud forest, which is named as such due to high levels of moisture in the air, which creates a hanging cloud in the area. The hike ends at 6,200 feet above sea level, and the hike itself requires the hiker to ascend 610 meters in altitude in the space of 2 miles. Upon waking, the girls posted on Facebook that they would be walking around Buquet, and sent a message to Lisanne's boyfriend Stefan to say that they were going for a hike. Despite the disappointment of the previous days, the girls had been in constant contact with friends and loved ones. They dressed in light clothes fit for a day walking in hot weather, and packed a digital camera, 2 mobile phones, 1 passport, some US dollars, a water bottle, and a medical insurance card. A taxi then picked them up and took them to the beginning of the local hiking trail known as the Pianista. According to the taxi driver, he dropped them off at 1:40 p.m. This would create confusion when compared with the timestamp on the girls' photographs later, however. Residents at the start of the trail had warned the girls not to take the hike alone, but the girls, after having spoken with the local guide the day before, felt confident that it wouldn't be an issue. Many international travelers visit this area and take this specific hike, and it's not regarded by hiking enthusiasts as being particularly difficult. They seemed cheerful, and they began their day's hike taking a local restaurant's dog named Blue with them.
When those backpacks were retrieved weeks later, they would be found to contain only a single water bottle, some snacks, a single passport, their phones, and a digital camera.
photographs found on the digital camera in the backpack show two young travellers on a hike which they largely seem to enjoy. They are animated, smiling, and together. There is some confusion about the photos because the timestamp on the earliest photo states 6:03 p.m, which was then recalculated by Panamanian investigators to 12:03. This timing conflicts with the taxi driver's story about dropping them off at 1:40 p.m.
So, what does everybody make of this? I mean, we're going to go back to this taxi driver and the timeline because this is critical information. Yes, BB, the dog Blue is disputed. It is disputed to such a level, there's even a theory that they actually brought the dog back to the restaurant. We'll be going over all of that in this episode, as well as the locals, because the locals theory actually accounts for many variables, and there's some overlapping individuals, including the taxi driver associated with some of the locals, who may or may not be pictured here with who may or may not be Kris and Lisanne in these waterfall photographs. But the taxi driver said 1:40. Now, do we even trust the recalculation? So they didn't change the time zone? How do we know that for sure? And then even if they did change the time zone, a lot of times there's glitches in cameras. I mean, how many people have set their cameras or TVs or whatever, microwaves or ovens? You set it to a certain time, but then there's some kind of glitch or lag where a couple days later it could be off by minutes or even an hour or two. So, again, I'm not saying that that's what happened here. I'm saying it's kind of difficult to verify with 100% certainty that the timestamp is completely accurate. Now, that's not to say that the taxi driver was mistaken about his drop-off time, but it seems like taxi drivers have to really pay attention to times, right? I mean, it's kind of their job. So it would be less likely that the taxi driver was mistaken, unless he dropped off another couple. So there's some theories that there were two other girls who may or may not have resembled them, and we'll be getting into that as well. But yeah, no, it is curious that the taxi driver, that none of this makes any sense. None of this entire story lines up in any way. So obviously it's kind of problematic.
Investigators decided to recalculate the time by 6 hours under the assumption that the camera was set to the default time zone of Greenwich Mean Time because the camera is manufactured in the UK. But if it was set to default, then why would the date be correct? Photo experts have since looked at the photos of the girls and calculated based on the position of the sun and time of year that the time was around 1 p.m. The girls took a few photos on their journey, each one reflecting the mood of the last. Happy. According to photo number 499, they reached the trail summit at 1:01 p.m. Then, at 4:39 p.m, just hours after they began their short hike, a call was made from Kris's iPhone. The number she dialed was the Dutch Emergency Services number, which when travelling internationally diverts to local emergency services. Almost 10 minutes later, Lisanne's mobile phone also attempted to dial emergency services. Neither calls connected. They then switched their phones off for the next 14 hours. Photos on their digital camera from around this time show a change in the girls. While Lisanne is rarely pictured due to holding the camera, we can see Kris in two photos with unusual expressions and body language. Gone is the excited and cheerful posture and expressions of just hours earlier. Most strikingly, every photo now shows the girls separate, and enough distance between them that it makes it difficult to even see the expression on Kris's face. While many of the photos shown before had shown them sharing a selfie together, in every single photo after this point, we would never see them share a selfie again, and we would never see Lisanne again at all.
I'm gonna also add here that this could be intentional diversion, obfuscation, and manipulation by the perpetrators of foul play if foul play occurred. Because we don't know. There are witness testimony. I mean, we're going to go over this, but some people believe that they actually returned from the hike and that something happened later elsewhere. So those calls, so again, let's be logical here. Let's not fall for false dichotomy logical fallacies or circular reasoning logical fallacies. We do not have verification that these calls to emergency, first of all, were done by them, although it might have been them. We don't have any verification that the calls were made from the trail or that they correspond to the timestamps on these images of hiking. So we have to be really, really regimented about applying logic and reason here. These emergency calls could have been made from elsewhere, not on the trail. They could have been made from town. They could have been made at somebody's home. They could have been made anywhere. They could have been made way off the trail and not corresponding to the timestamps of them where they were supposedly on the trail. Let's just keep that in mind as we dissect all of this.
The following morning began a pattern of attempting calls to emergency services twice a day for the next 2 days. There was only one time when the call actually connected, 6:58 a.m. April 2nd, when Lisanne's Samsung connected for approximately 2 seconds and then abruptly disconnected. It's unknown what the reason for disconnection was, but given they were hiking in the jungle, it's very likely it was due to poor network coverage. The phones would periodically be switched on and off between April 3rd, 4 p.m. until April 11th to search for a network connection. They never found one. Tour guide, referred to in the investigation reports as F, was said to have become alarmed that the girls did not meet him for the guided tour that they arranged the day before. He visits a language school at which the girls were supposed to begin volunteering to look for them. He speaks with an employee named Eileen, who says she has not spoken to the girls since the previous day. They both go to Miriam's house to see if the girls are home but find no signs of anyone being there. Miriam informs F that there is a spare key for the room in the garden, which he retrieves and opens the door to the girls' room. They spend 30 minutes in the room, with neither police nor Miriam present. 2 French tourists make their way to the Alpinista Trail and are told by a local not to enter the jungle because screams had been heard the previous night.
So once again, just to recap, so tour guide F spent a half an hour in their bedroom, unsupervised by anyone. That's kind of curious, is it not? And of course, this story is curious. There were screams from 2 girls and a loud crash. Now, the coincidence theorists ignore all of this, but this, it really seems like this could be related to two missing young women. I mean, how much of a goof do you have to be to hallucinate that this is definitely not related? I mean, that's a special kind of goofery.
Tour guide F begins the search of the area for the missing girls and notifies the police hours later at 5 p.m. Chris's iPhone is switched on and emergency services is dialed. It doesn't connect. This is the last time that a call to emergency services is even attempted. Later in the day, Panamanian authorities begin a large-scale search and rescue for the girls. Mountain specialists are enlisted and the story is broadcast on the news. A helicopter is considered, but weather conditions don't permit. Lisanne's family arrive in Boquete to search for their daughter. Emergency services flies a helicopter over the jungle, which proves ineffective as the jungle is too dense to see anything. Flyers are also handed out to local tribes in the jungle area. 25 mountain search professionals and 20 volunteers continue to comb the area, aided by a helicopter, but high winds and cloud cover again make the helicopters not much use. Lisanne's Samsung is switched on at 4:50 AM to check for a signal and again at 5 AM. Its battery is then empty and it never turns on again. At 10:50 AM, Chris's iPhone is switched on to check for a signal. At 1:42 PM, it is switched on to check for a signal again. Except this time, the incorrect security pin is used so the phone does not unlock. The language school in Boquete offers $2,500 reward for the lead which finds the missing women. This is a very significant sum in Panama. At 10:26 AM and 1:37 PM, Chris's iPhone switches on again to check for signal. But both times, the incorrect pin is entered so the phone does not unlock.
And once again, I brought this up in the previous episodes. The signal checks are all done at approximately the same time every day. Like, what are the chances? What are the chances? So two things come to mind. The only things I could think of are, one, if they're being held captive somewhere, their captors have some kind of set schedule where they leave. But why do they have access to their phones unless they're hiding their phones or they weren't searched? I don't know. Or their captors are the ones using the phones to stage all of this, and the captors, so they also have some kind of set schedule, so they can only do this at certain times. Because what are the chances statistically, if people are lost alone in the woods, that they're going to do signal checks at almost the exact same time every single day? That doesn't make any sense.
Lock. Panamanian President Ricardo Martinelli goes on live TV to address the issue and assure people his country is doing everything it can to find the girls. Rescuers are now searching areas in which ropes and climbing gear is needed due to dangerous terrain. Around a dozen more attempts at using Chris's iPhone are made, but each time, the incorrect pin is used and the phone remains locked. Chief of the Rescue Services states that his team has extensively searched every zone in which the girls could have been, covering 25 different jungle routes and found no evidence of them whatsoever. He also states at this stage that he feels the girls are not lost, and that it's more likely something else happened.
So again, the actual professional searchers who were there, let me bring up a graphic here of the exact search routes, and I believe there were even more search routes than these. So you see in red here, these are the search routes. So they did search along the way, and then you have here some of the remains, the backpack, clothing, etc. up further. But they would have needed a lot of time to get there. So during most of these searches here in the red, even if we assume they ended up where the backpack and their remains are, alleged remains, again, there's some questions there, but with the testing of the remains. But either way, they would need time to get to thick jungle, especially if they were injured. So if their remains and the clothing didn't find their way there, and they were actually alive and made it all the way up, look at the search routes here in red. And this also does not include all the locals in the area who are constantly coming and going. And they have, little huts or little homes there all along the way here. This isn't complete wilderness. That's what kind of leads me to lean heavily into some kind of foul play theory where they weren't even in that area. Now, if there weren't all those locals there, then yes, that would open up the possibility. But when people are constantly coming and going through the back jungle there, they would have heard them. They would have seen them. Not to mention all of these extensive searches. So the river does flow up in that direction. So if there remains, backpack, etc., flowed there. But again, there's also questions about that. On exactly, because supposedly they were found neatly folded, by whom, how, etc. But anyway, the searcher here is saying they're not in the area. Now, we don't have his record. We don't have this searcher's record. So we don't know exactly how good he is. But if this is a local professional, he sweeped the entire area extensively. He believes they're not there, and something else must have happened. Very interesting.
Every zone in which the girls could have been, covering 25 different jungle routes, and found no evidence of them whatsoever. He also states at this stage that he feels the girls are not lost, and that it's more likely something else happened. Miriam Guerrieri also states that she does not think the girls are lost, because they had no plans to take long walks, evidenced by the fact that they didn't pack for a long walk. Conflicting statements are given when residents are interviewed again, with some identifying a red car near the beginning of the trail, and others stating that they saw the girls return from their hike. One local resident, an American, states that the girls came back, and asked him how to get back into town and where to get a taxi.
So this is major here. So the coincidence theorists, the devout coincidence theorists, they're maintaining that all these witnesses saw two other girls and not Lisanne and Kris that came back from a hike at that on that day around that time. But if these witnesses are not mistaken, these girls came back from the hike. Which means something else happened. According to Lammers, an American who lives near the path leading to the Pianista Trail spoke to the girls, encouraging them to take an easier trail instead, which is also fun. The travelers did this, but turned back soon as they were tired and wanted to go home. Lisanne and Kris then went to sit near the road at the hostel, spoke with the owner. Another man who owns a nearby shop saw them walk past. We are not 100% sure it was Lisanne and Kris, but it does seem that way. The travelers were described as two young backpackers who spoke English with an accent. After that, no traces left. Nobody saw them get on a bus or a taxi. Lammers says Boquete is a small town and a safe one. Lammers claims she never has to warn travelers of danger, and people are not robbed on the streets during the day. Two German tourists once got lost in the forest and stayed the night with an Indian before turning back the next day. That's interesting. Lammers does not believe the girls are still in the forest, as it has been thoroughly searched. She does not want to speculate further, however. That sounds like she knows something, or she thinks locals might be responsible. So there's actually an American who lives there near the path. That's curious as well. So if it wasn't them, I mean, you would think at a case of this magnitude, I mean, this isn't some obscure case now. I mean, this is getting international attention all over the news, etc. So if it were other two young girls who looked similar to Kris and Lisanne, you would think they would have come forward by now. Same thing with these women in the waterfall photographs. If it's not them, who is it? So are we to believe that this American who lives near the path was mistaken about seeing them. The hostel owner is mistaken. And another shop owner nearby is mistaken. We have 3 separate individuals citing what appears to be them coming back from the trail, pretty tired. So why would they go back in the trail again? I mean, this is kind of major here. Are we being asked to believe by the coincidence theorists that all 3 are mistaken? Which again, if 2 other young women with these English accents who happen to look like them, if they came forward and identified themselves, yeah, this was us that day on the same day, then yes, then we can explain these 3 separate sightings by 3 separate individuals. There actually might have been a 4th as well. Let's look at a map here of the immediate area here. So actually it looks like there potentially could have been 4 witnesses. So this is all near the trailhead. So all of these individuals claim to have seen them return. Now, if there's a mass conspiracy, why would these people be claiming, like, let's say something happened to them on the trail, so they're trying to say that they left the trail to cover for people who did something on it? That wouldn't make any sense, because the staging was them getting lost in the trail. So that wouldn't make any sense either. So why would all these people be lying? Now, the American that lives next to the trail, there potentially could have been 4 here witnesses. There may have been 4 witnesses who saw them come back. Why would the American be lying to cover for locals? She does not want to speculate further. Interesting. Beacon of Truth says, seems like these 2 girls specifically could not be mistaken for just any 2 girls. Well, again, if there were other 2 girls confirmed to have been in the area at the time, but there weren't, so we don't have that. This isn't like, I mean, it's popular in general, but there's not that many. I mean, over years, sure, but on that particular day, I mean, were there any other 2 girls, English-speaking girls with these accents walking around that looked like this? So far, nobody has provided any.
And asked him how to get back into town and where to get a taxi. All of these leads are ignored by investigators. It's on this night, after 7 days stuck in the jungle with no food, no water, and no hope of escape, that a series of 90 photographs are taken during the night by the girl's camera. Nobody really knows why these photos were taken. Were they trying to use the flash to navigate? Signaling rescue helicopters or warding away animals? Were they photographing someone following them? Did the girls even take these photographs at all? Or did someone else take them to give the impression that it was the girls? Data released shows that 40 people go missing annually in Panama, with the last missing persons case in Boquete specifically happening in 2009 when Englishman Alex Humphrey went missing while visiting the town. Kris's iPhone is again turned on, and again the wrong codes are entered, leaving the phone locked. Reports state that girls bought large quantities of anti-mosquito products in the pharmacy on the day of their disappearance. Sadly, the CCTV footage which shows this is accidentally deleted. Kris's iPhone is again turned on, again the wrong codes are entered at 10:51 AM. This time it stays on until 11:56 AM, when it's switched off for the last time. Authorities announced that they're stopping search operations and will now change the situation to monitoring.
I also can't help but think, who's the owner of the pharmacy with the CCTV? Are they related to the locals? To the locals in the foul play theory, and that's why they deleted the footage, because the girls were not alone, or because maybe somebody was following them or watching them in the footage. I mean, it's always coincidental when the last CCTV footage is not presented or alleged to have been deleted. I mean, you have, look at the Delphi case with Keegan Kline supposedly hanging out at the Marathon gas station, and they couldn't get the security footage from the gas station? I mean, that's insane. Not to mention the Moore Murray case. Whatever happened to the liquor store footage? Where's that footage? I mean, it's just pretty weird. Pretty weird.
The family increase reward money, stating that they feel a criminal offence took place. A tip is anonymously given that 2 skeletons have been sighted in an area called the Culebra. Betsaida Piti is now leading the team. Her predecessor specialised in rescue, whereas she is a specialist in criminal offences. This leads people to think that the focus has now changed from accidentally lost to foul play. 12 specialist Dutch sniffer dogs, who can track human remains buried in a river for up to 9 months, are allowed to search the area. They spend 9 days searching, but find nothing. A local native woman finds a backpack near a river. It's identified as belonging to the girls. Miraculously, all items inside are intact after spending 2 months in a dense jungle near a river and with constantly changing weather conditions, including heavy rain.
So let me just postulate this. Is it more likely that everything is just immaculate with their backpack and belongings, or was that backpack kept indoors somewhere and maybe the girls were too? Does that explain the variables better than these outlandish and preposterous claims of just magically surviving the river in those conditions? I mean, it's pretty wild stuff what the coincidence theorists believe blindly.
Inside are the girls' mobile phones, the digital camera, $83, the girls' bras and sunglasses, and an empty plastic water bottle. After searching the camera, police can now confirm the girls did visit the El Pianista Trail, something they could only postulate before. Officer Piti confirms that human remains have been located by local tour guide F near Rio Culebra. The remains include half of a pelvis, some pieces of tibia and fibula bones, and 2 shoes, one of which does not belong to the girls. Inside the shoe, which does belong to the girls, is an entire foot. Forensics state that the tightly laced boot could have preserved them this way. All the bones and fragments are found scattered over a fairly large area and are always found by locals. A pair of denim shorts is also found, with some people saying they were found neatly folded on a rock, whilst others said that they were found floating in the river. Forensic analysis confirms the bones of the foot as belonging to Lisanne, and the pelvis belonging to Kris.
Alright, perhaps this is the time for a major mind shock. Who thinks the shorts were not even hers? Let's examine this, because this theory kind of got my attention a little bit. Because at first glance, so these are the shorts. So at first glance, they appear to be identical. How However, let's take a closer look here. Let's see if this matches what she's actually wearing. So the shorts that she's wearing in the photos don't actually have the rivets. I mean, this is the first major mind shock of this episode here. Look. Alright, let's get this image here. Give me a second. So these are the shorts that she's wearing. Are those the same shorts? It appears the shorts that she's wearing do not have those rivets. They are a different style. How's that for a mind shock? Because people were saying, like, it's just so outlandish for this mass cover-up, but what if there are different people covering up different things of various competency levels? Let's say a certain local or locals did something to them and got rid of them. And they don't have the original shorts anymore. Now they want to plant stuff really far away from wherever the crime actually took place. So they just find the closest thing to her shorts that they can. And did they ever even find any DNA on the shorts? Did they test the shorts for DNA? Why do these shorts look different than the shorts that she's wearing? And it appears that the distance between the seams are also different. I mean, this is all quite impressive analysis done on Reddit by various Reddit sleuths. I mean, look at their findings here. I mean, this is pretty interesting. Look at the width of the seam. It looks like it's double the size. That's quite curious. Yeah, look at the distance, the seam to the pocket here. Look at those added lines here. Seam of the pocket, seam of the shorts, and yet look at these. Interesting. Are these not even her shorts? Is everybody still with me here? Is everybody too mind shocked to comment on these shocking revelations? What does this mean? If these are not her shorts, what does this mean? And look at the distance between the loop. I mean, obviously they're crumpled here, laid flat. But it looks kind of weird. Look at the distance here also. Look at this. Give me a second here. Look at the distance here between the button and the edge, and then look at it here. The button is right next to the edge on the shorts that she's wearing, but on the found shorts, it looks like there's quite a distance here, almost double the distance. A lot of this doesn't add up here. This looks like different shorts. I mean, these look like different shorts. Also, the texture, I mean, again, if they've been wet for that long, but the texture also looks drastically different. Like, these found shorts look a little bit darker and faded, which I guess they would if they were out in the elements that much, but I don't know. It looks like they're completely different texture. Beacon of Truth says, this many anomalies is evidence of a cover-up. I mean, this is just shocking. This is shocking. Now, this stamp here that is highlighted here in the orange square, it looks like some kind of logo was removed, doesn't it? It's like they couldn't find her exact shorts because she doesn't have a logo here. So it looks like there was a logo here. They removed the logo and just hoped nobody would notice because they, you know, at first glance, the shorts are similar enough. But once you actually start looking at the width of the seams and the distances between the buttons and the edges and the seam, I mean, everything is different here. Huh. I don't know. These look like different shorts to me. Duck and Felony says those are not the same shorts. So people actually discussing this on Reddit, they say that these shorts are the found shorts are H&M shorts, and that's what the logo was, and the logo was removed to try to match the shorts that she was wearing. But these clearly appear to be different shorts. I mean, just all the distances and seams are all different. Quite substantially upon closer inspection. Obviously, from a distance, I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to tell the differences from a distance. People actually found some shorts, because some shorts don't have the rivets. There's also the lighter wash shorts versus the darker. Someone actually found a pair of shorts, and they're both H&M, actually. So H&M actually has... So it's possible her shorts are H&M shorts, but they're a different style. They're a lighter denim, and someone actually possibly found the same, her shorts, like what kind of shorts that she was wearing. These are not the shorts that were found. Now, once you start putting all these pieces of the puzzle together, is that why, you know, some of the photos were manipulated? There's just different, and different people are doing the manipulation here to try to cover something up here. It doesn't seem like it's just a one-person operation. So these shorts look a lot more similar to the ones she's wearing. Might not be the same color, but the style here. There's no rivets. Yeah, no rivets. But the ones that are found claim to be hers. Look at these, I mean, the rivets. Look how obvious these rivets are. Right here, the rivet. But the shorts she's wearing appear to not have rivets and appear closer to be these type. So these may possibly, actually I don't know if these are the exact shorts she's wearing. They might be. It also has this particular... They might be slightly different. But anyway, the point is, these are not the same shorts. Everything from the stitching, the spacing, and the rivets. These are not the same shorts. Duck and Felonies asks, how do they know that the remains were the girls? I went over that in the previous episode. Supposedly, there was quite a bit of testing done. But I don't know if it was 100% definitive. That's the thing. I went over it in the previous episode. I don't want to spend too much time on that here because we have so much other stuff to go over. But that's why I said alleged. It may... Whether it is or isn't, that doesn't mean that these shorts are the same. So there seems to be some kind of cover-up going on here. I mean, just be ready for the mind shocks, because they're not going to stop coming. I mean, there's so much here to go over. I mean, I don't want to make this episode 10 hours long, but we got a lot to go over. There's a lot coming, and we're going to attempt to connect a lot of dots here.
More bones are found by locals. Again, they turn out to belong to the girls. Kramer's Panamanian lawyer files an official complaint against the investigators stating mishandling of forensic evidence and a weak investigation. Jungle natives find some lower leg bones and a piece of rolled up skin along the Calibre River. It's worth noting that in jungle conditions and after 4 months, skin should have decomposed by now. The skin belongs to Lisanne. Panamanian prosecutor PT officially states the case as 2 girls lost in the jungle who were killed by accidental falling into the river, whose bodies were then physically smashed against the rocks, causing both death and the breaking up of the bodies. She uses X-ray analysis of the foot, which shows a metatarsal fracture, as the basis for this fall conclusion, also stating that some of the photos at night are taken near a cable bridge over the Calibre River, where some remains were found. The case is officially closed.
Okay, I don't remember this detail. So the school, they were supposed to stay at the school? I don't remember that detail. I don't see his receipt here, but this is a pretty well-researched video. I mean, everything he's said up to this point, I've seen numerous receipts for. We've gone over them in the previous 2 episodes from news sources or whatnot. I don't remember this detail. So the school completely messed up. Not only is they can't be there, but they were originally supposed to stay at the school. The school puts him in contact with the host family and the tour guide. So tour guide F offers them to stay at his ranch. Now, apparently he's done this before, and although there were complaints, supposedly nothing criminal ever happened. So supposedly there were people who complained that he made certain comments or whatever. But I don't believe there were any criminal complaints or any other missing people disappearing from his ranch. If there were, this would be a completely different conversation, but yeah, that's kind of creepy. So, Ingrid Lammers, the owner of a Spanish language school in the same region, said that she thinks they were there and returned? That's kind of interesting. Here's a post of hers on Facebook, April 5th, 2014. This is the thing, the last moment they were seen is here around 1 o'clock at the school. After that, so that's curious. She's claiming they were seen at the school at 1. The taxi driver said he dropped him off at 1:40. And then all the timestamps on the photos don't match up. After that, we don't know anything. Today, I'm going around the neighborhood with pictures, talking to anybody to see if somebody actually has seen them getting in the direction of Boquete. From the school, you can get to Palmyra, Boquete, or David. We can't keep looking on the trails. We need to know more about what exactly has happened after 1 o'clock here. Very interesting.
One local resident, an American, states that the girls came back and asked him how to get back into town and where to get a taxi. States at this stage that he feels the girls are not lost and that it's more likely something else happened. Miriam Guerri also states that she does not think the girls are lost because they had no plans to take long walks, evidenced by the fact that they didn't pack for a long walk. Conflicting statements are given when residents are interviewed again, with some identifying a red car near the beginning of the trail, and others stating that they saw the girls return from their hike. Chief of the Rescue Services states that his team has extensively searched every zone in which the girls could have been, covering 25 different jungle routes and found no evidence of them whatsoever.
verdad que es lamentable cómo se vaya a perder una muchacha por este sendero que era tranquilo antes. Que
nadie sabía que iba a pasar eso.
Y eso pone a la gente a pensar y mucha gente ya no quiere subir por ahí porque piensa que todas las veces que suban algo le van a pasar.
Nou, hier staan we dan, het begin van de Pianista Trail. Alle rugzakken en equipment uitpakken. En dan gaan we beginnen. Het is 5:30. Nou, we zijn nu ongeveer een half uurtje de Pianista op. Het wordt wat lichter. Dus we kunnen wat beter zien. En ja, dit is waar die meiden liepen. Ongeveer om 12 uur op 1 april. Het is 5:15. We komen nu dicht bij het pad waar het bos, de jungle begint. We zijn even een kleine pauze aan het nemen. Maar hier is het pad nog erg makkelijk te lopen, dus we houden het nog wel even vol. We zijn nu ongeveer een uurtje onder de top van de Pianista. We hebben even een kleine pauze. Het pad is nog steeds erg duidelijk. En het is goed te doen. Ik kan er niet vanaf vallen hier. Maar we weten dat dat ook niet gebeurd is. Dus, oké. We zijn nu een kwartiertje onder de top. We moeten even wachten, want er komen koeien naar beneden.
We moeten van het pad af, moet je zeggen.
We moeten van het pad af. We staan nog even de koeien voorbij.
Hey, ¿qué tal? Hola, Leo.
Hola.
Hola. Hola, novillo, perro. Oh, uy, 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 oh.
Hola. Hola. Dat waren ze. Het is 8 uur, we zijn op de top van de Pianista. En dit is de plek.
So the people that think Tour Guide F is trying to control the narrative here, he says something in Spanish here. Did everybody see this? He says something right here. Don't say anything about. So he's telling this other guy not to mention something. Why would he say that? Huh. We had some lag. We should be good now. So yeah, there appears to be a few moments. Yeah, BB, we were just lagging a little bit. Everything should be good now. Nothing was missed. I stopped it here and I was just skipping around through the video. It appears that Tour Guide F, on numerous occasions, he appears to try to police what people are saying. Which is kind of cute. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Now, what else is kind of strange is, so Tour Guide F found the bones. So they had cadaver dogs out there that didn't find anything. And then somehow Tour Guide F found them. And now he's also policing what people are saying here during this documentary. Just give me a second here. I'm trying to piece a few of the things together. I mean, this is just... I don't think it's as simple as Tour Guide F, you know, killed them and covered it up. It just, that doesn't match the variables here. But he might know something, and he may possibly have had something to do with the cover-up. So yeah, apparently the direct translation here is not "don't say anything about," but "I told you not to tell them anything," with a suspicious, annoyed tone. So here the translation is don't say anything about, but a native Spanish speaker, I don't speak Spanish, if anybody here speaks Spanish, they can confirm this. Supposedly, Tour Guide F at this moment is saying in an annoyed fashion, "I told you not to tell them anything," as the parents of the girls are hiking through here. "I told you not to tell them anything." What does this mean?
We zijn nu een kwartiertje onder de top. We moeten even wachten, want er komen... Het is 8 uur, we zijn nu op de top van de Pianista. En dit is de plek waar ze, Kris en Lisanne, foto's van elkaar genomen hebben. Om ongeveer 1 uur 's middags op 1 april. Je kan ongeveer dezelfde positie zien. Kris stond hier, bij die boomstam ongeveer. En achterna het open veld. Dat is nu bewolking, dus dat kun je niet zien. Maar dit is de plek waar om 1 uur die meiden foto's van elkaar hebben genomen. Het is top. Een open plekje. Van hier het pad weer verder naar beneden loopt.
Ja, dat is geen...
En dit is het pad waar we naar boven gekomen zijn.
This is a little one? No path?
No. There's only...
I finish here.
Ja.
It's a step area.
Er is maar 1 pad wat je kan nemen vanaf hier. En dat is het pad wat nu op de camera te zien is. Dus we lopen zo naar beneden. Er is nog een foto gemaakt. Een stukje verderop. Oké, dus top pianista. Je kan hier niet fout lopen, dit is het enige pad verder. Met goed weer, nou ja, dat was het begin april natuurlijk. Nou, we lopen nu naar beneden. Van de top van de pianista aan de andere kant naar beneden. Maar je ziet, dit is het pad. Met allemaal rots omhoog eromheen. Dus het is wel duidelijk waar je lopen moet. We zijn nu op de plek waar de laatste foto is genomen, waar Kris op staat. Ik zal de... Dit is de foto waar Kris op staat om 2 uur op 1 april. En dit is dezelfde plek. Het is duidelijk te zien aan de andere kant van waar het pad doorgaat. Je kan nog steeds maar één kant op eigenlijk. Ja. Op de foto is te zien dat ze de beweging maakt. Ze staat midden op de rivier, op de rotsen. Dat ze doorgaan het pad op. Dat gaan wij ook doen. Als je dit pad oploopt, 2,5 uur later, hebben ze voor het eerst geprobeerd om een alarmnummer te bellen. Dus we gaan kijken of we daar kunnen komen en om te kijken van wat kan hier de reden zijn om een alarmnummer te bellen. We snappen er niks van.
We zijn ook niks tegengekomen.
We zijn onderweg in die 20 minuten. Het is één pad, je kan er niet afvallen. Het is helemaal omgeven door ja, rotswandjes zeg maar. Als je daar valt, dan val je tegen het wandje aan en loop je weer verder. Er is ook niks waar je in kan vallen of uit kan glijden.
En ze gaan niet van het pad af.
En de weg op hier, nou ja, is één pad. Je kan niet van het pad af. Je kan niet, er zijn geen splitsingen, er zijn geen andere wegen. Je kan alleen maar, als je het pad doorloopt, ja, dan kom je hieruit. En dat is het. En als je het pad door wil lopen, dat is ook helder, dan moet je daarheen. Er is ook maar één weg. Maar goed, het is dus nu, even kijken, 35 minuten vanaf de laatste foto. Dan ben je hier. Dus ja.
Geen enkele rotswand.
Geen enkele rotswand gezien, niks waar je in kan vallen, niks waar je uit kan glijden. Het is een volstrekt raadsel. Wij denken dat tussen hier en de plek bij de rivier, waar die laatste foto van Kris is genomen, dat daar iets gebeurd is. Het volgende contact qua foto's was op 8 april op het pad. Dus als je daarvoor een dag of 10 zit, ja, kan niemand langskomen, maar die weet dan ook welke kant je op moet. Om gewoon weer terug te komen bij de pianista en in het boeket. Er is geen enkele twijfel over. Het is maar één pad heen en terug.
De enige...
Het is nog 11:15. We hebben al ruim weer even kijken. 1,5 uur gelopen. En we zijn nu bijna bovenaan op de volgende berg. En ja, we komen steeds meer tot de overtuiging dat ze hier helemaal niet geweest zijn. Het lijkt ons zo sterk. En anders maak je het ook. Nou, dat is ook nog.
So what does everybody think here? I mean, it is kind of dark if Tour Guide F was responsible for anything. Either the cover, either whatever, or knows something. He's the one leading the parents here on this trek. I mean, what do you see in his face? Is it pain? Is it deception? To me, it almost seems like he doesn't want to be doing this for whatever reason. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, obviously with these camera angles. I don't know, man. If I had to just take a guess, I mean, I'm not getting the impression that this is some kind of murderous psycho. However, it definitely seems like he might know some things. He definitely looks like he might know something. And this is kind of hard to watch. I mean, look at just the facial expression, just the amount of pain here. I mean, this is kind of hard to watch. I would like to know what the parents' impressions were. I mean, they believe that the girls never they didn't just keep going. I wonder if their intuition, what does their intuition lead them to believe that there was some kind of foul play? They returned from the trail and there was foul play? And there's all this funny business with the timestamps and all this other, the shorts and all that stuff. I mean, it's really hard.
Overtuiging dat ze hier helemaal niet geweest zijn. Het lijkt ons zo sterk. En anders maak je toch. Nou, wat ook nog opvallend is dat vanaf hier tot aan de rivier er geen rotsen meer te vinden zijn die we op de foto's hebben gezien. Met de oranje-rode kleur. Die zijn eigenlijk alleen te vinden in het stuk van de pianista naar beneden. Ja, wij komen eigenlijk tot dezelfde conclusie. Dat het weinig zin heeft om door te lopen. Als die meiden hier al ooit geweest zijn, en we geloven het niet, dan zouden zij nu ook het besluit hebben genomen om terug te gaan. Omdat het voor hun tijd een beetje 3:30 zou zijn dat ze hier aan zouden zijn gekomen. En ze weten hoe lang ze hebben gelopen. Dus dan zouden ze rechtsomkeerd hebben gemaakt. En zoals ik al zei, het pad tot hier is één pad, geen afslag. Je kan hier niet verdwalen. Ja, we gaan weer terug. Het is ons wel duidelijk eigenlijk.
Nou ja, wij geloven niet dat ze van het pad af is gegaan. Dat geloven we echt niet.
Nee. Nee, precies. Zo stom is ze niet.
Zo stom is ze niet. En je moet hier echt moeite doen om te gaan verdwalen. En dat gaan ze echt niet doen.
Nee.
Als ze wat gebroken zouden hebben, zouden ze zeker op het pad blijven.
Ja, en er zijn ook langs het pad geen steile hellingen of ravijnen waar je in kan donderen en daar dan niet meer gezien wordt. Het is goed om het zelf gelopen te hebben nu. Het hele stuk. En we zien met onze eigen ogen dat je gewoon geen kant op kan als je op het pad loopt.
Again, just my observation from this very limited footage, but it looks like Tour Guide F doesn't want to look the parents in the eyes. It's like he's always looking away. Did anybody else notice that? It's like he does a quick glance, but he doesn't, it's like he doesn't want to maintain eye contact with any of the parents. I don't know. Is this an innocent or guilty man? What is everybody's impression here? I just see him always glancing away from the eyes of the parents. Like, he looked in the cameraman's face a few times, like, especially in this clip right here. Like, they're talking. He'll glance in their direction, but it's like he doesn't want to maintain eye contact with the parents for some reason. Like, he'll glance and then he'll always look away. Almost like he's curious as to what they're thinking, but he just doesn't want to maintain eye contact. Is that the behavior? I don't know. I'm just not again, this is just my read here. I'm not claiming it's true in any way. I don't think he killed them. It seems like he either is, if this local gang theory is true, I'm not claiming it is, but if it's true, Is he covering for a family member, or was he threatened himself and he's going along with this against his own will? And this is simply guilt and shame, and he can't look them in the eyes.
En dat gaan ze echt niet doen.
Nee.
Als ze wat gebroken zouden hebben, zouden ze zeker op het pad blijven.
Ja, en er zijn ook langs het pad geen steile hellingen of ravijnen waar je in kan donderen en daar dan niet meer gezien wordt. Nee. Het is goed om het zelf gelopen te hebben nu. Het hele stuk. En we zien met onze eigen ogen dat je gewoon geen kant op kan als je op het pad loopt.
Het enige wat je doet als je denkt het wordt te laat, dan draai je om en dan ga je terug.
Precies.
En dan kan je best halverwege stranden,
ja.
Maar dan nog blijf je op het pad.
Blijf je op het pad, overnacht je daar, hoe dan ook. En dan gaan we verder.
Ja.
Tja, als ze wel terug zouden zijn gelopen, terug de pianista over, dan zouden ze om 4:30 van de eerste noodoproep ongeveer hier geweest kunnen zijn. Het is wel een beetje open plek, dus in die zin zou je kunnen proberen om een oproep te doen. Ik heb hier zelf ook geen bereik. Boven de pianista wel.
Also, again, just to reiterate, I mean, these locals with cows, etc., they're coming and going all around this trail. So whether they got lost, whatever the case may be, they would have encountered other people. So unless those other people did them harm, I mean, just the more you look at all this information, it seems like they really did come back. Unless we're just going to discount all those witness statements. But let's keep going here.
Nou, op een gegeven moment was die heel constant. Vanaf de plek waar wij het verst gekomen zijn vandaag, is er nog 2 uur lopen tot aan de eerste kabel van de rivier. 1 uur. Van het punt waar wij zijn geweest.
Does anyone know who this guy is? I don't know. Something about this guy looks a little strange. I don't know why. Just posture, facial expression. I mean, look at his expression here. It's a little bit strange. I wonder if anybody knows who this guy is. Is this a relative of Tour Guy F? Is this one of these guys? I don't know.
Is een noodoproep gedaan. Dus kon zo onmogelijk nog al bij de rivier zijn.
Tell me about this Pianista Trail. Is this a trail where you can get lost easily?
Uno solo. Only one. There's no way to get lost. You actually don't need a guide.
What about the official story from the Panamanian government that they fell from the Monkey Bridge and their bones were washed downriver?
When you're looking at the Pianista Trail, there are little farms everywhere. There's no way not to be noticed up there. You're actually passing through people's backyard.
Okay, so I don't know how much of this is rumor, but here we go. So we're getting into the major mind shocks here. So tour guide F's first son is supposedly part of a gang. Supposedly frequents Bocas del Toro, where the girls were previously. So did he meet or see them earlier and was familiar with them? So another rumor is that while he was drunk, he told somebody he ran into the girls at the pharmacy, and then magically the CCTV footage is deleted. Supposedly he likes foreign women. Supposedly people saw him in the area when the girls disappeared. Okay, so let's get to the mind shocks and coincidences here. So Jorge Rivera Miranda is a friend of tour guide F's first son, and his mother owns the pharmacy where the CCTV footage was deleted. And he's found drowned April 4th, 2015 in shallow water. One of several mysterious deaths. So, hold on a second here. So, the tour guide is Feliciano Gonzalez. His son is Henry Gonzalez. Jorge Miranda is Henry Gonzalez's friend. The taxi driver who dropped them off is Leonardo Arturo Gonzalez. So different Gonzalez. He's got the accent over the A. So the taxi driver claimed he witnessed Henry Gonzalez and Jorge Manuel Murgas in the Pianista area April 1st. This taxi driver that brought the girls to the trail is found dead. March 3rd, 2015. 8 months after the girls' remains were found. I mean, the trail of bodies of people associated with tour guide F, son, and this gang, and the taxi driver that dropped off the girls. I mean, this coincidence stack is getting stratospheric. I mean, the coincidence theorists, I mean, I don't know how they're coping here. The other issue is with some of these locals, there's a lot of unsubstantiated information, and a lot of these names like Cesar Castillo are pretty common. So Cesar Castillo was a climbing instructor that was in the area when Leonardo Arturo Gonzalez drowned. He did not see the incident directly, saw Leonardo's floating corpse afterwards. He said that there was no head trauma or reason for him to have drowned. He believed Leonardo was murdered. Now, apparently another person named Cesar Castillo was found dead near Panama City April 8th, 2018. In yet another coincidence, Osman Valenzuela disappeared 3 days after the girls were missing. He was found dead from drowning in Chiriquisito River. Also was part of the gang. It was discovered that he had met Kris and Lisanne. The swimming photo was discovered on his phone by the police after his death. His body was found in a river located between the districts of Boquete and Gualaca. I mean, the coincidence stack here is just absolutely stratospheric. Also, Jose Manuel Murgas, who worked with Osman, was killed a year later in 2015 in a hit and run, also part of the gang. After he died, Henry Gonzalez, tour guide F's first son, wrote on Facebook that Jose was his little soul brother. His body was found on the side of the road near Boquete to Dolega, near the entrance to the Caldera district. And Murgas was sighted with Henry by the taxi driver. And this guy also ends up getting killed, who also worked with Osman, who got killed. Is everybody following here? I mean, we'll get to more receipts in a moment. But is anybody else's head spinning here? I mean, this is all very, very difficult, but supposedly, again, according to this local info, Heriberto Gonzalez is in a conflict with the Sabrison family, who owns the El Sabrison restaurant in Boquete, where the girls had brunch. Yeah, I mean, this is all pretty tough. Another receipt here, I don't know if he's going to go over this in this documentary here. RTL Late Night, October 1st, 2014. Kris Kremers' father said that there was the DNA of an unknown person found on the backpack of Kris and Lisanne. And he said that he and his wife do not believe that their daughter and her friend Lisanne got lost in the tropical forest of Panama. According to them, 2 forms from the Panamanian authorities state that Kris and Lisanne were kidnapped. La Estrella newspaper also said that there was a fingerprint on the smartphones of the women that were in the Panamanian database, but no other info was given. So that's curious. That's very, very curious. Let's continue the tangled web here of this local gang. I mean, the strange deaths just don't stop coming. Lee Zeltzer, who helped interview locals, apparently he died, supposedly, suspiciously, But there's quite a few suspicious deaths here, because even Octavio Calderon, he was a criminologist working on the case, he died mysteriously as well. He's the one that stated that Kris and Lisanne did not die due to accident, but they were murdered because of the phosphorus found on the remains, where he stated that fertilizers or chemicals were used on them. He stated, so this article is on laestrella.com, local newspaper. Nothing indicates that they were near water besides two bones from different parts of the body of two different people. Never just end up washed on the same sandbank together. This shows that someone placed them there. There is no other possible reason. The way in which the ankle and bones have been found could indicate that he is a young person who is inexperienced in these types of situations, an amateur improvising once presented with obstacles. And so this guy passes away mysteriously. This expat who investigated and interviewed people passes away mysteriously. All these people associated with the gang, the taxi driver that dropped the girls off gets murdered. I mean, just the trail of deaths in this case is astounding. I mean, this is like a Hillary Clinton situation. Yeah, the case of Eileen Widdeck is also a little bit suspicious. She's a German woman that lived in Boquete who worked for tour guide F, was an assistant hotel manager. She went with tour guide F to the girls' house on April 2nd when they failed to show up for a scheduled hike. Eileen assisted tour guide F in notifying the police about the disappearance soon after she left Boquete and returned to Germany. It's unknown how much she knows, but it's rather suspicious why she left Boquete so quickly. Yeah, it doesn't state here how long she lived there, but if she lived there for a really long time and, you know, made the permanent move and then she just goes back to Germany as soon as this happens, that's a little weird. So how many Gonzalez's are there? Because Lorenzo, a local guide, saw the girls on the trail the day they disappeared. On April 2nd, he reportedly told two French tourists not to walk the Pianista because he heard screams coming from the mountain the night before. So is this a case of he didn't know? So if he is family to tour guide F or some of these other local gang, maybe he didn't know that they were responsible for the girls, so he was just saying that, and then maybe later he either did or didn't find out that his own family members or these other people were responsible for this. So he really was being a good Samaritan at that moment. But yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
Expedientes Nets investigó el recorrido de Lisanne y Kris ese lunes. La mañana había estado soleada y cerca del mediodía, el primer registro de su presencia se da en el sendero de Alto Lino. Aproximadamente eran las 2 de la tarde, cuando el dueño de la casa de Pedro las ve. El testigo que prefirió hablar fuera de cámara nos contó que las vio llegar y le preguntaron si ese era el sendero del pianista, pero él les contestó que no, que era el sendero Piedra de Lino y que este era muy bonito porque se podía ver Boquete entero. Las chicas, refiere el testigo, ingresaron al sendero de Piedra de Lino y como 15 minutos después las vio bajar, por lo que les preguntó si habían subido y dijeron que sí, pero el testigo... Otro testigo que las ve estaba en la tienda Nelita. Eran las 3:30 y cuenta que una de las chicas se veía enferma.
Me encontraba aquí en esta tiendita atendiendo a los clientes, pero en el momento yo estaba, eran como las 2:30, 3 de la tarde cuando las muchachas bajaron, sí. Pero una sí bajó, la más gordita que iba en una licra negra y la otra la alcancé a ver, pero cuando iba allá abajo, porque la otra iba por este lado. Pero no pudo, se fue por allá porque como la piedra era suelta, la muchacha se fue de largo y allá en la vuelta fue que se logró ver nada más. Sí, lo que sí que la que iba aquí iba bien agobiada, bien estropeada, parece de caminar mucho. Y sí, contenta sí, pero de ahí no le puedo decir si las muchachas bajaron hasta el pueblo, se devolvieron en un taxi. Si bajaron en taxi, no sé, pero yo hasta la vuelta la alcancé a ver.
Dando planta. Y yo estaba aquí cuando la chica pasó.
¿Cómo sabes que era la tuya?
Bueno, porque, andaban dos muchachas juntas, se fue. Entonces, cuando, entre 3 días, viene el guía que es Feliciano González, viene, me pregunta y me trae el foto, ahí donde que me di cuenta que era ella lo que había yo visto.
¿Y qué te acuerdas de ella? ¿Qué fue lo que viste de ella?
Does anybody find this strange that this local woman... See, her expression is completely different than the first guy. I mean, look at the first guy here. He actually seems honest and forthcoming. I mean, he doesn't seem like he's hiding anything. He seems like a nice guy. I mean, I don't know if you heard like a kid in the background, if he's a father or whatever. I don't see any deception here. He seems like a nice guy. Now, on her face, she is saying that she immediately knew the girls were missing as soon as the tour guide F came up to her. I mean, is it simply intuition? Like she read some... I mean, why was she so convinced that these two particular girls had gone missing before anything was said to her? Did she see something else, like perhaps other individuals following the girls or something? Or one of the witnesses said that they saw the girls leave in a red truck or red vehicle. similar to the Maura Murray case. Did she see that as well, and that's how she knew?
Aquí cuando la chica pasó.
¿Cómo sabes que era las dos?
Bueno, porque, andaban dos muchachas juntas, se fue. Entonces cuando, entre 3 días, viene el guía que es Feliciano González, viene, me pregunta y me trae el foto, ahí donde que me di cuenta que era ella lo que había yo visto.
¿Y qué te acuerdas de ella? ¿Qué fue lo que viste de ella?
Bueno, como yo estaba aquí, yo no reparo la persona, bueno, solamente veo la cara porque ella pasó y me dijo.
¿Te saludaron?
Sí. Y entonces no reparé más, no reparo porque este es un sendero de los turismos.
¿Iban solas?
Solo, sí.
¿Viste entrar algún carro o algo?
Bueno, eso sí, no.
Iba a oscurecer.
Wow, that interview got cut off so fast as soon as she said she saw them enter a car. So they walked alone, but then she saw them enter a car. Did you see them get into a car? Yes, I did. And the interview cuts off.
Iba a oscurecer más rápido que en otras ocasiones porque el día estaba feo. Así que ese fue mi pensamiento y se lo hice saber a mi esposo que estaba ahí conmigo. Pero al día siguiente nos enteramos pues que se habían extraviado.
¿Algo más que usted viera y que le llamara la atención?
Me llamó la atención que llevaban un pantaloncito corto, que iban para la montaña, que hacía frío y que la maleza le iba a lastimar las piernas y el frío les iba a morir.
Lorenzo es guía de turismo y conoce todos los senderos de Boquete. Fue el último testigo que las vio.
Bueno, yo vi dos mujeres, dos personajes, así como dos mujeres pues, pero yo estaba muy lejos de donde estaban.
Y cuando usted las vio, ¿ellas hacia dónde iban?
Bueno, iban casi de espalda, hacia allá, hacia...
What about the official story from the Panamanian government that they fell from the Monkey Bridge and their bones were washed downriver?
No way.
This area also has a bit of a reputation.
Yes, I know.
There are other people who have gone missing here, correct?
Yes, correct.
There's hundreds of cases like that.
Tonight, a special Tuesday edition of 48 Hours, new developments in a deadly international mystery. Yvonne Baldelli vanished from a tropical Panamanian island in 2011.
Latest on the mysterious death of a young American tourist in Panama. Catherine Johannet's body was found on a hiking trail.
This morning, Panamanian authorities are speaking out on the mysterious death of 23-year-old American.
The alarming headline involving an American woman on vacation in Costa Rica. Authorities say they have now found the body after she disappeared and that this was murder. Authorities today identified.
Tonight, missing in Costa Rica, a mystery that remains unsolved after a Tampa man disappeared on vacation.
In this developing story, heartbreak for a Westchester family tonight after learning the tragic news of their missing loved one. Catherine Janet of Scarsdale disappeared in Panama Thursday after reportedly leaving her hotel room to go backpacking. Her family says it was told yesterday that the 23-year-old's body was found.
Una fosa donde se encontraban 7 panameños, 7 indígenas que fueron maltratados, fueron golpeados y fueron asesinados. Y se estableció como una de las causas de muerte golpes contundentes y definitivamente tenían otras lesiones que evidenciaban que habían sido maltratados, golpeados con objetos punzocortantes.
In December 2010, Barbara Strunkova vanished while living in Costa Rica.
So these are the photos that we have.
Estas son las fotos que tenemos.
Okay, so this is the river. Yes, you saw these?
Había visto esto. Esta es la. She says that's up in pianista. Miren on the other side.
On the other side of where?
Oh, the divide. He says it's on that side. It's on their side.
He's saying that is on the Buquete side of the Continental Divide. Oh, I just want to get this super clear. This photo is not taken on this side of the divide.
Esta foto no es tomada de este lado. No.
Now, the official story is that the girls hiked the Pianista Trail to the Continental Divide and then continued onto the Serpent Trail and then died at the Monkey Bridge. But Luis knows these trails better than anyone, and he says without a doubt that this photo was taken hours after the girls reached the Continental Divide and shows them hiking on the Pianista Trail back towards Buquete.
Otra de las situaciones que pudiéramos estar enfrentando y que no se puede descartar.
So again, for the coincidence theorists, this is the head searcher stating that they're not on the mountain. He would have found them. He said they may have been physically attacked and taken to another location, which would prevent us now from locating them. So all the goofy coincidence theorists without the mental capacity to properly assess these variables are hallucinating. All the local witnesses are mistaken. The head of search and rescue is mistaken. Everybody is mistaken, and they somehow magically got lost, got hurt, and then weren't found by all of the countless locals walking those trails and other trails that you can't even see that crisscross the main trails. They just couldn't find them. Oh, Clark. Clark is in the chat. I have traveled extensively there. I have lived in the jungle there for weeks on end. You missed quite a lot, Clark. You missed quite a lot, but we still have some to go over here. One second here. Let me double check something. So BB asks an interesting question here. Only one of the two were wearing short shorts, according to the old lady. She said one of them was wearing shorts. I mean, both of them were wearing shorts, supposedly. Although I suppose it's possible from a distance it could look like a skirt. Unless they were saying one of them was wearing jean shorts. I mean, obviously the language barrier could be a little bit tough. So, do these look like shorts or a skirt from a distance? I mean, they're both wearing pretty short shorts, but yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question as to the differentiation of the type of shorts. Huh, that is a good question. I mean, yeah, that's a good question, BB. BB said her comment was they weren't dressed appropriately for a long hike. Yeah, I guess most people wear pants, right? Because of ticks or whatever.
Es que pudiesen haber sido agredidas y trasladadas a otro sitio y después ocurrir otras acciones que hasta el momento impidan su ubicación real.
De ser cierta esta hipótesis, para concretar la acción se debió utilizar violencia o intimidación para someterlas. Debieron participar más de una persona. Debieron participar más de una persona. Más de una persona.
I wish you all the best for the rest of your lives and stuff. I'm really going to miss you.
Okay, before we get to part 2 of that documentary, let's break down this photo here. So, well, let's look at the map first. So this photo is taken in an entirely different area. So, oops. There we go. So this photo, there's quite a few different waterfalls too. There's a volcano, there's the Lost Waterfalls here. Supposedly the screams were heard by a local on the 5th day, and 3 men were seen running away from the area around the Lost Waterfalls, which is also where a plastic bag, a shoe sole, and a hair were found. So the Pianista Trail is in this other, is in the other direction. This is Boquete, Spanish by the river, Miriam's house. Now the Caldera Hot Springs is the area of the photo, and the Rio Chirique Nuevo, that's where some of the other people were found. But it also appears that some of these night photos could have been taken in El Rio Encantado, closer to Alto Boquete, and this is where the swimming photo was taken, which may or may not have been the girls. So just so everybody gets a layout here. So this is the layout of potential locations. So now, let's break this down. Just 1 second here. Okay. So let's dissect the photo here and who this could be in the photo. Clark says that supermarket is also the local bus shop transit center. My father-in-law warned me when we were there that it was very dangerous for gringos there. Yeah, Clark, you're gonna have to watch this episode back for all the details. So here's a post by Clarissa on the highly controlled and sham subreddit Kremers Froon. Obviously, for any logical discussion, make sure to go to the Missing in Panama subreddit, run by yours truly for logical discussion, where sham moderators don't shut down logical discussion. The only thing that is confirmed about the swimming photo is the location. Identities for those featured in the photo often suggested are Kris, Lisanne, Osman Valenzuela, and Jose Manuel Murgas. If this was true, that would mean all 4 people in the photo died within a year, including Osman very close to Kris and Lisanne. The photo is rumored to have come from Osman's phone, and while the date is not confirmed, one often quoted is on or around April 1st. An April 1st date could contradict the camera phone timeline. The swimming photo is therefore interesting, as unlike some other evidence that contradicts the camera phone timeline, it should, at least in principle, be verifiable. If not, the identities of the people, at least the camera and date, even though, of course, the information has not been confirmed to the public. I will initially give my thoughts on the IDs of the girls in the photos, but I'm mainly interested in what is verifiable about the photo, so most of the post is looking at different aspects of the info surrounding it, in particular things which might make it potentially important to the case, and trying to find the source for each. As the photo was made public by Juan, there is quite a bit of information from him here, quotes from his videos and comments on his albums. I'm sure a lot of this will already be known to people that are more knowledgeable of the case and have been here for much longer than I have. I have not been through all of Juan's video or all of his comments. I'm sure I will have missed things, so please add this in the comments. So Juan said that this photo was sent to him in November 2019 by Canadian researchers. Don't know who they got it from. So we don't even really have a verifiable date here on this photo. But it is curious. It's definitely curious. So, thoughts on IDing the girls in the photo. Just looking at the photo, I have no idea if it is them. The figures look broadly consistent with them. The faces are too poor quality to really make anything out of it. However, one of the girls does appear to have red hair, which would obviously be consistent with Kris, and is presumably uncommon in Panama. It looks red in the image, but I'm not sure if that's due to the poor quality or there's a false reddish color in other places. I wonder if it's possible it could be blonde. Comparing the arms of the dark-haired girl to those of the guys in the photo, maybe this girl is perhaps not skinny enough to be Lisanne, but this could also be due to the poor quality of the photo. Yeah, I mean, it's really impossible to tell anything about the quality from the photo. I mean, it's just such a bad quality photo. I wonder how much AI enhancement could help here, but when the original source is that degraded, I'm not sure. It is not possible to tell skin tone. It's possible they could be from Northwest Europe, but given the skin color in the photo, it looks very similar to the guys. They could be locals, although the fair-haired girl would have dyed hair in that case, I guess. I do struggle to see how people can be so convinced from their appearances that it is the girls, particularly with the dark-haired girl. Imagine a significant fraction of the girls in the Boquete area of similar age could be made into her. I mean, let's look a little closer here, though. Oh, it's so difficult. It is so difficult. I mean, it is consistent. It definitely could be them. It could be. There's nothing here that is firmly in the opposite direction of it being them. Date of the photo. I could find no source for a date that was suggested to originate from the source that sent the photo to Juan in the first place. Scarlett's blog says the swimming photo is not dated. The date I often see most quoted is the 1st, April 1st, but all I could find on this was speculation, saying this could be possible or this would make sense. I have not found anything at all to suggest that the image was taken while the girls were in Boquete. It appears that these dates on or around April 1st just come from working backwards after it was assuming it was the girls in the photo. The 1st of April is chosen because of either 1, the fact that the girls did not mention it in their diaries, or 2, that date could be the one that would indicate they returned from the hike. From the videos I watched and the comments I looked at, Juan does not appear to claim that the Canadian researchers that sent the photo indicated a date for it. Please correct me, though, if there's any source. View of the families and authorities. I could not find anything direct on this, but according to Juan, Dutch Public Prosecutor's Office ruled that the photo wasn't authentic back in 2014. Well, that's kind of weird. So he thinks it's a fraudulent photo? Like, what if it's not even them? Like, why would it be a fraudulent photo? That's kind of weird. I mean, also, I would like to know about this motion of, like, what is this? The peace sign? Is that something locals do, or do they never do that? And it looks like the guy with the hat or whatever, is that hat intentionally kind of low on his face to hide his identity? I mean, the quality's just so bad, though. Now, there is the rumor that 1 or 2 of the gang members who died actually had this photo on their phone. So we'll see if that can be verified. But let's get through this Reddit post first. And how would they rule it wasn't authentic? That's kind of weird. The journalist of my article, Carlo Williamson, just said that he was in touch with the Kremers family. Back in 2014, this photo's research, they said the identities of the girls have been retrieved without specifying anything. The Kremers now claim they know the identities of the girls on the picture, but they are lookalikes, and deemed this photo a fantasy, after which they forbade the journalist of my article to ever publish about the case again. See, that's kind of crazy, because that means, but this is not a first-hand claim. So this is a claim, this is a second-hand claim or third-hand claim that the Kremers know the identity. So there's conflicting sources here. So the authorities said that it was fake, and then now the Kremers are claiming that they know the authorities of the girls in the photo, but they're just lookalikes. So either they never said that and it's damage control, or could they have said that because they know that it is them and they don't want to compromise evidence in a case? So if they know that it's them, that would make the other individuals here suspects. Or if they really do, if this photo really is completely unrelated, I mean, why would they be so adamant about never being asked about it if it's just an innocent explanation? Oh yeah, we were in contact with these people. This was them. They provided evidence that they were at that location and whenever, and they provided evidence of the men in the picture, and it's all nothing, not related. So that's kind of weird. Juan did make what could perhaps be interpreted as an insult attack on Hans in the same post as some of the quotes. I'm not sure how accurately he's portraying exactly what the Kremers family said here. Juan also mentions in the video that the public prosecutor's office confirmed to me weeks ago they declared it not authentic. But then they say, surprise, surprise, they even researched who was in the picture. So that was the only police work done. They researched 2 vague figures, and they could even find out who these 2 girls were, so it didn't say the pictures. Yeah, that's weird. If the picture's not authentic, how are they verifying all the identities? So the photo was allegedly found on Osman's phone. Just after publication of the swimming photo, in Juan's video, Kris and Lisanne 2019 all figured out, he states, quote, the new mobile phone picture, which is maybe perhaps from the phone of Osman Valenzuela already in 2014, they said he had 2 pictures of Kris and Lisanne on his phone, which is why he had to die. That was the rumor. But I don't want to speculate about the rumors anymore. I'm not sure where Juan got the claim of 2 photos of Kris and Lisanne being on Osman's phone from, but it might be related to a quote from a post on a Dutch forum in 2014. Quote, my contact in Panama told me 1 month ago that according to his friend at the DIJ, the Panamanian investigation, 2 photos were found in the mobile phone of the drowned 22-year-old Osman Valenzuela boy. 1 photo from a blonde-haired girl and 1 from a red-haired girl. The same forum member apparently later stated, quote, I checked the email once more, and my contact in Panama wrote that it was a photo of Osman and the 2 girls with blonde red hair. The DIJ have the cell phone with this photo in their possession. If that is the case, a post on a forum suggesting Osman had a picture of 2 girls with blonde red hair on his phone appears to have turned into a rumor that Osman had 2 photos of Kris and Lisanne on his phone. A comment from Juan from the early 2020, Dutch Public Prosecutor's Office ruled this photo wasn't authentic back in 2014 already, but I think it is. And it could have been taken on April 1st after the Pianista hike. Yes, it isn't mentioned in their journals. Maybe it was shot by the mobile phone of one of the guys with the hat. Osman Valenzuela. So that means there was at least another individual. So who's taking the photo? So it's the 2 girls. There's 2 guys in the photo, and then whoever's taking the photo. Clark says, my in-laws own property about a half a mile from Pianista. My sister-in-law was engaged to the chief of police's son at the time. I have been there several times. So I forgot if I asked you this. What do your in-laws think about this case? Clark. A further comment from Juan regarding whose phone the swimming photo was from. We don't know if it is from the phone of Osman, never returned to his mother, or someone else. So here's a photo of Osman. So again, I mean, the quality's so bad in this photo, it may or may not be the guy. May or may not be the guy in the photo here. We don't know. Okay, I have seen suggestions like this on here a number of times. I could not find a source for this claim. Juan at least does not mention this in his video about the release of the swimming photo, which seems unlikely that the infant was known to him at the time. I did find relevant information that could explain the rumor. Mr. Muazzez was friends with Osman. The name is relevant, but I will omit the first name given he appears unrelated to the case. I'm not 100% sure if Muazzez is another given name or a surname, but he uses that the last name in his profile. Juan appears to interpret it as a surname. I assume that is the case for now. Juan, someone else found the following post on his Facebook placed in memory of Osman. Note the Kris on the top left, which Juan interprets could only be Kris, K-R-I-S, but it's spelled C-R-I-S-S. That's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. So this is a screenshot here. Huh. Also note that Moises is the same name that of a waiter that Ingrid says serves the girls. Ingrid says waitress, but this could be a mistake, given she calls them he later in the same post. It is also not clear if Ingrid is using a given name or surname here from her post. I would guess given name, but either is possible. We can't rule out that Moises knew Kris and had entered her name incorrectly into his phone. However, it is also possible that Kris, C-R-I-S-S, is someone Moises knew actually called C-R-I-S-S. For example, the C-R-I-S-S he has or had on his Facebook. Juan notes this but dismissed it for one reason. She is a mother of 4. It's not like they are friends or in touch. You know, what's kind of weird, though, like, how popular is the name C-R-I-S-S? I didn't look into how many children she had. I don't think it's relevant, but she would be a young woman at the time. She apparently had 3,600 friends, which was Juan's other reason for him to dismiss this. She had so many friends she probably didn't even see Moises' posts. I was not able to verify the number of friends, but was able to find that she at least knew Moises enough to interact at least once with his profile in 2014. People can make their own judgment on the most likely explanation for this C-R-I-S-S. So how does it go from C-R-I-S-S being K-R-I-S-S, K-R-I-S, being on Moises' phone to K-R-I-S being on Osman's phone? This appears to come from Juan's video, Kris and Lisanne 2020. Kris was C-R-I-S-S on Osman's phone, where he states, Moises put K-R-I-S in his phone, introduced her to Osman as well, if he wasn't already joined by him there, and then they had a lovely time together. There is no further discussion around Kris being in Osman's phone in the video as far as I can tell. The above statement seems to be Juan's reason for the title of his video. No evidence is presented or even suggested that either a KRIS or CRISS were on Osman's phone. Now, how crazy would it be if one of the girls in the video if this is not Kremers and Froon, is this a different CRISS? I mean, that coincidence would be too extreme. I couldn't find any connection between CRISS and the swimming photo. It is possible it's a combination of two of Juan's speculation. That CRISS was in Osman's phone and the photo was on Osman's phone, which has turned into the swimming photo being under the name CRISS in Osman's phone. So, look at this here. So this is Osman, and looky here on what kind of a hat he's wearing here. Look at this. That looks like the same hat, doesn't it? What are the chances that Osman here, who ends up dead, went swimming with a redhead and a brunette that wasn't Kris and Lisanne? Summary: the source of the photo is Juan, who got it from an unspecified Canadian source, who in turn got it from an unknown to us and seemingly also to Juan's source. The origin of the rumor that the photo was from Osmond's phone appears to come from Juan, suggesting this is a possibility. As far as I can tell, he does not even claim his source for the photo said this was the case. The relationship between the photo and a CRISS appears like it may have been made up by merging together different speculations by Juan, and these speculations themselves appear to have no substantial basis. I no longer believe that the hat in the swimming photo is a match for the one Osmond is pictured wearing. Kinda looks like a match. I mean, it's definitely could be a match. You can't rule it out because it looks so similar. But this is what I mean about the controlled nature of this sham subreddit, Kremers Froon. A commenter here says that CRISS in Spanish is short for KRIS or CHRIS, and that Hispanic people often spell phonetically. There's also rumors that Osmond was out of sorts in the days following the disappearance. Some people speculate that if this photo was taken the day before, it's possible that these local gang members may have hung out with the girls and then didn't harm them. And if somebody else harmed them, cannibal locals or whoever, because there was a lot of bodies, there was a lot of body parts and skeletons belonging to many other people found in the same area. What if these gang members weren't responsible for their deaths? I mean, you have to say, I mean, they're definitely, you know, persons of interests at the top of the list if this is Kris and Lisanne in the photo. But why would everybody be covering for them? I mean, there's so many problems here. A poster on the subreddit said, "We talked to locals." All right, let me screenshot this. Also, Osmond was part of the Cineproc search party. Huh. That's interesting. So this gang member is part of the search party for the girls and may have appeared in a photo with the girls. And had met them prior. That's curious. Alright, so here's another post here. So this is the post in question that I was just reading on the subreddit. We talked to the locals, and even one of the gang members said he said it's one of their own. It is highly likely to be Lorenzo and the tour guide F with his assistants. The hard part is gathering actual evidence, which is hard, seeing how most were destroyed, and not only that the locals refused to talk, as the police were paid off by the cartel. That same gang member that we talked to back in 2016, he died from an accident in 2019. Seems to be no shorter to that. Let me bring up the timeline. Perhaps now's a good time to bring up the timeline. So this is just absolutely mind-shocking here. So look at this here. April 1st, the calls, the sun sets here. April 2nd, the emergency calls. April 3rd. Okay. Osmond Valenzuela supposedly died on the 4th. And he was part of the search before that. His body's found on the 5th, which also happens to be the last successful pin entry on the 5th. So on the 4th, I mean, this is just unbelievable here. So the following year, so almost the exact anniversary, Jorge Rivera Miranda, his body is found on April 4th, 2015. Osmond is estimated to have died on the 4th, found on the 5th. His death makes the news on April 6th. The other curiosity here is for this photo, the reason that the girls are so low in the water is because they're not wearing tops. And that's curious that the bras were found in the backpack, as if they weren't wearing them. Which would make it very, very chilling if something happened to them immediately following this photo. Did they perhaps hang out with these gang members, and then if the gang members made certain advances that they rebuffed, did they pay with their lives for it, and all of this was set up after the fact? After that fact, and all of this was covered up. I mean, I suppose it's possible there could have been some genuine accident too. Like, let's say they're slipping. Let's say, I don't know exactly what kind of location this is, but is it possible there could have been an accident on the rocks and they fell here and got injured here? And maybe the guys didn't intend to kill them, but then covered it up after the fact, or they were I mean, it just, for some reason, there's just an air of nefarious activity around all of this. So, did they get injured rebuffing the advances of these guys? So, if there's 3 guys, I mean, I suppose we shouldn't fall for false dichotomy fallacies. Is it possible the person taking the photo is a woman? And they felt more comfortable getting into a vehicle with a woman and 2 guys instead of 3 guys? I don't know, just thinking out loud here. Clark says, never spoke directly with in-laws about the case. I could certainly ask, My father-in-law did mention the existence of cannibalistic indigenous, possibly some of the subsect fusion of Kuna and Santeria. Well, yeah, I don't know exactly what kind of gang this is. Yeah, maybe just local thuggery. Not, not. I don't think anybody's alleging this is MS-13 level or anything like that. I mean, there's just something eerie about this entire case, and none of it makes any sense. There's also one other major issue here. Let me see if I can find it. This is one of the biggest mind shocks. Let me see if I can find it here. Well, now I can't seem to find it right now. Man, just 1 second here. There was a very, very damning photo, and I can't seem to find it now. What the heck? So just a recap, there were 13 DNA samples taken of the straps, zippers, and edges of the backpack. DNA was found only in 3 of the samples. 2 different women and 1 man, never identified, and the DNA samples did not match Kris and Lisanne. There was also an insider talking about a local drug called scopolamine, devil's breath. You know anything about that, Clark? Also interesting, the jean shorts had no trace of bodily fluid or skin cells of any type. That's curious, especially if those are not her shorts. I'm having trouble finding... There's something really big I wanted to show, but okay, we're going to have to do that in the next episode. So I'll just put another video. This is one of the potential smoking guns here. This is a video uploaded by locals August 30th, 2014 by a friend of Henry and Osmond. Make of this video what you will.
¡Vámonos, Ricky! ¿Qué foto tiene, güey? Tira con otra. Ahorita. Otra con otra. ¡Vámonos, Ricky! ¿Qué foto tiene, güey? Dale, dale, mijito. Tira, tira, Juan, otra. Ahorita.
So obviously we don't have context here, but he's just doing weird screams and banging a very large knife on a table. A very large knife. And we don't know what they're talking about. We don't know any of this. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to do another follow-up episode. I mean, there's still so much to go over, but this has been over 3 hours now. So, is that common, Clark, to just scream and bang a large knife on a table? I mean, obviously we don't know what was being discussed before or after. But yeah, now there'll be a follow-up. It won't be this long this time. I mean, it took me a while to put all this together, but we got plenty more to go over. Clark says it's like the Panamanian version of the rebel yell. Okay, so it's not necessarily... So you wouldn't guess that it's him possibly referencing some murderous activity? So perhaps this is not damning, but who knows? But thanks again, everybody, for joining us for another edition of MindShock True Crime. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock True Crime. You are listening to the Missing in Panama series. The disappearance of Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon in Panama under some very strange circumstances that a lot of coincidence theorists pretend are not strange. But here on MindShock, we upturn every stone, examine every single possible variable and theory that has been put forth on the interwebs, attempting to not fall for any logical fallacies in the meantime, unlike any other podcast or documentary out there. Again, in an attempt all to solve the case definitively, because there's so many problems with this case. From the timeline to the alleged remains being recovered, to the testing on the remains, the timeline of the remains, and just the investigation as a whole, just incredibly problematic from every angle. So, this is, of course, episode 4. We'll be continuing our examinations in the local gang theory. And this strange photograph of women who may or may not be Kris and Lisanne in this swimming photo. And the strange amount of deaths that occurred of individuals supposedly in this photo or associated with. I mean, very, very strange. I mean, the coincidence stack a mile high, but of course the coincidence theorists write it all off as mere coincidence. But those with critical thinking abilities and those who understand what logic and reason is can examine deeper, which is what we do on MINDSHOCK. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct and keep up awareness in unsolved cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Unless, of course, you're with us here live, then drop them in the live chat. I'll try to get to all of them. So we're going to pick up pretty much where we left off. Unless anybody has any questions right off the bat here, make sure you've checked out the previous episodes. So, okay, we're going to go to the channel, which did a lot of investigation here. We went over one of their videos in the previous episode. We'll be going over part 2 here with even more information here on the local gang theory.
Al pasar el tiempo y con las búsquedas sin resultado, hemos pensado que hay un crimen detrás de esto. Pensamos que puede haber un grupo de personas que se las llevó sin su consentimiento.
Let me bring up the visual graphic of what happened here with these strange deaths, which the coincidence theorists claim is all mere coincidence. So, yeah, as you can see here, this is the timeline of the photos, lost cell signals, emergency calls. We've gone over this all on the first 3 episodes. I'm not going to go over all of this again. But here in red, you see all the strange deaths popping up and how they align with the timeline of the case, which is very, very curious here. So I'm just going to leave this up here as this video is going to go more into these particular individuals.
De aquí en adelante surgen rumores. Uno de ellos es que pudieron ser interceptadas por desconocidos.
Para mí ellas no están aquí, la tienen que haber trasladado a otro lado. Esperemos, ¿verdad?, que Dios quiera, pues, y sea indicio, pero sí está difícil este caso, ya digo, porque si hubiera estado dentro de la montaña, nosotros ya la hubiéramos encontrado.
Por varios días el tema del plagio de las jóvenes tomaba fuerza ante la infructuosa búsqueda en el área boscosa. Pero una tercera pista apunta a posible asalto contra estas turistas. Esta no sería la primera vez. De hecho, aseguran que hace unos meses una pareja de esposos fue atacada cuando hacían este recorrido.
Se está dando la situación de que indígenas que residen en las áreas observan.
So this is really interesting. So these local news reports that the coincidence theorists all pretend are all like fabricated, they're saying that indigenous people actually assault them? And that this happened to a married couple shortly before? I mean, that's curious. That's definitely curious. One of the theories is, of course, that the girls observed something they should not have, and that led to some kind of situation.
A los turistas al momento de llegar. Cuando salen del área los asaltan, ya sea con arma blanca, y les quitan todo lo de valor que estos llevan con ellos.
¿Qué pasó en el sendero El Pianista? Mudo testigo de la desaparición de Kris y Lisanne, jóvenes holandesas de visita en Panamá. ¿Trata con fines sexuales, privadas de libertad o en manos de la mafia?
Pasado el primer mes, hay pocos datos concretos. La unidad de análisis de casos complejos del Ministerio Público intervino. Muchos temen que la desaparición de ellas va mucho más allá de los bosques profundos.
Comenta que es sumamente raro que chicas como estas se hayan desaparecido de esa forma sin dejar ninguna pista de nada. Por lo menos alguna huella, si ellas perdieron el sendero, al pasar tal vez alguna cerca o algo, algún trozo de la ropa de ellos, pudiese haberse notado.
Con las búsquedas ya se hubieran encontrado.
Con las búsquedas se hubieran encontrado. Yo, para mí, no tardaba más de una semana por muchos problemas que hubiera habido, que las chicas se hubieran accidentado y si hubieran por los animales, por cosas, no hubiera visto la presencia de gallotas, de cosas, y se hubiera encontrado. O sea, parte de su pertenencia o lo que hubiera sido, pero se hubiera encontrado. O sea, para mí ahí tiene que haber algo, tiene que haber participación de la gente en algo que no es bueno.
Las situaciones que pudiéramos estar enfrentando y que no se puede descartar es que pudiesen haber sido agredidas y trasladadas a otro sitio y después ocurrir otras acciones que hasta el momento impidan su ubicación real.
Al principio pensábamos que había subido al sendero y no encontraron el camino para volver a casa y se quedaron perdidas en el sendero. Pero al pasar el tiempo y con las búsquedas sin resultado, hemos pensado que hay un crimen detrás de esto. Pensamos que puede haber un grupo de personas que se las llevó sin su consentimiento. Estamos muy preocupados por saber lo que ha pasado. Lo que más nos preocupa es que alguien se las haya llevado con fines nada buenos. Nos preocupa muchísimo. Y que aquí hay dos personas que están sufriendo muchísimo, que son padres. Esas personas que saben algo más de dónde están ubicadas, esas dos chicas.
Uiteindelijk als je naar boven klimt en je bent verdwaald, dan hoef je eigenlijk op het moment dat je een berg opgaat, hoef je maar één weg terug en dat is terug naar beneden. Het is niet zo dat je, als je in een uitgebreid vlakterrein verdwaalt, dan is dat een stuk lastiger. Op een berg ga je gewoon terug naar beneden, dus die kans is ook niet zo heel erg groot. Dus dan blijven er niet zo heel veel scenario's, maar de kans is toch groot, wat ik net aangeef, dat ze op de terugweg de verkeerde zijn tegengekomen, dat ze misschien in een auto zijn meegenomen, tegen hun wil of meegelokt. En dat er toch een misdrijf in het spel is. En dan kun je denken aan een levensdelict, een zedendelict.
My men say, not be here. But in my heart, maybe that is some hope. It's maybe a little possibility.
Manuel Burak wordt door de gemeente elke dag de bergen ingestuurd om te zoeken naar sporen van Lisanne en Kris. Hij zoekt met heel zijn hart, maar weet eigenlijk ook dat wat hij doet zinloos is.
I try maybe some people with the bad intention maybe take the girl, you know.
Otro testigo que las ve estaba en la tienda Nelita. Eran las 3:30 y cuenta que una de las chicas se veía enferma.
Me encontraba aquí en esta tiendita atendiendo a los clientes, pero en el momento yo estaba, eran como las 2:30, 3 de la tarde cuando las muchachas bajaron, sí.
Pero aún así, bajó la más gordita que iba en una licra negra y la otra la alcancé a ver, pero cuando iba allá abajo, porque la otra iba por este lado. Pero no pudo, se fue por allá porque como la piedra era suelta, la muchacha se fue de largo y allá en la vuelta fue que se logró ver nada más. Sí, lo que sí que la que iba aquí iba bien agobiada, bien estropeada, parece de caminar mucho.
Yeah, again, very telling that the entire timeline is kind of put into question with some of these sightings, as if they had already returned from their hike. If so, who picked them up and where did they go after?
Y sí, contenta sí, pero de ahí no le puedo decir si las muchachas bajaron hasta el pueblo, se devolvieron en un taxi. Si bajaron en taxi, no sé, pero yo hasta la vuelta la alcancé a ver.
De los hechos, Expedientes Nets pudo constatar que hay un letrero que tiene el nombre de los dos senderos, el pianista y sendero de lino, y que es usual que algunos taxistas y turistas se confundan, por lo que no es difícil asumir que las chicas fueron dejadas allí al principio, pensando que este era el sendero que querían visitar. El dueño de la casa de Pedro las ve. El testigo que prefirió hablar fuera de cámara nos contó que las vio llegar y le preguntaron si ese era el sendero del pianista, pero él les contestó que no, que era el sendero Piedra de Lino y que este era muy bonito porque se podía ver Boquete entero. Las chicas, refiere el testigo, ingresaron al sendero de Piedra de Lino y como 15 minutos después las vio bajar, por lo que les preguntó si habían subido y dijeron que sí. Pero el testigo reitera que sabía que éstas no habían llegado a la cima porque hacerlo tomaba más de 45 minutos. Expedientes Nets investigó el recorrido de Lisanne y Kris ese lunes. La mañana había estado soleada y cerca del mediodía, el primer registro de su presencia se da en el sendero de Alto Lino.
¿Y qué te acuerdas de ella? ¿Qué fue lo que viste de ella?
Bueno, como yo estaba aquí, yo o sea, no reparo la persona, bueno, solamente veo la cara porque ella pasó y me dijo. Sí, sí. Y entonces no reparé más, o sea, no reparo porque esto es un sendero de los turismos.
¿Iban solas?
Solo, sí.
Hay dos testimonios, entre estos el del taxista, que señalan que tiempo después de la subida de estas muchachas, vieron un vehículo todoterreno llegar al lago.
de aanpak door de opsporingsinstanties. We hebben te lang de zaak eigenlijk beschouwd als een mogelijk ongeval of een mogelijke verdwaling en hebben niet ingezet op het echte goed opsporingsonderzoek. En dat is, daardoor is hele cruciale tijd verloren gegaan. Binnen een aantal uur of 5 dagen, maar liefst nog sneller, moet je dan toch ook wel gewoon getuigen echt goed intensief gaan verhoren. Je moet technisch onderzoek doen, je moet onderzoek doen naar telefoon.
De cómo se vaya a perder una muchacha por este sendero que era tranquilo antes y eso pone a la gente a pensar y mucha gente ya no quiere subir por ahí porque piensa que todas las veces que eso van
These are the photos that we have.
Estas son las fotos que tenemos.
Okay, so this is the river. Yes, saw these.
Había visto esto. Esta es la. She says that's up in Pianista. On the other side.
On the other side of where?
Oh, the divide. He says it's on that side. It's on their side.
He's saying that is on the Buquete side of the Continental Divide. Well, I just want to get this super clear. This photo is not taken on this side of the divide.
Esta foto no es tomada de este lado. No.
The official story is that the girls hiked the Pianista Trail to the Continental Divide and then continued onto the Serpent Trail and then died at the Monkey Bridge. But Luis knows these trails better than anyone, and he says without a doubt that this photo was taken hours after the girls reached the Continental Divide and shows them hiking on the Pianista Trail back towards Buquete. And that means that they would have never even gone to the Serpent Trail.
Otra la alcancé a ver, pero cuando iba allá abajo, porque la otra iba por este lado. Pero no pudo, se fue por allá, porque como la piedra era suelta, la muchacha se fue de largo y allá en la vuelta fue que se logró ver nada más. Sí, lo que sí que la que iba aquí iba bien agobiada, bien estropeada, parece de caminar mucho. Y sí, contenta sí, pero de ahí no le puedo decir si las muchachas bajaron hasta el pueblo, se devolvieron en un taxi. Si bajaron en taxi, no sé, pero yo hasta la vuelta la alcancé a ver.
Others stating that they saw the girls return from their hike. One local resident, American, states that the girls came back and asked him how to get back into town and where to get a taxi.
So who's following here? Allegedly. So, huh. The second time, see, yeah, there's some kind of major issue. There's definitely some kind of major issue with the timeline. So the allegations here, the different hairstyles and the anomalies, so to speak, with all the photos. There's something off about everything here. Yeah, this is curious here. Who's wearing the backpack on the way there, the way back, and the hairstyle? So the theory here put forth in this video is that they were approached by Henry and Jose and accompanied by Osman. Now, the theory is that they returned to their host family's house first to get the swimsuits. The allegation is that tour guide F went back to the house here and rearranged things to seem like they never returned from the hike. So is this a case of tour guide F and his family somehow trying to possibly throw blame to anywhere and everywhere other than themselves, regardless of who's responsible? Like, for example, tour guide F might have not had anything to do with anything directly, but perhaps either his son or other people, other family members. So that's why there were certain comments about natives, etc. And this is a curiosity because the stop at the pharmacy where just coincidentally the CCTV footage goes missing, this is Jorge's mother owns the pharmacy. I mean, the amount of coincidence here is insane. And of course, Jorge, one of the strange deaths afterwards, April 6th. I mean, this is tough. This is tough. And the Caldera Springs is 45-minute drive from Boquete. So now this is really creepy because according to this theory, the first calls would have been from the vehicle as they're driving when they get a bad feeling about all this. So the calls are made 12 minutes apart, not consistent with an emergency. Yeah, that's an interesting point here, too. from the time the first emergency calls were made, there are no cliffs, ravines, or slopes where they could have fallen or gotten hurt. Just in terms of the timeline here. So this theory is that the photo at the springs is the deleted photo. Supposedly, the swimming photo was recovered from Osman Valenzuela's cell phone after his death. The photo was saved under the name Kris with a C in Osman's phone. After Osman's death, Henry posted this on Facebook. So I actually mentioned this, I think, in episode 1, that it's definitely odd that everybody knows everybody. From the tour guide, the school where they were supposed to work, the host family. Everybody knows everybody and the tour guides. Here they're saying that tour guide F actually gave the girls a ride from the school to the host family home. Yeah, this is all just way too creepy. Here it's stating that Bocas del Toro is known as Narco Island because of the amount of drug traffickers that freely roam the streets.
Ik dacht ook dat Boquete zo'n mooi idyllisch dorpje was in een schitterende vallei. Maar als je werkelijk daar achter de schermen kijkt, dan is er van alles aan de hand. De cocaïne die daar dus vrijelijk te verkrijgen valt. En de georganiseerde misdaad die daar toch ook zich gevestigd.
Yeah, I mean, audio's here. I'm just letting this video play, but... Yeah, I mean, the coincidence stack is pretty high with Henry here. He's familiar with the Caldera Springs area. He's a hiker. I mean, all the connections to the tour guides. I mean, this is not looking good. Wow, so the allegation here is that Plinio is the tourist spotter for a cartel? Wow. Interesting. The allegations here, quite mind-shocking.
Het is gewoon door de decennia heen, door de eeuwen heen, een verbinding, Lucas, boeketten.
Al río donde se encontraron las cosas está aproximadamente a 2 días desde aquí.
Caminando si
Si sabe el camino exacto, 2 días. No, no puedo decir que pudo haber sido. Un área muy difícil para caminar. Es un área que tiene mucho lodo, lugares que resbalan, muchos cañones, ríos. En estas áreas cualquier cosa puede suceder.
Son las 6 de la mañana y me encuentro acá en Boquete, justo al sendero que conduce al área del pianista, un área. Voy con un guía, el señor Ezequiel Miranda, que tiene años de conocer el sector, es guía y también conservacionista.
Yeah, this is really curious. Coincidental, some might say. All these people know each other that just so happen to be at the areas where the girls had been. I mean, I don't know. The coincidence stack here is just so high. Like, they definitely could have crossed paths with some shady individuals, and all these shady individuals know each other? Like, how much crime is there in the area? And I would like to know how many bodies normally show up. Like, is this unusual here with the timeline? Like, these happen to be people that are implicated here with connection to the girls. How many other bodies have popped up? And, I mean, do bodies always pop up? Or do they never pop up? In which case, this would be that much more coincidental. So here they're implicating the director of the Arua school. See, I don't know if I would go that far. Perhaps this was done without their knowledge. Because apparently other Dutch tourists have been there successfully. So, I mean, it's kind of weird for this to be set up that much. I mean, I don't know. Some people are pointing to the fact that this was all set up from the get-go, but I don't know. Court of public opinion in the chat. What do you think here? I mean, people definitely call me a conspiracy theorist. I mean, I'm definitely not a coincidence theorist, but for the director of the entire school to be complicit, that's again, I'm not going to appeal to incredulity and say it's impossible. It seems to me that this could have potentially been more of a crime of opportunity by some local scumbags that may have had family connections that have helped cover it up from them, as opposed to staged from the get-go. It's tough, though. It's tough. I mean, it's creepy either way. Court of public opinion says because she gave them the idea they had a job, but they didn't. It could have potentially just been some cross-communication wires. Because didn't other people have a job there? So, I mean, it's probably not the most organized place in the world. So, you know, every now and then, you know, there could be things, you know, communication problems. It's so difficult to, I mean, for them to have staged it that far out, I just don't know. Like, local scumbags who happen to have family connections with all these places just, you know, wanted to maybe party with the girls and not even harm them, but when the girls weren't down for their type of partying, things could have went wrong fast. Also, regardless of how much of a scumbag tour guide F is, if he is a scumbag, would he be setting up his son to murder tourists? I mean, I don't know. I think it's more, it just seems, again, fallacies or not, sometimes I commit fallacies, I try not to. It just seems, would a father be setting up Dutch tourist girls to be specifically murdered or trafficked by his son? You know, especially somebody that well known. I mean, many Dutch tourists have hiked this area. They left reviews for Tour Guide F. Some of them are good reviews. Some of them say he was creepy and did creepy stuff. But those people all returned home. So, yeah, I don't know that this was all some elaborate setup from the get-go. Whereas it seems like if, you know, some of these scumbag gang members, if things got out of hand, potentially their family members would have covered for them, possibly begrudgingly. Like, they didn't want to cover for them, but they just didn't want this to, you know, spiral out of control in an international incident, whatever. So they did what they did. Obviously, no excuse, but to just group everybody together as if they're all setting up these girls to be killed or trafficked, I mean, I don't know. And this is the only time they've ever done that? Like, how many other young tourists have gone missing here? Supposedly, not many. Maybe like one guy. I think there was one missing guy. Yeah, this photo is a curiosity. They're alleging here the only purpose for the swimming photo was for Henry to have leverage. Everyone in this photo would turn up dead within a year of this photo being taken. Yeah, I don't know how leverage would work. Is it possible they just took the photo again because they were having fun in the moment, not for leverage? Because look how blurry it is. I mean, it's kind of tough to definitively confirm. I mean, the guys kind of look like the guys, but these two girls may or may not be them, but it's just too blurry. So I don't know if this is an entire elaborate setup with leverage photos and absolutely everybody being in on everything. But that doesn't mean that these gang members didn't do something. Now, I don't know where they're getting this information from. Shortly after the swimming photo was taken, the group was packing to leave when Henry and Jose pulled out guns. Osmond had a machete. Like, where's this information coming from? Is this like second or third hand testimony? They wouldn't even necessarily need guns, right? They could just pull out knives. Originally, the gang were supposed to immediately deliver the girls to Plinio Montenegro and his associate, where the girls would be trafficked through Bocas del Toro to Costa Rica and sold into a human trafficking network. But Henry had other ideas. Okay, so why these two particular girls to traffic? And are there other tourists that were trafficked that simply were not reported missing or reported missing from a different area because they never said where they were going? I mean, we don't really know, but it's just tough. This is just a one-off? I mean, it seems kind of weird. Or if these are kind of newer, younger gang members, perhaps they were trying to branch out into human trafficking and this was going to be their first trafficking job? I mean, I don't know. Court of Public Opinion says, I heard it wasn't them in the pic, not the girls. There were other Dutch girls he liked and partied with. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird because supposedly the other redhead, there was another redhead he partied with, but she was like really heavy set and older. Like someone did photo comparisons. So I don't know if it's that easy to dismiss the photo. It might be them. Henry and Jose forced the girls to walk behind the tree line. Osmond would object because it wasn't part of the plan. Once the girls made it behind the tree line, they were forced to take their clothes off. At this time, Henry and Jose would begin to sexually assault the girls. Kris would fight back, causing Henry to hit Kris in the head with a gun, leaving a deep cut in the right side of her head. Osmond wanted no part in the assault and returned to the car. Henry and Jose took turns with the girls. This is dark stuff. Hopefully that's not true. The girls were then forced to walk a short distance to an abandoned cabin where they were to be held. Henry then left to return his father's off-road vehicle and contact Plinio. By this time, Plinio's associate grew suspicious because the girls hadn't arrived and he backed out, forcing Plinio to back out because he couldn't transport the girls alone. See, some kind of weird situation with things going wrong. Now, this is a little bit more possible in terms of... See, even in the Amy Bradley case, like a lot of goofs hallucinate, oh, it definitely wasn't some kind of human trafficking plan from the get-go. Well, who said it was? Some kind of sexual assault gone wrong, and then if you don't want to kill the victims, would you just try to find someone to traffic them instead because you don't want to be a murderer? I mean, there's you know, among the scumbag... I mean, there's all sorts of different types of scumbags. There's scumbags that'll assault people, but they don't want to murder people. So they'd rather just, sell people, try to make money. They don't want to murder people. That's a certain line for certain scumbags that they just don't want to cross that line. Especially if, it's weird. It's weird. So things going wrong is totally believable regardless of what happened. Murphy's Law. It's weird. Like, coincidence theorists have never heard of Murphy's Law. They always spam false dichotomies. Either it was a complete setup from the get-go, or it was just, accidental. Like, they just don't have the mental capacity to understand that things go wrong. Plans change even for criminals. This would leave Henry in a situation where he'd have to decide the girl's fate. Osmond set up camp outside the cabin, leaving Jose alone inside with the girls. Henry wouldn't return to the cabin the next day. Following morning, Kris asked Jose to use the bathroom. Jose, how does this person know this? These are kind of creepy details where you would just think to write them off. But if it was some kind of an account, even if it was a rumor, there's certain specifics here that are very creepy. Jose took Kris into the jungle, told Osmond to watch out for Lisanne. Osmond stayed outside the cabin. Lisanne took advantage of the opportunity, retrieved her cell phone from the backpack that it was in the front room of the cabin. April 2nd, 6:58 a.m. call. Lisanne places a call to Dutch Emergency Services. After Jose escorted Kris to the back room of the cabin, went outside to speak with Osmond, which turned into a small argument. Osmond walks off, leaving Jose alone. Osmond rejected the Osmond rejected the idea, didn't want to return to any part of the new situation. After the argument, Jose... I hope this is all not true. This is terrible. Supposedly further assaults here. Kris starts to attempt a second emergency call. Jose and Lisanne return to the cabin. Kris immediately tried to power down the phone. In the process, she accidentally took the screenshot at 8:14 a.m. 10:53 a.m. April 2nd attempts to call Lisanne. Okay, Lisanne attempts another call. 1:56. Short period of time later, Henry returns, accompanied by Jorge. They would bring food and supply. Jorge informed Henry about Osmond. They both felt Osmond was a loose end, had to be dealt with. Osmond knew the location, so they decided to move the girls to a cave. Jose and Jorge would stay at the cave, watch the girls. Henry would leave and pick up Heriberto to help him search for Osmond. The following video is proof of their stay at the cave. It shows evidence recovered by the search parties, which was dismissed by Panamanian authorities.
Alejada del camino y en el mismo lugar había una especie como un refugio, como una pequeña cueva y en donde se ve que las personas estuvieron sentadas ahí.
¿Qué encontraron?
Objetos comestibles, galletas, jugo y otro tipo de elementos como picaronas se encontraron en ese lugar.
¿Y un pelo también?
Sí, se encontró un cabello con una plantilla de zapatillas, pero no estamos seguros que sean de ellos, por eso que estamos investigando.
Bueno, aquí he podido encontrar esta bolsa con unas galletas, jugo, un cartón de papaya, jugo de papaya con piña. Por aquí hay bastante paquetes, pan.
And no gloves or anything. I mean, the scene's completely contaminated, but you probably still could get DNA off of it. I mean, did they never test any of this stuff for DNA?
Y una suela de no pareciera de zapato, o no sé si de zapatilla. Aquí la pueden encontrar. Como la pueden ver, aquí hay un limpio. Y ahí se encuentra esto. Ahorita mismo me encuentro como a 2-3 kilómetros de la Pandura.
On the night of April 2nd, Henry and Heriberto finally catch up with Osmond. Osmond was picked up by Henry and Heriberto, driven to a discreet location where struggle broke out. Osmond was then drowned by Henry and Heriberto. Yeah, these are very specific details. I wonder how this person knows all this. Osmond reported missing April 3rd by his family. Body later found in the river. Following morning, April 3rd, Lisanne would ask to use the restroom. After Lisanne was escorted out of the cave, Kris would turn on her phone and attempt to reach emergency services. I mean, this kind of does explain some of the calls, like in the timeline of the calls, but April 3rd, 9:33 a.m., Kris places a call to emergency services. Last attempt. With Osmond out of the way, Henry now has to decide Kris and Lisanne's fate. This is when Heriberto suggested that Henry contact Vega, who would put Henry in contact with Edwin, son of the Saberson family, the owners of the restaurant where the girls had brunch. Edwin and Saberson family had connections to local cartels in Costa Rica, and Bocas del Toro dealt in organ harvesting. Yeah, I think I mentioned this. The movie Turistas is pretty creepy. Morning of April 3rd, Vega arranges a meeting. At the conclusion of the meeting, there was an agreement reached. Agreement was for Henry to deliver one set of human lungs. Morning, April 10th, undisclosed location. They were delivered, wasn't disclosed whose lungs it was. Details what happened between April 3rd and April 10th. I'm looking further into the missing days. We'll make a follow-up video for our part 3 conclusion.
Je zou toch langzamerhand verwachten dat er iemand komt.
Voor losgeld. Ja, maar we denken kidnap inderdaad om losgeld. Maar vader bedoelt meer kidnap, ontvoering.
Vrouwenhandel.
Oh, precies.
Vrouwenhandel.
Okay, now we're firmly in MINDSHOCK land. Most of the details in this video was provided by a single key witness. The female witness that provided this information fled to Costa Rica to seek help from authorities, where she was and is the only witness to step forward. She was dating one of the parties involved with the girl's abduction and provided key info that was ultimately suppressed by the Panamanian government. Yeah, because those are a lot of specific details. The next video is the Attorney General, Betsaida Pitti, speaking about the witness that provided information in this video.
Miren, había un testigo que estaba en Costa Rica que me preguntaba nosotros si íbamos a hacer asistencia judicial. Ya se le tomó la declaración del testigo. Ella ha manifestado ciertas situaciones que, sabe, pues todavía estamos en la investigación, en la reserva sumaria, que nosotros vamos a confirmar.
We hebben met hem over gesproken en hij heeft daar ook afgelopen maandag in de Telegraaf wel iets over gezegd. Hij denkt inderdaad aan een kidnap. Hij zegt, ik denk dat het zo is, maar eigenlijk is het zo, hij hoopt dat het zo is. Want hij hoopt dat er sprake is van een kidnap waarbij die meisjes met zijn meegenomen. Misschien, laten we zeggen, om te worden verhandeld. Hè, want dat gebeurt natuurlijk. Het gebeurt ook in Panama, mensenhandel. Of onlos geld. Dat hoopt die man heel erg en dat begrijp ik. Dat hoopt die man heel erg en dat begrijp ik.
Sí, asaltados y eso se lo sabe la policía y todo.
¿Han asaltado y
Sí, sí.
extranjeros asaltan?
Sí, sí.
¿Cómo los asaltan? Explíqueme.
Yeah, I don't know if there's actually a part 3 was posted, which is creepy. Because if this featured all the details from the witness... Yeah, I don't see part 3. I'll keep digging, but I do not see part 3 posted. So what does everybody think here? I mean, this really does... Huh. Court of Public Opinion says, if it were me, an emergency number didn't work, I'd at least text someone and attempt to have it on record. Do we know that they didn't text and the texts were deleted or whatnot? Do we know that? But yeah, I mean, the coincidence stack here is so high. I mean, it's rough. Just look at this timeline here. I mean, how do coincidence theorists cope with this timeline? All these people that are... I mean, if you're saying, okay, it's not the girls in the swimming photo, but you still have these gang members associated with the tour guides that they interacted with. So, and the school and the host family. So you still have all those connections, and the pharmacy, and the suspiciously deleted CCTV footage, and the restaurant where they had brunch. Like, you still have this web of connections, even if it's not them in that photo. But the timeline of the photo coming to light is very curious as well, so, yeah. So that's it for now. I mean, we're going to be continuing to examine the case. I'll see if part 3 is ever available. Court of Public Opinion says, I think no part 3 is sinister. Yeah, almost as somebody was gotten to before they could upload it. They shouldn't have announced that they were going to upload it. But if it was posted, I'll dig it up. I'll spend some time looking for it. But thanks again, everybody, for joining us for another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime in the Missing in Panama series, the disappearance of Kris Kremers and Lisanne Froon. Clearly a lot more to the case than on the surface. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.